thing like that. Like a really top story game. So again, I can't play music now because there will be music intermittently. Because what we're going to do is going to review a run of FTL. Scott's done this before on his stream. Scott Winsey Wilson reviewed some runs on his stream. I've also done some commentary on runs while watching the tournament from last year. Coco, yeah, I did post a video of Coco sleeping. But yeah, Coco's getting up there. Coco's like 18 years old at least at this point in time. So like we went outside for 10 seconds and Coco's like, "Yeah, no, I'm done. I don't like it out here. I want to go back to bed." Good old Coco. So partially inspired, having watched like a little bit of a run while having a golf score discussion, I thought we'd look back. We look back all the way to the year 2017 and watch a run I did of FTL. Now, this run is a little bit special because this was a tutorial run. So back then, I thought I was in the position to help people out and be better FTL players. So we're gonna see, it partially see how like ideas still are the same that I had back then, but also I might have made a change or two since then. There's a possibility I've adapted to something else. And anyways, it's just super nice and chill. You know, no one has to be concerned, is Crow going to win the run? Spoiler alert, I win the run. I haven't thought of the idea of doing a tutorial and losing. This doesn't seem conducive of it. So if you're actually looking for, you know, gameplay by me myself, technically this is it. Technically, very much, but also not. And the other thing is, I was having a discussion with Farb, and it's the idea of how to critique yourself, and it's very difficult because when you're playing it, you're obviously not making a decision based on the idea that you're wrong. You're making a decision because you think it's the best decision that can be made at that time. So to like go back and reflect on how you did something is somewhat difficult because you're like, oh, you essentially what you're doing is you're almost justifying it, right? You're going to go back and go, okay, this is why I did X, Y, and Z, and I could see in X, Y, and Z being what it was, I would do the exact same things versus trying to actually figure out what you could have done better. And that's hard because you're like, particularly now, like the strategies that I use now as a player are very different than the strategies that I used in the past. Some of them are the same, of course. Hey, Farb. Some of the strategies are the same, of course, but, you know, maybe we do a few little things differently. We're also going to be playing this at, like, I think 1.5 times speed. So let me know if audio levels aren't good or you can't understand what Past Crow was saying. But we'll begin. I think I start up with a good old why a ship is good or bad. I'm sure it'd be super in depth.
If you apply the rules in hard mode... Alright, well, hello everyone.
Wow, that music really bops at that speed.
So today I'm going to do a hard mode run with the Kestrel A. This is the ship you start out with.
It's true.
Now, while there are obviously going to be some differences between your easy, your normals, and your hard modes, if you apply the rules in hard mode to the easier modes, you should be absolutely fine.
Now that's true, but also it's not true. A lot of FTL I break down into 3 different categories of knowledge. One is tactics. One is like overall strategy. And then one is experience. So, for example, when I started doing the sensor strategy on Stealth B, I started losing more runs than I was winning. If you're familiar with that you're using an exploitation of the hard mode targeting to limit the chances of you actually getting struck in the weapons. So, well, that is first off, that doesn't even work in the lower modes because they don't have hard mode targeting. But there are certain things that I am very, very comfortable in executing, and if another player was attempting to execute those same things, they could potentially struggle. And it's sort of an interesting note where a player could watch like I said, they could watch this video, the one that I'm presenting here, and they could come away with a lot of really good information, and that could drastically improve their game, or slightly improve their game. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right? It could be an improvement of their game, but some of the information could still be inaccurate, but it does help and assist to get them moving forward. And that way they start garnering experience. Like I said, that's also an important part. So they pick up some tactics. The tactics are generally going to still be sound. Some of the strategy, the metagaming, is going to be a little bit altered. And then, like I said, the experience of, like the feel of a game, or knowing like, oh, this is a situation where I've been in something very similar and can then just execute it without really any problems. A good example really is dealing with borders. Dealing with borders for players starting out is a massive hurdle. It's a very, very massive hurdle because you kind of get overwhelmed with fighting a ship, dealing with borders, it's a pretty fluid situation, right? Because sometimes you just punch down the borders. Sometimes you ignore the borders. Sometimes you're kiting your crew back and forth through airlocks. And those situations are going to depend on what crew you have, where they land on the ship, the threat of the ship you're facing, and all those kinds of things. So, like, a door upgrade could be ridiculously beneficial to a player so that they have better experiences getting through the game and dealing with borders. And then in time, they'll learn how to deal with borders without inherently having to upgrade doors. But I also think it's important to have sort of like positive reinforcement, not trying to like sit down. And I couldn't imagine like, all right, I'm going to go play FTL. Let's crank up a holo video and then just start pausing it and feeling like you're going to have any fun or much success with that. But we're early. We're all it's fine.
So first we're going to take all right, let's get started and we'll look over the ship, discuss what's good about it, what's bad about it.
Nothing's bad.
And then we'll begin. So the Kestrel A comes with 3 crew, 1 level of shields, 2 engines, O2, Artemis, and a burst.
That is 100% true. The Kestrel A does come with 3 starting crew. Good job, me. Hey, Dirt, happy Thanksgiving to you. Eat some chow while you were in Wait, while driving around in a tank? No, I wasn't driving around in a tank.
Laser 2.
I think you knew that.
As far as weapons go, the Burst Laser 2 is the best weapon in the game. Period.
Ooh, Burst Laser 2 being the best weapon in the game. Debatable. I'd like to now say it's the best purchasable weapon in the game. But I'm more thinking that the advanced flak at the speed and the 1 power cost is in fact the best weapon in the game. This is still, I think, the second. Generally speaking, the Burst 2 is going to be an upgrade over every single projectile weapon that you have. I don't think that's an extreme position to hold. And though there could be, like, if you're doing an all beam build to one-shot the flagship, well, you probably don't really need the Burst 2 in that position. But yeah, so if you were like, I should probably get Burst 2s when I do, it's a good idea. Hey, HVZR and Bose Maniac. I don't think I didn't change anybody's name. I doubt it.
Its ability to fire 3 projectiles for 2 power is pretty amazing, and that they're accurate, which is why I prefer it over the Flak 1.
Yeah, that's why it's better than the Flak 1. The shot accuracy. Flaks are pretty well liked within the community just because they are essentially like a slightly lesser version of the Burst 2. Yeah, we're reviewing a run that I did back from 2017. This was actually a tutorial. It's on my old YouTube channel. An in-depth guide to the Kestrel A. I was saying something. It was important. No. But flaks are actually they're a common weapon and only 65 scrap. We didn't really talk about money being a factor in what you do with procuring a weapon, because in some cases, like, you may not be able to afford a Burst Laser 2 and get it online, where you can get a Burst Laser 1 online and buy it. So those are things you should always consider. Not just that a weapon is better, but scrap management. It's such a huge thing, particularly the more you play. There becomes just a greater emphasis on how you spend your scrap. I see a lot of players, they kind of get locked into this idea of doing micro upgrades or somewhat linear upgrades to their weapon system. Like, oh, I got a chain laser, but I now could go into a whole laser, and okay, my whole laser, now I could go into a burst 1. Gotta swap that burst 1 for a burst 2, and like doing that kind of thing. It's just like, I mean, you sped up your volley, you bought a shot, but you just spent probably like 150 scrap for a single projectile, when you could have just bought the other weapon and then kind of started filling in your loadout.
Now the flak one was sort of put is just a tier below, along with, say, the halberd beam and Mark II ion. The Mark II ion can single-handedly drop level 4.
I'm sorry, what was that? No. I'm gonna need a replay with that.
Halberd beam and Mark II ion. The Mark II ion can single-handedly drop level 4 shield.
Okay, so apparently 5 years ago, I thought the top tier weapons were Flak 1, still is. Burst 2, still is. Halberd beam, absolutely. And the Ion Blast Mark II. That is inaccurate. The Ion Mark II isn't even the best ion weapon. The Charge Ion is the best ion weapon. At 3 power, it's... So the choices all around. The Mini Beam or Heavy Laser 1 would probably be better examples. I mean, there are some funky things in there. And I assume we're talking about purchasable weapons. So like dual lasers you can't buy, Charged Laser Plus you can't buy. That kind of thing. So yeah, there was a lot of people credit the fact, and it is true, that the Mark II Ion can stack itself and potentially take down 4 shields. That is a fact. But enemy ships have dodge, enemy ships have cloaking, and even though it could do that by itself, you really need to like not miss any shots for a very long period of time. Yeah, so that, I would say I have a much more different opinion than that. Ion builds just aren't as good because, again, they're taking up weapon slots that you generally want to be dealing damage. And I don't... Okay, that's one. Okay, one thing I said wrong. It's fine. It's okay.
Shields. The Flak 2, because of its inaccuracy and its inability to like hit on thinner hulled ships, so it gets a few demotion. It gets slightly demoted, but again, 3 projectiles against shields for 2 power. I think it's a 10-second charge time is amazing. And Halberd beam, just a nice balance of being a powerful weapon to finish off ships while giving you some piercing. Now,
yeah, again, Halberd beam is an absolute ship killer, particularly once you get hacking online.
The ship starts you off with 3 crew, and they're all humans. Humans are sort of like what you compare the base character. They start with 100 health like most of the other characters. The benefit of a human is that they're not bad at anything per se. They don't have a steep penalty for fighting or repairs like Mantis or NG. They're not slowed down like rocks or crystals. And they actually learn skills, become more proficient in skills a little bit faster. So when you're first starting out...
Nope, okay, we didn't go on that. Them learning skills faster is pretty irrelevant. If you're going to try and do win streaking, essentially you're just going to find a ship to farm on, and then you're just going to sit there for as much time as you want to gain those skills. It's a minor bonus. It's like you have to do like 3 iterations of something or 2 iterations of something before you get, you know, that extra little bit of experience on a system. But yeah, no, it is true. Like, humanitis, ha ha ha. But they can fix stuff. They can punch stuff. It's great. It's great. That's really big, particularly the fixing stuff. They do also only have 1 blue option, though. Apparently, I forgot to mention that. Maybe I'll get to it later. But not inaccurate. Not inaccurate. Just a little bit more in depth there.
FTL, you kind of notice the HUD overlay. Up in the top left corner, this is your hull. You're the only ship that starts with 30 hull. You're going to use that to your advantage a lot because you're going to take a lot of damage.
I mean, yeah, you're going to definitely... Hull is a resource. I don't know. I know I have what, one run that I did where I didn't take any hull damage. Of course, it was a Zoltan ship. But yeah, I don't think it is. I still think it's weird that there's the breakup is 10 10 10 for the player ship, but then it's on 11 for the AI. I don't understand why they did that design choice, but anyways.
Next to it is your scrap total. This is your money. This is how you're going to buy weapons, upgrades, crew members, and your any other rewards or pay bribes, whichever you need to use it for. Next we have your fuel, which we'll start with 16 on the ship, missiles, which we have 8, and drone parts, which are 2. So these are resources that we will be using up as we progress through the game. And actually a really nice feature is when you get rewards or bribes from other ships, the consumable items that you're given are exactly as in order as they're presented in the HUD here. So it would always be fuel, missiles, and then drones, followed by scrap. Then we'll have under here we have the list of our crew. And every time you highlight them, it will highlight them on the ship, show you how much health they have, and shows you their proficiency and skills from piloting, engines, shields, weapons, repairs, and fighting. And
this is a point where I want to point out, just it's not a thing, but like the menu system, the user interface in FTL is practically second to none. I mean, so for all the systems that are in play, for everything that's happening on the screen, the player has control over all of it. You can't see what's in augments or what your storage is, and you upgrades in a different menu. But like while you're fighting, while you're actually active in the gameplay itself, you have every single thing at your fingertips on the screen. And again, so many other games where you need a menu to go bring up a weapon, or you have to go do something else. It's actually really spoiled me, because now like I'll play other games. I'm like, why is this menu so? Why isn't just everything on the screen? Because that's what FTL does. They figured it out 10 years ago.
And to increase their proficiencies, they just have to perform the task. So every time the ship makes a dodge, if Johnson here is piloting, he'll get +1 in that skill. Once he gets to level 13. He levels up. Each one of these levels, or each one of these skills, has a total of 2 levels. Another feature here is the save your crew's current position, as well as the return them. So if you move your crew around the ship, you can just hit the return button, and they will all go back to their assigned locations. If you want to change someone's position, you can just simply save it here, and once again, they'll go where you tell them to. Now,
saving positions is still like the hardest thing to do in game.
The bottom here is your power distribution. So if we turn everything off, we'll see that each one of these fills up with a green bar. Now you can purchase more of them in your upgrades by power bars. They start at 20, go to 25, and then tap out at 30. Let's do power everything up here quickly. I don't want them dying.
20, 25, 30. This is 30, 35? Pretty sure this is 35. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
There's no oxygen. Now up top here is our main systems. These systems up on top, notice that you can only have a total of 8 systems. This is true for any ship that you have. And those... Sorry. And again, much like your power bars, you can buy upgrades, is you can buy upgrades for your shields, engines, medbay, oxygen, and weapons. And they increase the more power you want to put into them.
They increase in cost.
Shields is a little bit different because you have to buy 2 shields. You have to buy 2 upgrades in shields to get 1 extra shield layer. But everything else has a bit of a bonus with each upgrade. Now here are your subsystems.
Well, I mean, it is.
Okay, so we got there relatively unscathed.
Whoa.
So you can only have a total of.
Apologies. Where we're at. Sorry. Spoilers. There. Yes, you had to buy, 2 levels and shield to get a benefit, but there's still buffer points. Buffer points are. Hey, Shizamaru. Buffer points are actually pretty important. A lot of ships you generally want to get like buffer point shields, and then you get, but there are a couple exceptions where you get buffer points in weapons. That's also up for debate on a couple of ship layouts. But yeah, that can provide, well, and the system itself doesn't have a benefit. Like, it does mean that it can take a damage and still function the way you intend it to do so. Normally buffer points are, like I said, they're reserved for shields, weapons. Sometimes you can get them in other little systems, but generally that's going to be very, very late in the game that you do that kind of thing. I think there was one time where I had to buy sensors because I had a rock crew and mind control, and I just couldn't keep having my rock from engines to sensors. So FTL sort of. We're reviewing a run. This is a tutorial run, an in-depth guide to the Kestrel A that I did 5 years ago.
8 systems. This is true for any ship that you have. Increase the more power you want to put into them.
Piloting near the end increase. Yeah. I mean, like, well, there's like the O2 you upgrade just to, like, as a counter to hacking, but you might want to do that earlier in some circumstances. Actually, you don't even need the upgrade if you're just going to kill them so fast and they can't hack you down in time anyways. Piloting is less of an issue unless you don't have cloaking. Like, if you don't have that cloaking on the surge, then, like, the fact that a stray shot could hit you, like a missile could hit you and then set you up for the surge, it would be very beneficial to at least give yourself some dodge capabilities.
Shields is a little bit different because you have to buy 2 shields. You have to buy 2 upgrades in shields to get 1 extra shield layer, but everything else has a bit of a bonus with each upgrade. Now here are your subsystems. We have your doors, your piloting, your sensors, and your doors. Upgraded in piloting just means that your ship will have autopilot. So once you get to level 2, it'll dodge at 50% of its normal level invasion. Sensors let you see at level 1.
All right, slight clarification, because that's not really there. It dodges at 50% if you don't have a pilot. I remember doing this. I think Squago also was doing this, where people would just be like, oh, like I upgrade piloting and I get 50% more dodge. No. What it does is that if you don't have a pilot and you're at level 1 piloting, you got 0 evasion. If you're at level 2 piloting and you have no pilot, then it's 50% what you would have normally. Again, there's also no crew bonus. And then at level 3, you have 80% of what your dodge level would be if you had a pilot.
We'll let you see what's inside your own ship. At higher levels, you can actually see the interiors of the enemy ships as well as other information. You can improve doors as well. This helps deal with enemy crews and limits damage you can take from, like, spreading of fires.
It's true. Higher doors.
Now your subsystems are shown over in the lower right-hand side, and unlike your main systems, they don't require any power. They will stop functioning if they're damaged, like your other systems, but you don't have to be concerned about having enough energy to run them. I also have some lovely quick keys to open doors and close them. Double tap opens even the outside doors, while a single one just is the interior.
Doors are fun.
Now, the sort of most noteworthy feature of this game is the ability to pause at any point in time for any reason you want to. This allows...
Yeah, that's a special comment there for Hollow, Farb, Necro Rebel, Dolphin Chemist, George. I mean, you can just spacebar.
You to, think about exactly what you want to do in a given fight or any given situation.
I probably didn't know there was 2. No, I definitely didn't know there was 2 space bars. Well, there's not 2 space bars. Sorry, you have 2 pause buttons. So one is your space bar, and the other one is your middle mouse button. So the micro pauses that I now do as a player to just slowly progress the game a few frames, that's enabled by alternating between 2 different pauses. Let's see. Speaking of Kestrels, I used the bay and reached Sector 6 with just the starting 4 bay. It can do that. It's not ideal, but it can do that. I think Farb actually killed the flagship with starting weapons, if I recall correctly.
As well as you can give out orders to micromanage crew, or if you wanted to shift power between systems. Let's see. So we also have, I guess we should go over, we have the indicator for your shields up top. This tells you our current shield status. Each one of these bubbles will represent a layer of
I don't know if I had this microphone or that one. Also, I am playing the above video at 1.5 times speed because it's like 4 hours, and then I'm also going to be stopping to do commentary over it, so we're just speeding up a little bit. 1.5? 1.5, yeah. If I probably a little bit more.
Shields that you currently have, and the bar below is the recharge chime for a shield layer to refill.
But yeah, let me know if 1.5 is a little bit too fast.
We also have our jump, Endership. Again, we sort of already looked through the powers and the upgrades. There's an undo button, so if you're not the best at math, you can click on any of these upgrades to see how much scrap something will take. You also have the crew, which gives you a sort of details of what each individual member does. You can also rename them here if you want to. Again, all ships max out at a total of 8 crew. And then we have our...
you can also dismiss your crew. That's the thing some people miss. If you just want to get rid of a crew for whatever reason, you can just dismiss them from that field.
Equipment page. So the top will be the weapons. Drone system, if installed, will be in the second part. Cargo, we can hold 4 items. These are weapons or drones. And then there are also augments. These are sort of passives for the ship. And again, you can also only hold 3 of these. To start out, we're going to, with our 3 crew, we have 1 in pilot, 1 in engines, and 1 in weapons. This is pretty standard. If you don't have somebody in pilot, you have no evasion, and you actually can't jump. The pilot, well, aside from the fact that you have evasion while he's there versus not, he also has a +5 evasion, as does everybody else. There's no skill penalty across any of these species, so you don't have to worry of like, oh, an NG being a pilot versus a human, it's the same. So the pilot is the most important job. I mean, if you don't have a pilot, you're not evading shots that are coming in. That's normally a recipe for a very bad time. Second most important spot is normally engine.
Again, this is something I don't know if I'll get to. Yes, there's not a penalty. So like the Mantis on weapons isn't like better at weapons or worse at weapons. But there are definitely more preferred spots to place your crew. Again, slug pilot is pretty common because they can't be mind controlled, and you don't want that like mind control coming in late when there's a volley if you're trying to cloak it. NGs kind of as a ranger, you don't want them into a man station. You want them to be able to run around to use their 2 times repair speed. Mantis sort of the same thing to help deal with borders, or generally using them as borders. Then everything else is, I mean, you can talk a little bit about Zoltans, like you want them in a system where they can make use of their reactor that they provide.
Again, the engines also help for evasion, and while having no one in engines doesn't drop your evade to 0, if your engines are powered off, it does. Same thing with piloting. If you have no if the pilot system takes damage, you also have no evasion. Evasion is a very important part of the game. The ability to dodge incoming damage and prevent your systems from taking damage is key for a successful run. The third most important system is normally weapons. Manned weapons gives you a 10% buff on how fast it takes weapons to find a lock. There's a couple other positions that can be manned.
Yeah, so this is another thing I'm going to kind of disagree with. I think you have to ban weapons second. The evasion, the 5% evasion bonus is not nearly as important as your weapons charging faster, particularly in the early sectors. Enemy ships are going to have 2 to 3 power in their weapon systems, and those are all really fast weapons. Those are your heavy lasers, burst 1s, burst 2s, flak 1s, ions. Again, all these weapons generally are going to be firing within a 10 to 12 second time frame. So you do want, in fact, to have your second crew, generally speaking, placed on their weapon system so that you have that charge time and your shots get fired off. Shots early enough means you don't have to evade. Yeah. You may not have to evade, exactly.
And as well, shields.
I could argue, depending on certain layouts, like if doors are close enough to engines, you should just man doors. I don't have like a hard rule about this. It also just kind of depends on your crew and how squishy they are. if you have like NGs and Zoltans, it's a little bit more paramount to have that kind of door control to help out with borders. But then there's like, what's the line of wanting to charge your FTL as fast as possible versus, you know, helping you deal with borders as those situations come up.
Can be buffered so that the shield bubbles are restored percentage faster. Now there are also piloting, again, as we already talked about how that improves, or actually only functions when you have additional crew members. Doors actually improve by 1 level if they're manned, as do sensors. And in fact, if you look at the lower end of the screen, you will see that there is a little icon of a person above every system, letting you know whether the system is manned and whether manning them has a benefit. So I think we should start out. Everyone starts out in Sector 1, it's a civilian sector, kind of a hodgepodge of enemy ships. You should always take a look around the sector and make sure there's no kind of screwy layouts. There will be times where you think that there's a connecting point between jumps, and
I love that. I caught myself. There's a time where I mean, other people didn't scout their layouts and they got sucker to die. That definitely never happened to me ever.
it can set you up for bad times, that you get stuck behind the enemy ship or behind the advancement of the enemy fleet. Those fights are a lot harder. So the point of any sector is, of course, to make jumps to get to the exit, and we will go to the next sector. There's a total of 8. The best strategy is to stay ahead of the upcoming fleet. There will actually be a red line. It's not on the screen yet, but there will be. And it slowly starts consuming the entire sector. And you want to reach the exit before you fall behind that enemy line. But at the same time, it's best to get in as many jumps as possible before you reach the exit, since each jump is a potential opportunity for rewards and scraps and thus improvements on your ship. In fact, within a given sector, ships progress in difficulty, so you just want to stay just above the line of the upcoming fleet.
Again, it's like Sector 1, Sector 2 ships are basically identical. They don't start scaling until Sector 3, so they actually don't scale in Sector 2. I think the important thing is, like, within the sector, ships don't scale in difficulty. They are set. So it's not like if you're doing really well, they're going to start throwing in like 3 shielded ships in Sector 1s just to give you a challenge or anything along those lines.
Now each jump takes 1 fuel. That includes the jump from one sector to another. That's important to remember.
Yeah.
If you run out of fuel, you'll have to wait for someone to help you out, and that might be that they offer you fuel, or that you'll have to destroy their ship.
Also, you may not actually get fuel. Maybe nothing happens. I've personally seen somebody take 6 jumps at a beacon before they got fuel from it. And those fights, also, those ships will automatically be running away. That includes the flagship, by the way. If you fight the flagship and have no fuel, it'll jump away. Now that I think about it, if you're at the base... and you have, like, let's say you have like a Zoltan shield and level 3 cloak, could you essentially create an indefinite lock? Like, you have no fuel and the flagship just keeps trying to jump away from you, but it never destroys the base and you're just there forever.
Now we have our system powered up using every available power in our system save 1, which is the med bay, since where you don't require any healing. It's standard that it's not powered up at this time. We'll take our first jump.
Let's go back to that map there for a second there, Crow. All right, so I took this beacon here. We just saw that. That is wrong. That's wrong. When you're mapping sector layouts, as we just showed, it is important to see that jumps connect, but also you want to know where stores are. So if I take this beacon, then I don't know if this is going to be a store. And with this ship, I don't want to store early with this ship. Generally, I'll just upgrade shields and then hold on to the rest of my scrap for the first 2 sectors. And then all that scrap is just going to go into procuring weapon or hacking, maybe mind control, maybe an alternative system, depending on what it is. But generally, that's the 2 things that I'm looking for. And I want that information. I want to know, like, if there's already a store here, then there's a lot less likely chance that I'm going to find a store anywhere later in the sector. So taking this jump, like, it doesn't scout any additional beacons for me, so it provides me with no additional information. Yeah, so actually, no, I would now have taken this jump and then, like I said, kind of weed my way down and then back up. Hello, Xenon. To know where stores are located. Since I didn't do that, then I probably wouldn't have talked about why this is equally important. Knowing where the stores are is paramount to victory. It's true that you could probably you can definitely win without doing this kind of due diligence. You can win because a store is just going to be on your flight path and everything is fine. But in terms of making decisions on how you want to spend scrap on your ship, you have to know where the stores are, where they're located. So you can be like, all right, well, I have all the stores for the sector. I'm in a little bit of a bad shape, so I might as well spend money on myself now to help limp my way to a store in the upcoming sector. Vice versa, you could be like, all right, I know I haven't seen any stores. There's 2 in the sector. There's 2 beacons in the exit remaining. This next beacon is definitely the beacon after where I am is going to be a store. So I can wait around in this fight. And even if I take a few hits, it's fine because I know like the next jump I'm going to be able to get repairs.
From one sector to another, that's important to remember.
But yeah,
if
you
run out of fuel,
definitely
you'll have
want
to
to
wait
know
for someone to
where
help you
stores are
out,
located
and that might be
at
that
all
they offer you
times.
fuel, or that you'll have to destroy their ship.
Scouting is...
Now we have our system powered up, using every available power
that?
in our system save 1, which is the med bay. Since where you don't require any healing, it's standard that it's not powered up at this time.
Other me's a little louder.
Take our first jump. Another large fleet of civilian ships are held up at this beacon. It appears to be a rebel checkpoint. Everyone is inspected for possible ties to Federation. No one has noticed you yet. Fend for ourselves, bribe, or shut down your non-vital systems and stay hidden. Most times, you'll want to attack enemy ships. Bribes are normally reserved.
I am listening to that 1.5 speed so we can get through. I mean, I'm a little bit excited at times, but yeah, a little bit more so just because of that. Plus, that also is it's very easy to sync which one of us is talking.
For that you've taken too much.
Also, don't bribe ships. In this particular event, don't bribe ships. They can just take the money and then turn you over to the Federation anyways. Or the Rebellion, sorry. We're the Federation, we're the good guys.
Damage, and you simply can't risk going into battle. So we'll choose option 1 to fend and attack and escape. So the enemy ship layout, we can use... They follow the exact same rules, except for the flagship, that our ship does. So we can see that they have weapons, drones, shield system with 1 shield, oxygen, engine, and piloting. We see that they have a basic beam weapon, so that requires 1 power.
I want to apologize to the FTL community for referring to the mini beam as basic. I was very young and foolish back in those days. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Mini beam is lovely. It's great. Sorry.
Doesn't look like they have any other weapons, so I'm going to assume they have an attack drone of some sort to try and get through our shields. And there it is. It's another beam. This is looks like to be a, yeah. So two beam weapons.
That's beam 2, Crow. Beam 1 is smaller than the beam 2. Also, just it does have some Mike would know a program on how it like generates drones on the opposing ship. So there may not have been an offensive drone. I have no idea in terms of like it'll actually be more likely or not. But by the way, this thing would absolutely just kill Stealth B. Just throwing that out there.
The enemy ship's in for a bad time. Beam weapons cannot cut through shields.
Well, these beam weapons can't. Halberd and Glaive could.
So we are in absolutely no danger of taking any damage. As such, we're not actually going to waste any of our missiles on taking down the enemy ship. Good tip. And while we normally target weapons in a fight, since it's no threat, we're going to start off by targeting the shields with our burst laser.
Targeting the burst here is fine. What we could do, though, is we could wait for the FTL to charge and then try and see if we can get a crew kill by shooting their oxygen system. Okay, so 1 shot landed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 9 hull. Now, it's 7 hull that will kill a human. Like, the amount of times it takes them to repair oxygen 7 times, they will die from asphyxiation, essentially. So there actually was a potential opportunity to go for a crew kill here. Like, it doesn't actually require a fire. It would be helpful. We have a 10% chance on each projectile hitting.
Okay, well, with 1 damage, we took down the shield, so we know that they have a total of 2 points of energy, or they have a shield system of only 2 fuel points, or 2 energy bars.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes they can't have a buffer point in their shield system.
It's also worth noting that enemy AI really prioritize repairs to shields almost more than anything else. So in early sectors, with most likely facing very limited crew, targeting the shields means that there's no one piloting the ship anymore.
No. All right. Yes, the AI prioritizes shield defensively, like if you board your Kyoki here because the ship could run away. There is the runaway potential, but that's why we would keep the Artemis charged. That really lessens that from being a thing. Why didn't you... So this was, like I said, this is a tutorial run that was just up on YouTube. I don't know if I had camera back then. Maybe I did. It was a while before I actually started doing camera on streams. Yeah, so repairs are just repairs, actually. So there's some weirdness, like yes, they do want to repair shields. Like sometimes they'll leave doing repairs on another system to go onto shields versus other ones. But they're just generally going to send 1 crew in, unless there's like a fire. Then they send 2 crew in. And if there's a breach and the breach gets repaired, then, or the fire gets put out and like the crew were just too low on health to help with that, then crew will move in to assist with the repair. Is a cost. That's true. If doing the way I say to, which is like attempting potentially go for a crew kill, and it might cost you a missile to stop them going away. That's a fair consideration to be made. Sure. I guess depends on like how many missiles you have and whatnot, but yeah, it's a good point.
Barring them having advanced piloting upgraded, which is also unlikely, actually means they probably won't be able to dodge our next attack.
Yeah, I don't know where I come up with phrases like it's unlikely. Again, Mike has a guide that'll show you these ships, what is their range that the range of the systems can have based on the ship layout and the sector in which you face them. This is only based on hard mode difficulty because it changes in other modes.
So we can just alternate between the shields and the piloting since we don't have any threats from anything else. So we try to take down this vessel.
We could add that I know that their drone control maxes out at 3 power, so there's not a repair bot going. We also could look at their doors to see their crew movement.
All right, now we got 2 missiles, 1 drone part, and 15 scrap.
Nice.
In hard mode, the various amounts of differences, we'll put off the flagship fight difference, but in the general game is that we didn't begin with any starting scrap. I think in easy mode it's 30. You have 10 or 20 in normal. It's been a while since I did normal, and you have 0 starting scrap in hard mode. Enemy ships are also harder, and they give you less reward.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'll go to a second shot. All right, scans show a remote settlement being blockaded by a pirate ship. The ship has a messages you. Stay out of this, or you'll be next. Concentrate fire on attack the pirate or ignore them. All right,
Why am I reading the quest lines? I don't know why I'm doing that. That's a thing. Also, my camera. Can I filters? That's so weird. You crop the top and no, because I am kind of blocking the other ship systems here. Yeah, no, I don't know if I will. It hasn't come up yet, but I guess I'll just shrink it. And we can shrink this a little bit so we can see the enemy systems more clearly a little bit. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Can you highlight this? Thanks, OBS. There we go. It's good.
We'll attack the pirate. Missions like this, where it talks about how there's a ship engaging another ship or a settlement, have potential for getting 2 rewards.
Settlements are guaranteed double rewards. Settlements and outposts are always guaranteed double rewards if you defeat the ship. It's saving a ship that is essentially a coin flip whether you get a double reward or not.
So these are fights that are particularly good to worthwhile taking. All right, we're going to continue. We see the enemy ship they have a clone bay instead of a med bay, so that if their crew members die, they, after a short period of time, will be cloned and respawn. They also have a teleporter, which allows them to send boarders onto our ship, and we'll have to fight them. The weapon system looks to be, it's either Artemis or Leto, so it's a 1 to 2 damage rocket. And they also have an ion weapon. So the ion weapon will hit our shields and shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's the missile, since the missile ignores shields. That's the real threat we want to deal with. And we're now waiting for the border to come on and our weapons to charge. Okay, well they decided to be nice and put a rock into the med bay. So we're going to wait. We'll damage the med bay a little bit, but we want to get off our volley first to try and take down the weapon system. Normally...
Yeah, I like that call. I don't know if now I would think about, because apparently I haven't even mentioned that we could potentially crew kill this ship. We know that there's only 2 crew on this ship, right? Because the engine doors opened up and they go piloting, engines, then weapons. So if they're sending crew from the engines, that means that they only have 2 crew that are boarders. So there's a possibility that we could like punch down the rock, leave it with just enough health that it'll teleport back. And then because they can't heal with the clone bay, they would have to send a second boarder in. But yeah, as Zanon just pointed out, the ship does have missiles. If it's an Artemis, we don't want to mess around with that at all. That's just way too dangerous. But if we were in a more safe fight, what essentially we do is we let the rock go back, and then we kill the other one and shoot down the clone bay. The rock would go into the clone bay, try to repair it, then we would shoot the clone bay again and kill the rock in the process.
You will start taking down the enemy's weapon system. Now, it's important to note that they don't have buffers in their weapon systems.
That's not exactly true. Some ships can, in fact, particularly in the later game, actually have buffer points in their weapon systems. Door hacking too.
As well as they also have a finite amount of missiles, and same with drone parts.
The flagship has infinite missiles because those things kind of operate like artillery weapons, so they just keep firing. The number of missiles the ship has is actually based on the ship layout. Yeah, there's also auto scouts with buffer points.
So when I mean that they don't have a buffer in their weapon system, it's that however much power it takes to make this rocket and this ion, the stunner, function.
Why am I calling it rockets instead of missiles?
That's exactly how much power that they have. So if you do damage, you will start taking weapons offline.
Again, that's not true.
Also,
But generally it is.
Order that the weapons are on the ship.
I do like using a missile here, because again, I don't know if this is an Artemis or not. This actually looks to be... Excuse me, I'm talking past me. My junior here. If this is a weapon slot 1, then it can be a Leto or an Artemis. If this was weapon slot 2, then it would have to be a Leto. Yeah, it's possible that this is actually before the 1.06 patch. I don't know when that came down. Oh.
How they will break down. So because we did 2 damage, the item typically sort of goes reverse order. So that the item on the left, actually, the weapon on the left will depower before the item on the right.
I don't know what that word salad was. So this is an Artemis, and this has 2 power in it, and this is an ion stunner, and it only has 1 power in it. If we do 2 damage to the weapon system, it essentially will force this weapon to depower because they don't have enough power reactors for it. Yeah.
All right, so 2 power system, 2 our weapons. That's not good. We also forgot to fire off our laser because we were doing an explanation.
Yeah, also shoot your laser.
I'm going to switch off the weapon system because we have taken 2 damage and convert power to the Artemis. And we're going to try and repair that system as fast as we can, since our 1 shield will absorb the ion weapon. But we also now want to do it with this intruder.
So before the 1.6, the weapon depowering, it actually, well, again, how much system damage you do forces them to make certain decisions. But it used to be that the weapon with the least amount of charge was the one that went offline. But they got rid of that in the 1.6, so I don't inherently know exactly how they do it anymore. Which is a bit of a letdown, because it was this really cool idea that sometimes you could, like, cloak a missile and then just do 1 damage to the weapon system and know that that was the weapon that was going to go offline.
Now, since he's fighting in the mid...
This is a little bit interesting that we brought the pilot into here to deal, but we don't want to take the system damage. That makes sense. Of course, it still would have been better if we fired the burst laser. It almost would definitely take it offline, just because there's no pilot here, so their evasion would be less. But I like trying to get my weapons fixed and swapping back to the burst 2.
Med bay, we can actually power the medic bay. And even though rocks have 150 health, we don't have to worry about this fight. So we're going to attack the weapon system again. Alright, and now they're going to offer us a bribe. Alright, we give up. We're terrible at this pirating anyway. They're offering 3 fuel, 1 drone part, and 8 scrap. In hard mode, the amount of scraps in Sector 1 can range anywhere from as low as 7 to about 25. 15 is about the average.
Yeah, I'm sure I could use more accurate numbers. I think it's... I thought 22 is actually currently the max.
And you normally get about 2 consumables. The offer here isn't particularly great. We already have 14 fuel. I normally like to keep the ships at about 12 to 13.
I now like to keep ships at around 14 fuel. Sometimes I can't do that, but since I've swapped to trying to do 14 fuel, I've ran out of fuel once. Maybe twice. But like, it's a pretty extreme situation. I don't like to be stuck in dives. Some people don't fear dive ships nearly as much as I do.
We don't actually have any use for drone parts right now.
And again, it depends on your systems. Like if I'm 100% safe, I guess, but then I'm 100% safe, so I'm just buying fuel anyways to not deal with the inconvenience.
Now, so it's really just 8 scrap to have 2 fuel sort of make up the scrap difference. Fuel being only about 3 scrap, it's not a particularly good offer from them. So we're going to say we can't forgive their piracy. And now we're actually going to switch back to the burst laser, since their weapon system is completely crushed. Which is often, with the teleport system, that the enemies will try and teleport away before they die. As long as the teleport system has finished draining, there's an amount of time it takes between teleports.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, teleports have a cooldown, just like when the player uses them. When an enemy crew gets at about, I believe it's like 25% health, they'll return back to their ship. There are some exceptions. Event boarders never go back. Like, they don't want to go back. So if you hack a teleporter, if you have a ship that has event boarders and a teleporter, you hack the teleporter, those event boarders will continue to board you. They will board you non-stop. So if they have a clone bay, they'll respawn and they'll run right to the teleporter and try and board you again. Flagship also has the capability in Phase 3 to keep boarding you. This is exciting, yeah. They also will return back to their ship for certain parameters that deals with like how many systems they have damaged. About a month ago, Mike wanted to try and do a deep dive into understanding exactly what made them go back. Because sometimes they jump back for no real discernible reason. Hello, Faith. But yeah, this has cooldown. Once it comes off a cooldown and they hit that threshold of health, they'll go back.
So we can power the armors back up. With the weapon system down, we'll shift over to the shields. Okay, they have the iron weapon back up. That's still not a threat. And this time we have a mantis.
That was interesting. So... anti-personnel bot stops to get... Yeah, the anti-personnel bot like has to have a person in the room to fight. Like, so if you just mind control one crew and they're the only crew left and there's just the anti-personnel bot, they just don't interfere with them. Time my cloaking. Yeah, I love doing that. I love cloaking so they can't jump back. It's such a fun little strategy. It just... like a thing you don't associate with the system. You know, like, all right, like all it does is dodge, but also, so the rock was in piloting. This came off a cooldown. I don't know if the rock was still in this room, but I think we started a fire in the shields here, and that's why the mantis stopped doing repairs and weapons and came over. Or maybe this came into cooldown and it was just running over here to board us. Could be either or.
Now, mantis is just like a human, except they... and all other stats except their repair speed is half, but their damage is 1.5 times. So they are a threat. They will win most fights against almost every other species in the game.
Yep.
Oh, we got stunned. So we got 2 fuel and 13 scrap. So compared to what the bribe offer was, we got 1 less fuel, but 5 less scrap. That's totally worthwhile. Plus, since it was a potential for 2 awards, we got additional scrap for
Again, not potential, guaranteed.
which we wouldn't have gotten with the bribe. Alright, let's continue.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
am
wait for everyone to stop
100%
getting
still a
stunned.
chance. So
And continue on with the fight. Now, a strategy you can do is, if you have like one person taking too much damage, is you can actually select both crew or anybody in the room, so we can select them and send them to a different location while the game is paused. You then can actually select an individual crew member and replace them back into the room, and you'll see from the green squares, it indicates their new locations. As you unpause the game, they now switch spots.
crew swapping's a good strat. Good
Alright, we're
tactic.
gonna go heal up in the med bay. The only thing, well, the 2 things you have to consider is, 1, you always go left to right, top to bottom, when you send your crew into a room. The only exception is if there's a station to be manned, they will always go to that location first.
Sometimes mind control can create some bugs.
So we're up to about 30, so we're up to 35 scrap. Our main goal in Sector 1 is to get to a level 2 shield.
With the ship.
It makes fights a lot easier.
Crow, buddy, what are you doing there, Crow? You didn't get finished on explaining how you need to get a buffer point in your shield right now. So because you get a buffer point in your shield, so if fights are bad and you take a damage to your shield still functions, because there's like nasty things like shields result in shields and disruptors and riggers, and they can happen in hazard events. And we have 20 scrap, and so we're not in a hazard event. We can spend that to increase our shields, which is what you should do with this particular ship. Again, other ships, you buffer points in their weapon systems, but yeah, okay, that was...
Okay, so now we're going up against a Zoltan ship, looks like. Soon after arriving at the system, you are hailed by a small cruiser. What good fortune that we happen to run into each other.
Wow, let's see. So we have a heavy laser 1 and a basic laser. So the heavy laser could suppress our shield, and this could deal 1 damage. Man, if that 1 damage was dealt to our shield system, then we would be in for a really, really bad time.
Nothing personal, but you have some information we need. Alright, so the Zoltan ship, nothing particularly fancy here, except that they, as all Zoltan ships do, they have a Zoltan shield. The Zoltan shield requires 5 damage before it goes away, and it stops everything. Missiles, lasers, or beam weapons.
Well, like, I just jumped to a beacon. I'm not even scouting the sector looking for stores.
Drones.
Pass me.
So we're going to have to do 5 damage. Luckily, our burst does 3, and our Artemis does 2, so with any luck, we'll get 1 salvo before they become vulnerable to our attacks. We can see the weapon system. They have a heavy, which is 1 power, deals 2 damage. And is that a burst? So that's a 2 power, 2 damage. 2 power weapon with 2 shots that deal 1 damage each.
This is a really bad idea. This is a basic laser. It's 1 power. It's 1 damage. That's it. That's all it is. It's not a burst 1. We continue. I just misspoke. I don't totally know the difference.
Oh, nope, it's just a basic laser. Okay.
See?
So yeah, we got the first salvo through, and took their shield down with 1 go. Alright, so we just took down their weapon system. Now we can focus on taking down their shield. Again, they come with an offer. 4 fuel, 3 missiles, and 8 scrap. So again, we see if we're looking at our 15 average, 8 scrap, we're losing about 7 there. But we're eventually going to buy fuel, so plus 3 fuel is likely, so that's worth about 9 scrap. And missiles, which we're using, we're already down to 6. Those are worth 6 scrap in stores.
Zoltan shield can be longer than 5 points. Only for the flagship. Only for the flagship can it be more. Though, it used to apparently be if you targeted a Zoltan shield with a repair burst, they would actually gain health on the Zoltan shield. Used to be a fun bug. I don't know why you would do such a thing. This offer is somewhat interesting. Like 3 missiles is a decent number of missiles. I think if it was 6, I'd care more. Because it's possible we just don't find a weapon in stores. And of course, it hurts that I'm not scouting for stores already.
So I'm actually going to accept this offer. It's unlikely that the scrap reward will I'll give.
No. We were just talking about this. If they offered me 6 missiles, it'd be more interesting of an acceptance there. We need scrap. We want as much scrap as we possibly can get in the sector so that we can determine and make decisions for our ship. And the more money we have, the more flexibility we have in making those decisions. Again, I like having 14 fuel now, only 13 to 12 back then. And the value. Yeah. As I was saying, saving up for money for stores is paramount. We would almost certainly get more scrap from defeating this ship than taking that surrender. I don't think the 3 missiles are that persuasive. The fuel is not different. Yeah, it is very easy to get tricked into value. So value is like chasing dives early on because, well, I was going to buy those engines and reactor eventually. Well, that could be true, but if you have a store coming up, then you actually spent more money now. It also has to deal with like opportunity costs. Yeah, it could also high roll an item drop, absolutely. If you were desperate for fuel surrenders, makes a lot of sense. Desperate for missiles, or you knew you were going to be very reliant on the missiles, again, that could make sense, but here, no.
Or outgain what they were giving us in the bribe.
It's not too late, Crow. You can still buff shields.
Just ahead.
You could do it.
Of the warning line there. Especially armed pirate ship approaches you. Hand over one of your crew members and the rest of you can go free unharmed. So slave ships are fantastic in that you have a chance to pick up additional crew members often from them. So no, we will never surrender one of our crewed slavers. So again, we have a heavy 1, so it's 1 power 2 damage, and a beam weapon.
Got those right.
Actually, the timing on these will sync up pretty well. So we have to be careful that there's salvo, or we have target weapons.
So I thought what I was about to explain is the timing on those weapons means that if you put a person in shields, you can negate 1 to 2 damage from the mini beam. It's actually possible to make it so that you don't take damage, that the shield charge rate of having a crew man on the shields makes the fight safer. Except that and considering that they don't even have crew on their weapons, well, it's a possibility with that layout, I think. Also filled with money. Yeah, slaver ships are high scrap rewards here.
10 times, so that the heavy laser will take down the shield, and that will leave us vulnerable to the beam weapon. Luckily that didn't happen. Okay, hey, you surrender. Take one of our slaves as tribute. If you destroy, they'll die anyway. We absolutely are going to take crew. Crew members. Surrender. Take one of our slaves as tribute. If you destroy, they'll die anyway. We absolutely are going to take crew.
No. I just got done explaining that. I just got done explaining this. Okay. All right. It's okay. You cared about crew back then. What changed? We have 3 crew that aren't bad at anything, and our micro can help deal with borders. Yes, NGs have the most blue option. Well, not even the most blue options. They have a lot of blue options in the game, and they give us 2 extra repair speed. But I need money. We still haven't even gotten to second shield yet. Like, I definitely want to get enough scrap online so we can get to shields 2 and mitigate damage taking. Because I took surrender, I haven't got a buffer point in my shields yet. Even more so, there's no way that I should accept this. That's completely wrong and ridiculous.
Crew members range.
It's ridiculous.
You like buy them at the store.
It's fine.
Anywhere from like 45 to.
It's not ridiculous. It's, again, you could justify it as, look, I get blue options. It'll pay for itself. It'll also help deal with border situations and whatever. But what I'm doing is I'm risking putting myself in a dangerous situation. Next jump could hack my shield bubble with the beam drone and or hacking in itself and hack my weapons and chew my entire ship up. This isn't a ship. If you're not a 4-person boarding ship, then you're really not looking for crew as surrenders. There could be certain exceptions. I'm not saying there aren't, but Yeah, on hard mode, I don't think you can accept this.
65,
Definitely not on this
60,
ship. Not
65
where I'm
scraps, 60
at
scraps,
as
Vulcans
well.
are 60, humans are 45. We'll most certainly take an NG.
Stop
Now,
saying
NGs are
certain.
great in that they have a boost to their repairs. So they actually repair at twice the speed of normal crew. Not the only problem is the downside is that their damage in combat is reduced by half. Now we haven't seen any in the game because this ship is really terrible for them. They're known as blue options. So sometimes when you get to a jump, it'll have just all your text right we've seen thus far has been white in color, but there will be blue options as well if you meet certain requirements. And blue options are normally much better than the standard options that you are going to get. And NGs happen to have, I think, actually the most blue options in the game.
So I said generally that's fair. Normally, blue options are best. There are certain times where blue options aren't as good. You valued blue options so much back then. I probably thought the Federation A was the better of the ships. That's very sad. This actually doesn't have the most blue options. I think slugs technically have more. Also, Lanius have more. Just most of the Lanius are in abandoned sectors. Clearly at sea. It's a debate.
As far as crew members go, the least amount happens to actually be humans with a total of 1.
That is actually true.
Now we're
Good
going
job.
to place him on doors instead of shields or sensors. We don't really need sensors. You can actually get most of the important information just by looking at the basic ship layout. So the next level sensors being able to look into the ships isn't particularly important. That might change.
I just so I'm not talking about stuff. Yeah, no, I like the Federation A when you start out. I mean, its system kills the flagship. It just kills it. Like the artillery beam kills the flagship, and you know, Artemis missiles are bad. You learn pretty early that missiles are quote unquote bad. But the fact that you have a buffer point in your system, the fact that you have just a totally another weapon so you can do damage to another system, the fact that you can take 1 damage and your weapons can still fire, it's such a massive difference that, you know, the blue options of the Federation A and also its pretty poor venting don't make up for those facts. Technically, like the most blue options in the game is something like Sensors 2, where you're getting 3 to 5 blue options in every non-nebula sector. I once did that fairly recently, some point this year, upgraded my sensors to level 2, and it didn't proc a single blue option. So
If we had something like mind control or boarding, so we know what kind of situation we're getting into. Him being in shield versus doors, the bonus to shields is just not particularly helpful. While the fear of people boarding our ship is kind of is always bad. Boarding our ship is bad, but they'll teleport to the ship quickly early on in fights or through events. So having someone man the doors that prevents enemies from being able to just quickly access the ships is beneficial. And if we enter an event where there is no boarding, we can quickly move him over to shields anyways.
Yep.
Before we take any damage or whatsoever. So more times than not, it's best to put any additional crew on doors before you actually put them on shields. And we'll save their location and take another jump. Alright, scans reveal a large asteroid nearby. Short-range scanners may discover useful materials while you wait for the FTL to recharge. So we can explore the asteroid field or too dangerous while we wait for the FTL to charge. So we're going to explore the field. You discover the remains of a ship embedded in the asteroid. It still has some functioning missiles. Okay, so we got 2 missiles and 18 scrap. Another important thing to know about this game is that these quests or these options are not always consistent. I don't just mean in the rewards, being like, oh, you get 2 missiles or 2 drones or some fuel.
Thanks, Far. Thanks for the reminder there, buddy. Glad you're helping out. You know what? I just had another new idea. Next run I'm going to review is Farb's blind mode run of FTL. We're going to review that. We're going to have to do that at like 30 times speed, so we can get through that one fight in half an hour. How about them apples? Look, my camera's angry. Do you need that buffer so early on in the first sector? Absolutely. So sorry. Very angry for no apparent reason right now. The buffer point in the shield system is to defend against worst case scenarios. Like, a lot of the time, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter at all. But there are certain situations where it really will. Like I said, we saw that previous fight against the basic laser in a heavy laser 1. That heavy laser knocks our shield, basic laser goes into shields. Let's say it starts a double fire. It's a 10% chance it could start a fire. I don't know what's the chance it does double fires, if that's just a coin flip or not. But now our shields are completely offline, and here's this heavy 1 shot, this 2 damage heavy laser shot coming into our ship, and it cracks our weapons and starts 2 fires. Well, that's now we have a really, really bad time on our hands. Now we're in a really awful situation that putting a buffer point in our shields would mitigate. So again, that's not always going to be what's going to happen. Your shields aren't always going to get hit, or the buffer point, like the fight, it wasn't going to inherently matter. That's a possibility. It's the fights where it was going to matter. And like the worst kind of events are things like early drone control, offensive, early combat ones in like an asteroid field or a solar flare. Having that buffer point means like that you have a shield intact when you're getting pelted by multiple projectiles at once. Boop. But yeah, again, for this ship, each ship has their own kind of starts. Most ships, you want to upgrade your shields first. So you go 20, 30 into shields. There are some exceptions. I would say Stealth A, Stealth C, Zoltan A, Zoltan C, you actually upgrade weapons first. The Zoltan shield and 1 shield bubbles, you're fine. You should be fine most fights with just those upgrades. And what you're essentially doing is you're protecting your best assets, which are the weapon systems. The only other alternatives I could think of is Stealth B, you would upgrade cloaking first, and Mantis B, you would upgrade engines as fast as possible to at least level 2 so you can run away from fights.
Or different scrap amounts. But in that, there'll be positive and negative. There will be several events where like you can gain crew, but also the potential risk of losing crew. So being familiar with all the potential outcomes is important, and there's a lot of them. So feel free to look them up on the wiki, or memorize them, or create your own cheat sheets. Now we have 60 scrap, so that
I probably should have added that we could have taken damage from that fight, but we have a good amount of hull, so I would feel like it's worth risking for it.
Allow us to actually upgrade our shields to level 2, and so we're going to do that right now. Well, it seems like we don't actually have enough power to do shields and everything we want. We can actually take 1 from engines and 1 from oxygen if need be. So oxygen, I guess we should probably talk about how oxygen works in a ship.
Yeah, oxygen.
A room without oxygen will have red bars, like such. And that means there's now currently no oxygen in the room. If somebody is in there, they will actually start asphyxiating and taking damage. So if we just close that up, it'll eventually go to a pinkish color. Oh, we also have to power the oxygen so it fills the room. You also notice that a slight pink hue is starting to fill the ship. As long as it's not the bars, your crew can operate in that room without taking damage. Now we're going to send him back to the med bay. And we'll heal him up. But as you see, even with while the doors opening up a hull breach, essentially, will quickly remove the oxygen from a room, it actually takes longer to remove oxygens from the adjoining rooms. It depends on how large the breach is, as well as how far away from the breach the doors are, or the room is.
I don't like the fact that I'm using the term breach. Airlocks vent instantaneously, and then there's a draining process that occurs. If you have your oxygen turned off, it's faster because there's not O2 trying to refill. The number of interior doors doesn't matter, though. So, like, if you're trying to drain the engines, opening these 2 exterior doors...
Opening up the doors?
I clicked. Does have an impact on how fast oxygen drains from the ship, but opening 1 versus 2 of these doors will have no impact whatsoever. Yeah, I could have also opened up the interior doors to balance out the O2.
To remove oxygen from the rooms is a good strategy for dealing with boarders to control where they go in your ship, as well as putting out fires. And the energy and turning off the oxygen doesn't instantaneously drop it from everywhere in the ship. So for the duration of a fight, it's normally okay to have the O2 off. O2 is a crutch anyways, really. Most of the crew are just whiners. There are actually Lannis have learned to breathe just fine without oxygen. Alright, so let's go to another.
Nope, Zidane didn't care about my crew back then either. Guess we dispelled that myth real fast. All right, it's really important to jump with your shields online because you could jump immediately into an asteroid field or like a combat drone, and they'll start pelting your shields and could potentially just suppress it. So, yeah.
All right, you detected an automated scout attacking a small refueling outpost. Again, we have
Like if a ship has drone control and a combat drone, it'd be bad.
a chance at double rewards. So let's intervene to protect the outpost.
Again, I said chance at double rewards. Nope, outpost settlement guarantee double rewards.
Now we see they have a weapon system and a drone of some sort. All right, let's get to that 2 shields, power up the Artemis and the burst, and see what we have. Okay, we have a beam and a heavy 1. So this ship can actually not deal us any damage. Let's move.
Could I really not tell the difference between a beam 1 and a beam 2 drone back then? Also, I should totally open up the interior doors because we didn't refill oxygen to 100%. We can already see these rooms are pink. I don't know how low the engines are, but that could get a little spicy unnecessarily there.
Him over the shields. Now, if we wanted to, we could actually just sit here forever. The purpose of which is we could actually train members of the crew in various skills. So we can improve our piloting as well as our guy on shields. It's pretty slow since they only have 1 projectile. But to be more ideal if they had 2 projectiles to our 2 shields. Training crew, it should naturally happen over the progression of the game unless one of them dies. It's incredibly beneficial though. Right now our crew's giving evasion of +5 in the engines as well as +5 in the piloting. Fully trained, they give +10 evasion. So you can imagine over fighting upwards of about 50 ships, you're going to be dodging several hundred shots.
All right, the dodges is nice. The real big thing is our FTL charges faster if we have crew trained in engines, so you can get away from bad fights quicker. Upgrading also, but once you get cloaking online, that means you only do need level 4 engines and fully trained pilot and engines crew to have 100% evasion when you activate your cloak. We also could technically train weapons on this fight as well by just depowering the weapon as it fires.
And being able to prevent taking that hull damage.
It's fine.
Can save on scrap. That scrap goes to other things. So for time's sake, I'm not going to sit here and farm up levels.
It makes sense. I don't do this for
I'm not going to waste any missiles on this fight. I'll be nice and power up the oxygen. Piloting down, its evasion is 0. And we take down the automated ship. Now the automated ships have a couple of unique properties. Oh wow, we actually shot down the drone. That can occasionally happen. That there's no oxygen on board. They also tend to give slightly less rewards in my opinion. But we get the double rewards, nice. Because there's no oxygen on board, it makes boarding strats a little more challenging. Because your crew won't be able to breathe.
Just a little bit more challenging, boarding without O2.
Also, how they repair is different. It automatically repairs, so no matter how many systems you damage, it repairs them all at the same time versus needing a crew member to actually be in the room to fix something. However, if you're able to breach their hull in a given room, that system will no longer be able to repair itself. So if we had a breach in our hull, I don't think we had one yet this run, you have to first repair the breach, and then you can start repairing the system. Because it's unable to fix the breach, and the game mechanics, the system stays broken on unmanned drone.
Well, for innovation. So auto ships, if they're not running at the start of the fight, they never run. Mantis ships are the same way except for the prize fighter. Pirate ship variations are different, but they stick around. Auto AI ships, it's not so much that they have autopiloting, it's that they're considered to have all their systems manned. And even if you hack that system, they're still considered to be manned. So there's just like a little invisible pilot. That's how they're able to dodge at level 1 piloting and have max dodge. Like you don't see them having like the halved percentage because they don't have a pilot. And that's also why their weapons charge as if there was a crew on their weapon systems. That kind of thing. But yeah. Also, the repairs are much, much slower. It's about a third normal repair speed, so it's like 36 seconds. Oh, look, a store. Too bad. have an NG, so we can't buy anything, maybe. No problem.
Let's see. So we have 37 scrap with nothing to sell, so I'm not particularly interested. There's very little 30 scrap will get us at the store right now.
So 37 scrap could procure us maybe an ion blast, maybe ion stunner. We could sell the missile for an additional 19 scrap, which gets us up to the 56 range. And that's 50 scrap. That means burst 1, hull 1, all become potentially available. Actually, a pike. If we didn't have the NG, we probably have about 20 more scrap, and that puts us into roughly like the 70 scrap range at that point. So we could have like very easily go to the store like after this jump and maybe got more money and been able to buy a weapon. We'll see.
So we're going to try and squeeze in an extra jump before we go to the store. Maybe we'll luck out and get something we can sell. Or just have more scrap. So a pirate ship is lying in wait inside the asteroid field. And immediately moves into attack. Okay, so an asteroid field is one of the hazard events that exist in this game. There's also...
I didn't move my crew back to doors, but it's fine.
Suns, ion storms, and pulsars. So an asteroid field is just these little asteroids flying around, and they can hit your shields or damage your ship if your shields are down. You can dodge them just like any other projectile. And both ships are subjected to the assault. See, it looks like they have a charged ion and a beam weapon. So once we get the ion down, we should be okay. It is possible for actually asteroids to crack level 2 shields. It's very rare.
That's true.
But what you don't want to have happen is that your shield system is damaged, and taking not only the fire from the enemy ship, but as well from the asteroids is a recipe for disaster. All right, now that the ion weapon's down, I'm not too concerned about the beam weapon. Again, it's possible that the asteroids line up for us to do damage, but instead I'm just going to take down its shields and leave it vulnerable to asteroid damage.
Yeah, it's okay that I don't try going for a crew kill here. Like, it makes sense to me that I wouldn't bother with it. It's an asteroid field.
Depower the Artemis and oxygen. I haven't mentioned this. The FTL drive, this is what jumps us from point to next, slowly fills up during the course of a battle. How quickly it fills up is determined by having someone in piloting and how powerful our engines are. Not a Batmobile. No, we're not doing a Batmobile. I know, we're like explaining things. We're trying to. We're covering as much of the basics for the game as we possibly can.
Okay, so first off, this was actually live, because I'm answering some questions that somebody in chat decided to ask me. Yeah, so I just said how fast the FTL charge is. So the FTL charge is based on you have to have somebody in piloting for your FTL charge. Even autopiloting doesn't change that. It's based on how much reactors in your engines, the training of your crew in engines, as well as is there an enemy ship present. If there is no enemy ship or the enemy ship has been defeated, your FTL actually charges faster.
Hey Meds, how's it going?
Oh, it's Meds.
Also, the other thing about this danger here shows you that we're in one of the ongoing events, asteroids, sun flares, pulsars, and whatnot. When you're in danger, or also when you're being attacked by a ship, this will show up, you are unable to do any improvements on your ship. It'd be kind of frustrating that you have plans to improve something before you get to a certain juncture in a sector, and you get multiple hazard events and are unable to make the improvements before you get there.
Yeah, that's also...
So we have 56 scrap. We're actually going to go... We might have enough space. Let's hit this sword here. Let's see if we find anything of interest. You find yourself surrounded by a group of mysterious alien vessels. Okay. It's been a day. So, this is the first store we've been to. Oh, I've been alright. Bit of a lazy day. Got to watch Basing do his run for charity, get the Coda Zone 1 clear, which was nice. So, stores will have this basic layout. You'll be able to buy...
So again, if we didn't pick up the NG and we did not take the surrender offer, it's very possible we have another 25 scrap, which would get us over to the 80 scrap threshold. So we could potentially have bought something like hacking or burst laser if it was here. We have the ion stunner. We should totally pick up the ion stunner.
Fuel, missiles, and drone parts, though the amounts will be somewhat random. They will offer repairs, as well as just quick option to fix all. Here's how much hull you have left. Very nice how much they do the math for you. Now, one thing you should note is you're fixing the hull. The cost of this at stores is actually going to increase, so that by later sectors, it's going to cost as much as 4 scrap to repair a hull.
It's true.
Hello, Bipits. Oh, you have the Necrodancer DLC? Everyone has. All the cool kids have it. I don't have it. We also get to see new systems that we could potentially purchase. They're all way too expensive right now, so we only have 56 scrap. We have drone control. Never played this. Seems too complicated. There is a lot. It comes at you with a lot of things that you have to know. It's pretty easy to learn. I find that gaining access to the game isn't too bad. Oh, you've been translating. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's very cool. But once you have, I guess, I want to say once you have the basics, you can at least play the game, and then it's just learning like what strategies work.
Sure. That's why I started doing
picking up a
tutorials
couple little
off
tactics
stream.
to help you along the way. I don't get why everyone streams it now, so
Except the
thank you. I
8-hour
appreciate you being
tutorial
here.
run that
yeah,
I
I guess
did.
the embargo just lifted, so now I didn't expect it to happen that everyone was going to be streaming Necrodancer, but it is what it is.
Of course, everyone would be streaming Necrodancer.
Okay, so we have systems. We have some lovely weapons down here. We also have page 2 where we can buy crew, and the section that sells drones. They'll sell almost anything at a given store, so there'll also be subsystems if you don't have any of the subsystems, among other things. So I guess we can take a look at some of the other systems that exist in the game. So we have drone control. Now, drone control actually...
Yeah, I don't know if I'm inherently looking for a weapon drop. I don't know how I was evaluating weapons, because early on, if you missed it, this is like so ridiculously clippable. If you missed it, I said that Ion Blast Mark II was a top tier weapon. So I am concerned that past version of me will pass on the stunner because they just don't like the stunner. We're all just waiting for that decision to not be made. Is Ion Stunner an S tier weapon? No, but it's a weapon. It's totally functional.
Actually, you get like these little drones that we see over here. I can't highlight drone control and the drone over there. All drone control systems will come with either a defense drone, this combat drone, or a repair drone.
Correct.
Which you can then sell later if you want to. And the cost of the drone control system will reflect that. So I think it's 85 if you have defense drone and combat drone, but it's only 75 if it's a repair drone.
Yeah.
So drone control is interesting because it can be used as offense or defense. You can have drones that'll shoot down other drones or incoming rockets, or hacking. You can also have attacking drones, which we've seen those before. A combat drone shoots projectiles, so it's like essentially a floating basic laser that fires randomly, or beam drones. Crew teleport, again, we've seen that enemy ships use that. It allows you to take crew and place them on enemy ships. Teleporter is actually really strong because it doesn't require a lot of power to use, but if you kill enemy crews versus destroying their ship, I think it's a 10% scrap bonus. The danger is that it normally takes longer to take down enemy crews, so you're at risk of taking more damage. It's easy to get super OP run if you know what you're doing. I would say...
Oh, okay. Someone's asking a question about, it's easy to get an OP run if you know what you're doing. I mean, that's going to be just based on what stores give you or what you get as rewards. Crew teleporter for the Kestrel A is interesting because you do have the Artemis missile. So you already have a really, really strong support weapon for boarding. And since we already picked up an NG, we have the crew to go around and actually repair things and board with 2 humans. I don't inherently know why I said it's very, very strong. It's normal and easy. It's very strong because teleporter will almost just kill the flagship, or at very least neutralizes the flagship by itself in conjunction with cloaking. I mean, I would say it is a viable option on the ship because you already have the Artemis, but hacking and cloaking are definitely the more superior systems.
In easy mode, if you know what you're doing and you follow certain systems, like you set up, I'm going to get a second shield by the end of Sector 1. I'm going to have the third shield by Sector 4.
Get a second shield by the end of Sector... No, just get it. Get it immediately.
I know what enemy weapons or shields I'm going to have to crack. You can absolutely get carried to that extent. You also can just get free items as you progress through the game that can create just super amazing runs. I mean, you can still die because RNG exists. But I don't want to say you sort of luck your way into victory, but there are definitely certain system combinations that make the game easier than others. For example, if you lucked into a strong beam weapon, weapon pre-igniter, and hacking, you pretty much can annihilate every single ship before a fight even starts. Add cloaking to the mix, and that's what speedrunners look for.
It's true. They look for pretty.
So we have some weapons here. None of them are particularly good, in my opinion, and it's not something we can afford right now anyways. We actually already have a missile weapon, and since missiles are a finite resource, having 2 of them is normally frowned upon.
Yep.
Oh, we didn't talk about cloaking. So cloaking's interesting. What cloaking does is it increases your evasion by 60%.
I'm not going to buy it.
So if you already have 40% evasion and you cloak, 100% of the shots miss. This for a brief period of time. It also prevents weapon locks. So it's an amazing defensive tool. That's why it's 150 scrap. Now we've already talked about NGs, 50 scrap.
I will turn the stream back around.
Rocks have 150 health. Their movement speed is half of other speeds of the base human.
I don't know what that means.
But the cool thing is he actually doesn't take damage from fire. So if you have fire on board your own ship, you can use.
I also didn't talk about like that. There's also potentially an augment page, or there's only 1-page stores that could also occur. That is worth noting.
Use one of them to put it out. Yeah, well, cloaking is temporary, but yeah, cloaking is probably the go-to system for like getting easy runs. I guess is how we were sort of talking that as a system. That cloaking and hacking are considered probably the best 2 systems that, without much management, makes runs a lot easier. You can do, again, the ability to just avoid enemy shots completely, not be concerned about it, and the stupid, ridiculous flexibility that is hacking. And then we also have a Mantis here, which, as we said, does 1.5 speed. They actually move pretty fast. They just can't.
So, and my therapist has talked to me about this. I am like really understanding about people, and I'm just like, hey, like I know you're learning FTL. It's okay. These are just things you can do. You're gonna get there, and it's totally fine. Don't beat yourself up over it, little buddy. But then it's like me, and I'm just like, you fool! What are you doing? We have a legacy to maintain, and what is this? That's generally how I approach myself. Like I have a very high expectations, and then hold myself to an unrealistic standard that creates a loop in which I achieve great things and I don't take a lot of pride in them because that's expected, and then failing things I feel really ridiculously miserable about because I was supposed to succeed. Well, that got a little bit more in depth than I was intending to for stream's sake. But yeah, like if somebody had asked me to like if you can go over to the FTL Discord, and I'm incredibly supportive of runners and like them trying to just get wins under their belt, get understanding of the game, and I fully understand how complicated and challenging FTL is for people who, some people haven't sunk 4,000 hours and thousands of hours into understanding things or into guides because they're doing other things. Touching grass, I believe, is what the children call it.
Can't fix things.
Yeah, so young and naive.
So we have drones here. Now, you have to have drone control to be able to use any drones. The anti-drone here will shoot down enemy drones that are circling your ship, as well as targeting incoming boarding drones. There's like a border drone, an ion drone, and can potentially shoot down hacking. I find it's terrible. It almost never hits what it's supposed to.
I think it's a little bit better now. I think if you deploy it almost instantly at the start of fight, it's consistent. It does struggle targeting things like boarding bots or hacking, but against drones, it generally will do the job.
So beam drones, we talked about the combat drone. Beam drone is sort of the laser beam version, or the beam version versus the laser that attacks enemy ships. Beam drones are really good against Zoltan shields because beams don't miss. They just can't take down enemy shields. So for like phase 3 of the flagship fight that you're trying to get to, beam drones are really great to just continuously take down their super Zoltan shield. And we have an anti-personnel drone here. He's going to help against boarders. Again, we can't really afford any of these things. Not really interested in any of them. We have 20 fuel, 11 missiles, so we're pretty good on everything right about now. Would you say it's better to invest more into a few systems or a little bit into many systems? We're still in Sector 1. In Sector 1, the first thing you want to do, like 90% of the time, is to get to the second shield. It makes so many fights a lot easier. Yeah. Let's see. So would you say that's in a few systems?
Good. Get the weapon.
It sort of depends on what your ship already has as starting systems. So this only comes with 5 starting systems. Other ships, I think like the Federal ships that have the beam cannons, come with, particularly like the Sea, come with 7. So that's almost where you're kind of better piercing your power through various systems. Again, it's where what your systems are doing and what you need them to compensate for, but mostly you'll actually sort of slowly improve them as you go. I don't think this ever used to be a fun stream.
Yep, still not fun.
Because
5 years consistency, baby.
Everything costs exponentially more to power up. So this layer of shield, or second layer of shield, costs us 50 scrap, and the power for it costs us is going to be like 220 power bars. So that's 90 scrap for a shield. The next one is going to be 100 for just the to power it up, or just to have the slots open to power it up. Then another, probably by then power bars will be like 25 or 30. So it'll be like 150 versus 90. Need some space. Womp womp. So it's almost better, I find, in this game to sort of limp along to try and overpower one system to the other, particularly in Advanced Edition, where there's things like hacking that can basically negate an entire system.
I do think that's good. I used to, I think now I use to walk before you run. That I used to like really rush weapons, not in apparently this situation, but like if I found like a burst laser 1, I would just try to get that online immediately versus holding out, going like my weapons are good enough for now with what I'm dealing with, and then having that money available for future store purchases. The reason we would buy the stunner here is the stunner is shield suppression. It's another projectile. It gives us a lot more flexibility. It makes us less reliant on missiles. 35 scrap, it's totally fine value.
Like if you want really powered in hacking and beam weapons, but they had anti-hack drones, that would be a very bad time. So generally what you do is you should know what enemy ships you're going to be facing in which sectors, and sort of build your ship accordingly to be able to absorb the damage as well as get past whatever defenses they have. Let's see what kind of jumps we want to take. Well, let's start doing some jumps in nebulas. Now what's interesting about nebulas is they actually will slow how much the enemy pursuit is, but your sensors are turned off. Alright, so we have intruders in board, prepared to be boarded. Alright, so we won't know where they're at. For this ship layout, what we can do is... Oh, I forgot to move the NG back to doors. Look at that. We're going to move the NG back to doors, which they're already attacking. Less good. And send the rest of the crew into the med bay. Alright, we have 4 boarders. I would recommend normally like venting the ship. We don't really have to do it in this scenario since they're fighting exactly where we already want them to.
Okay, don't auto-vent your entire ship to force crew into med bays. I mean, it's okay-ish for event borders where there's not a ship. Like, that doesn't really matter. But if you're in a ship fight, absolutely do not do this. Do not do this. You risk your doors or oxygen from being hit, and you're in a precarious position then for yourself if that's what happens. Instead, you want to try and mitigate the situation in a manner where it's just you're trying to control it. So yeah, like it's easy to control powering the med bay, getting them in your med bay and fighting it there, but you know, if you had actually having crew indoors would not have mattered in this scenario. But tactical venting is superior versus just out and out.
And now we're going to power the med bay. So they're nice enough to fight us in the med bay. So we're healing against them. Now, enemies are always at their base level. They actually can't learn any skills. Mm-hmm. So that's something kind of important to note. Okay, yeah, but we're back to stealthy other ones. So our NG, which has only half damage, can't take on a fighter. We're basically using him as a punching bag to prevent them from destroying our door system. Boarders are kind of weird in that how exactly they go about the ship and what they want to fight. On Choco Pie, guys? What are Choco Pies? I don't know what Choco Pies are. And that,
Still don't know what
if you
Choco
have boarders
Pies
from
are.
multiple things, sometimes they board on the ship and then they teleport in. They always try to join together.
So that's been a little bit altered with the 1.6 update. Boarders like to generally go into rooms that match their size. So one boarder will just go into whatever room is nearby the nearest system. If there are 2 boarders, they would much prefer to be in a 2x1 room versus a 2x2 room. Those are your options, 2x1 or 2x2, unless you're playing modded. So they probably, well, again, this is the old version. So like how they actually bypass, because they look like they boarded 2 in here and then probably 2 here, and then shifted their crew over to the doors. You can use that. You can kind of manipulate them, or having that knowledge, knowing what systems are going to go to, can be beneficial in terms of like how to route their crew so that you're killing them off or keeping them contained. Again, it's generally it's more about containment than defeating them, particularly or more so when you're dealing with an actual fight on your hands in terms of an enemy ship on board versus punching fighting. that you figure out what is the situation, and you should take time to figure this out. Like, okay, is it going to be better to kill this crew, just set in borders, and then all my systems still function the way I want to, so it's not a problem? These are just fights that I can win. Or do I have to start doing some tactical venting to, get them away from the key systems or get them away from crew? Hello, whole pigeon. Do I need to use a crewmate to, like, kite them back and forth? I could very easily here just move the NG into the med bay and one of the humans who's at full health into the doors, and then the fight is fine. This kiting is also kind of acceptable. The NG gets a little bit of heal, and we're just delaying the doors, getting punched down with our health bar. Eventually, this crew will actually go and join in the med bay when one of their other crews dies.
So actually, as soon as somebody dies in the med bay, this guy will move over there.
I just said that.
Or we can just kind of trick him to going over there. We can move the NG back and forth in the room, since there's not space for him right now. So he can heal up. We actually have 4 people and med bay of 3. You can do this with as many people as you want. It's nice in case you, just need to heal that many people, or if you've removed all the oxygen. Alright, now we'll send everybody back to where they belong. We didn't get any scrap for that. That's always disappointing.
Yeah, it is true. You can kite multiple crew through the med bay and get the benefit of them all healing. And you can, as long as they're within the walls of the room, actually it can be kind of a little bit in the door depending on direction, you get that heal, which 3-person med bay, not like the big thing, because you can just you won't be needing to heal that many crew up at once. But sometimes you do, or like I said, you could run out of oxygen and you're just using the med bay to keep everyone at health.
Do we want to buy? Okay, we'll actually buy power, so we don't have to.
No! I was afraid of that. I was afraid of that. All right. We don't buy power here. We do not buy power here. We do not need to buy power. What we can do is we can micro our power by toggling weapons off for fractions at a time and essentially function like a fully powered ship. Again, we need to maintain money to buy weapons. Unless they're ion stunners, then we just don't buy those anyways. Yeah. I generally will not consider buying reactor until Sector 3 at the earliest. I haven't played enough FTL recently to become bad at it. It is interesting how, because FTL is like you have your pause and it's just your knowledge. But if you are away from the fray for a time period, you do kind of lose those like muscle memories, or I did a run after my Elden Ring playthrough before the break, and yeah, there are lots of little things that I just completely and totally missed. Fears the Ion Storm of the Doom. Yeah, we don't need to buy. Actually, can I without feeling stuff? Maybe. Hi, Notepad. Why don't you come over here? So we just spent 20 scrap on reactor. Scrap lost. All right, 20 on reactor, which we didn't need. We could micro it. We picked up an NG, which is possibly another 19 scrap. Let's say that's a minimum. Maybe 18's minimum. Let's go 18. Took surrender, took NG, and then probably, let's say, like 4 or 5 scrap from taking that surrender we totally shouldn't have taken. So we could be sitting at 42 to 45 more scrap right now on top of the 36. So I mean, we should very much be in 80 scrap range. When I bought Horizon, I watched a few vids about different tactics I totally neglected. Sure.
To do as awkward as management as we have been. But yeah, we already see how the fleet movement had decreased considerable from what they...
Considerable, or exactly half. If you're not in a nebula sector, it's half. If you are in a nebula sector, it's like 60... What's like a 33% decrease?
Outside of like nebula jumps. Okay. You jump into the middle of a plasma storm. Multiple recently incapacitated ships loom in the shadows, briefly illuminated by the lightning. We can either search the wreckage or avoid the risk and jump unscathed. I'm pretty sure this is an event where we can either like get items, which are amazing, or we can lose crew members. And since I don't have a clone bay, it doesn't come standard with this ship, I'm just not going to risk losing crew. So we'll risk avoid it. I also think...
Yeah, so we actually always get something with option 1. It's just there's a 20% chance you lose a crew there. I think it's 20%.
I'm pretty sure it's an event if you have level 2 piloting, then you can successfully maneuver through it. So if you like know that you're about to go into an ion storm, because you have something like long-range scanners, then you can, pre-buy that level 2 piloting and get some really nice awards.
Also no! Also don't do that. Don't get the upgraded to piloting. Again, it's 20 scrap to maybe get the event, to maybe have a chance. It's not guaranteed. The blue option, I believe, is only 80% chance to give you something. It may be less. But yeah, again, it's spending 20 scrap on something. You're spending 20 scrap to maybe hit one of X number of events with another percentage chance that is going to net you something. If you have a bunch of crew, just risk the crew. If you have a clone bay, you don't even need the upgrade. You can always just use option 1, but you don't want to upgrade piloting to chase this around. You will always remember the runs where it got you like 3 free items and you became ridiculously overpowered. You won't remember the run where you died in Sector 5 because you got that and then you didn't have enough money to buy hacking in Sector 3.
Heavily damaged Federation ship is hiding in the nebula at this beacon. Before they have time to make contact with them, they fade into the nebula. Yeah, well, let's attempt to follow and help them. You luckily find them fully not too deep in the nebula. Thrilled by the friendlies that come on board and abandon the wrecked ship. Hey, we got another NG. Neat. I guess we can put this one on shields.
Sure.
I would definitely rate having shields more so than having improved sensors.
That's fair.
Probably because we did another jump before the exit.
Yeah, okay, we didn't particularly route that sector well. I'd be interested if we went like 1. Okay, so we saw these 2 beacons here. So we could have gone 1, 2, like 1, 2. I want to see that beacon. 3. Oh, I can't remember if these connected. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe we could have done a zigzag pattern like that and actually had a chance to check out both stores. Though we wouldn't have wanted to go into this store because we would have bought the center and been fine.
Let's also talk about this enemy line. So this is the upcoming the Rebel fleet here. If you jump behind this enemy line, what you will face is a harder ship than you normally would for that sector, as well as anti-ballistic missiles. That is actually sometimes a good strategy to what's known as diving, because you'll get more jumps. We actually have pretty decent exit position, so we're not going to do that here. Also, if any of these jumps are in a nebula, then you don't have to actually worry about the anti-ballistic missiles, and you'll just fight the harder ship. The other thing is that the only reward you get fighting this ship is a single fuel, so most of the time what you'll end up doing is just powering your engines to get out from here and avoiding the conflicts, because it's not worth taking damage over 1 fuel.
Little point of clarification for that. So, if you are diving in a normal beacon in hard mode, because actually it's slightly different, there's a couple different differences in I think like if you're on easy and you dive at the exit, there's actually not an ASB, anti-ship batteries, not whatever I said, ballistic. It's fine. Anti-ballistic, yeah, the anti-ballistic missile, the anti-U ballistic missiles, the anti-ship batteries. In nebulas, if you dive onto an exit beacon, there will be an elite fighter, but you will not have to deal with an ASB. However, if you dive in a nebula and it's not an exit, you will have an elite fighter, and it will now become an ion storm, even if it previously was not an ion storm. So that is something worth noting. And yes, defeating those ships will only grant you 1 fuel. Unless you have no fuel, then you get, I believe it is 2.
Alright, we're going to reach the exit now. Long-range beacon is almost hidden within the nebula. When the FTL drive is charged, we can jump to the next sector. Alright, there's no event here. And so now we can move on to the next sector.
That's because there's never an event on a nebula exit. There's never any events on nebula exits. Unless it's a dive and you fight a ship, but that's it. There's never any events.
The option will show up on the beacon map. Okay, so we have two options. We have the abandoned sector and the uncharted nebula. It sort of gives you a general idea of what kind of sectors they are between civilian hostiles or nebulas. Abandoned sector early isn't bad, but you're normally going to avoid abandoned sectors. They're just ridiculously brutal. Will every encounter behind enemy lines be an enemy ship? Yes. If you're behind the enemy lines, there will always be an enemy ship. It'll be harder. And the only reward will always be one fuel. So abandoned sectors are full of, not always full of, they have Lanius ships, and Lanius are typically not fun to fight. It's considered a very risky species to fight. So we're going to go to the uncharted nebulas instead. We're just gonna kind of.
All right, we're gonna go back to what Zanon was saying for a second here. If we, well, we'll get to me making a incredibly bad sector decision. Can I like purse this? Okay, here.
Long-range beacon is almost hidden within the nebula. When the FTL drive is charged, we can jump to the next sector. All right, there's no event here, and so now we can.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Yeah, so Zanon is correct. Oh, jump by 10 seconds. Okay, thanks. We could, in fact, jump to this beacon and then see whatever happens there and jump back to the exit and before the fleet overtakes it. There are 6 dash marks here that are parallel. That is a good jump. It's actually slightly less than 6. But yeah, we could have squeezed out an extra jump here. Abandoned Sector 2 versus Uncharted Sector. Uncharted sectors are the worst sectors in the game in terms of overall scrap. Abandoned sectors are gross after Sector 3. After Sector 3. Sector 4 is when you start facing Lanius bombers. Sector 2, there are 0 Lanius bombers. It can be one of the higher scrap sectors in the game. We should 100% be going to the abandoned sector here. There's 2 stores. Uncharted Nebula is 1.5. In air quotes, there's actually like a 1 to 3% chance where the Uncharted Nebula doesn't bother spawning a store. Because we didn't get any weapons, it's really paramount that we find some in the upcoming sector. And thus, it would be way better to go to the abandoned sector here. That's
the fight. It's considered very risky instead. We're just going to kind of wuss out. Plus, we have this really nice path of green. Most people favor civilian sectors. They have more shops and free stuff, less fights, if that's what you're looking for.
All right, let's correct that. 1, 2. Civilian sectors are civilian sectors. Zoltan sectors are NG sectors. Now, civilians and Zoltans are 2 to 3 stores, which is the max range of spawning stores, not counting event stores. And Zoltan sectors have 2. NG sectors don't have a lot of fights in them, but civilians have a normal amount. And civilian sectors are the best sectors in the game. They're high scrap, good number of stores. The only reason you don't want to go to a civilian sector is is that you're just in a really bad spot and the other sector option is NG. And you're like, all right, I need to limit my number of fights that I'm taking and get to a store to get fixed. But that is about it. I'm not sure if I've ever confirmed no store. Mike was the one who was doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, Zoltan sectors are across the board always bad. If actually the FTL Discord, there was a lot of posts of Zoltan sectors that were just absolutely murdering people. Someone went into a Zoltan Sector 3 and they ran into a border police ship with a burst 1, heavy laser 1, basic laser, Leto, mind control, and 3 borders with 2 shields in Sector 3. Pirate sectors are better than civilians. So some people prefer pirate sectors because there's more pirate ships, which generates more crew. They are 1.5 stores. I say 1.5 because there's a chance it might spawn 2. It might only be 1. So the half is just, I don't know what the odds are in doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, shield hack event can also happen in civilian sectors, which are kind of disgusting. Yeah, I think a lot of what I currently base my perception on in terms of sectors generating money is based on Mechlers. They did 200 runs of every sector 4. So they did 200 runs of sector 4 Zoltan, 200 runs of sector whatever. Now, when they did that, they weren't prioritizing doing crew kills. They didn't prioritize, different crews might have more different blue options, and so that could cause something. Long-range scanners could also be another variable if you decided to pick up that augment up or get it for free. So there's still a good deal of variance. Again, sectors can hit or miss. Somebody the other day had a sub 60 scrap civilian sector 2. Somebody else had a 61 scrap uncharted sector 2. Numbers. So you're generally basing it on what the average is, and it's very easy to get swayed by your personal experiences. Like you remember the extremes. You remember the sectors that give you a lot of money, or you remember the sector that doesn't give you a lot of money. So if you did a bunch of averages and then 3 really bad versions of that sector, you may have a more negative opinion of that sector than is the reality of it. Like, I've actually had some really bad abandoned sectors in terms of overall scrap in the last couple runs. Mantis sectors are crew killed. Yeah, right. That's really true. I've actually found, I kind of think of Mantis sectors as like violent NG sectors. Their ships are oddly penalized, I guess, because again, people were just struggling with boarding, and that was seen as really dangerous. It still could be. So those ships tend to be far weaker than other ships in those regions. You could actually run into, not in Sector 1, but in Sector 2, you can run into a 1-powered Mantis ship. So you can just like run into a Mantis ship. I once had a Stealth B run where I ran into a Mantis ship with an Ion Stunner, and we got to train evasion against an Ion Stunner in Stealth B with no shield. Good scrap feels like a myth. There's a decent number of double rewards that can occur in there, but yeah, I had one which was like 2 trades, 2 empty sectors, 2 stores, and 2 boarding events. And the exit was forward, and I ended up only fighting like 1 ship. So, but again, my choice is between Uncharted, 1.5 stores, empty beacons, and Abandoned, considering I passed an Ion Stunner. This is an easy pick for Abandoned sector. There could be other things to consider depending on where your ship is at, but yeah. Like if you're a fire beam build, I don't know, like Uncharted's a bunch of nebulas, maybe you could still burn down the Lanias and then like shoot the clone bay and get there.
All right, guys, have passed the nebula and sector threatened to impair your system, but you have to press on. Okay, so we're now in a nebula.
So, just a quick breakdown. Like I said, Zoltan sector is always bad. Zoltan sector is always bad. Yeah. Abandoned sectors 5+ are exceedingly dangerous because that's when they can board you with 2+ crew. And it's not just like Zoltan sectors, you're really, really just trying to avoid the Zoltan police and their, I can't remember, their bomber ships that can also have like beams on it. Like those fights can be particularly stressful. Also, Zoltan sector nebulas are ridiculously vacant. How events are generated in nebula sectors, they kind of like go down on a list, and like actual things happening in nebulas in Zoltan sectors are like down on the list, so you can just get tons and tons of empty beacons. Yeah, because if they're not bomber ships, the worst that they can have is hacking as their system. So Stealth B, yeah, hacking's very bad. I wouldn't know if like hacking versus like auto ships but no. Oh yeah.
Now as you highlight the points again, it'll explain how these fleets is slow, but the entire sector is a nebula. They won't be as slowed down as if just like small nebulas in random sectors. Now the only problem, well, there are also problems with nebulas, but the main issue with nebulas is they're you're more likely to have empty jumps that just they don't have a ship and there's nothing there. That's why long-range scanners going into these sectors is preferred, as well as having additional fuel, and then you can make up a lot of scrap rewards.
Again, that's making up scrap rewards with long-range scanners. Mileage will vary. There are a lot of empty beacons generated in uncharted nebulas. The other reason you really want to fuel going into the sector is the dichotomy of you're going to have a lot of jumps, potentially, depends on exit location, and you may not have a lot of stores. So you could get a bunch of jumps where you don't get fuel, store only has 3 fuel, and you could get put behind. So why did you go to Uncharted? Because Past Crow probably didn't know that there were no landing bombers in Sector 2. And that's the thing that people fear. You don't fear the other ships. The other ships are fine. They're just going to have, I mean, they can have up to 4 weapons and hacking, but they're only going to be 2 crew. Like, they're generally okay. Like, if you had a teleporter, that's another thing, is like there's actually like a couple blue events and nebulas. And maybe you can't actually board against Lanius. Zoltan, and then another Uncharted. And we also know the next sector is Uncharted because Uncharted sectors, select sectors don't show up until Sector 4.
The layout doesn't look too trolly.
That's exactly correct.
Let's take that first jump. You nervously glance out the window, but the only thing that greets you is clouds and silence. Okay. Alright, we have a fight. So we have an auto surveyor. Appears an automated rebel scout has positioned within the nebula to warn of your passing. Okay, we're gonna do. The ship starts to power up its FTL. If it gets away, it will no doubt warn the fleet of your position. So if one of these ships gets away, it'll increase that the fleet's position within the sector. Some of the events will actually increase them by as many as 2 jumps. That's not advisable. It also seems to have mind control, and mind controlled our NG.
Pretty sure they're all just 1 jump. I don't increase. There's the jump, the natural one that happens after a beacon, and then the one from the ship warning them. They don't get like 3 jumps.
So we see that the NG's health is still 100. That means it's only level 1 mind control.
Nice. I really pushed this early that you could actually look at your own crew's health and determine what mind control they have.
If it's 115, then it's level 2 mind control. I think it's 145 is 3, or percentage base if they have more health. It's going to take them a while to work down those shields, and the weapon system isn't really a threat, so we're going to focus on taking down its piloting, so it'll stop charging its FTL. We can also stick in our NG to distract him from beating up our system. Alright. With that down, I guess we can focus on the mind control. That shouldn't last much longer. There we go.
So it can even be more accurate. We know that we only have to take 2 total punches from a level 1 mind control to stop it from breaking a system. Yeah, that was pretty aggressive. There have definitely been a couple fights where he didn't fight under the Artemis, but yeah, it was going to take a while for them to run.
I'm not going to waste the missile. We don't. Again,
see, now I'm not going to waste the missile.
Resource. The ship breaks apart. You feel relief and knowledge that you hope to still be 1 step ahead of the fleet. We have 2 fuel, 1 missile, and 7 scrap. Okay, we'll have to put him in the mid-bay and heal up.
Yeah, I'm doing it at 1.5 times rates because it's about a 4.5 hour video and trying to get through as much as we can. I mean, stream has been live for 2 hours. We've made it through Sector 1 in a jump in 2 hours. That's Mike Hopley numbers.
For our next jump.
Also, I love you, Mike Hopley.
Okay.
I doubt I knew Mike was even around back then.
Jumps ahead. A pirate ship arrives shortly after you jump. Judging from the fact that it's attempting to avoid your ship, you assume that it's a smuggler trying to stay away from
it was originally in black and white.
I power up the weapons and move into engage. Okay, so we have an ion weapon as well as a rocket. Our missile weapon could be an Artemis to deal 2 or 1. They reuse assets in some of their weapons.
This should be a Leto.
Makes it tough to read what they are. So let's have everything powered up and our dodge.
Also, hello, Cora Sigma. Welcome back to the Murder Mosfell. Thank you for your continued support. 32 months! So that's a lot of months. Venting an own mantis.
Yeah. Evasion as high as we can get it. So the windshield will deal with the ion weapon, but we're going to have to rely on evasion to deal with the missile and hope that we can...
Yeah, we only need 1 shield bubble up for this, so we could easily just power our oxygen right now. So again, we knew this was a Leto because Artemis has to take up slot 1 in 3-powered weapon setups. So if it's in slot 2, 100% a Leto. Slot 1, we'll see. Who knows?
Okay, we dodged the missile, and now the weapon system is down.
Yeah, I've never once thought about doing like crew kills, it looks like.
And weapon system's back online. Since it's the ion weapon, I'm not that concerned about it, so I'll keep beating on the shields. Okay, let's see. They hail you. We realize our ship is no match for you. If you let us go, we can make it work.
That's wrong. This missile can be repaired and fires in pretty short order, 7 seconds. So it would be better to just keep the weapons pinned and not let this go on up. Or we could take our time and like wait for this to be repaired, then shoot it down if that was the case. Where you almost always take free stuff.
Worth your while. 2 fuel, 2 missile send scrap, and stealth weapons.
Only like
so the augment, even
really
though
late sector 7
is going to sell for way more scrap than.
And you like, there's like almost no chance that I see a store, and I think I could get better value.
Put back on that oxygen
by just killing them.
We don't have a store to sell it to just yet. We'll take another jump. Crew's constantly looking out the windows, checking for hostilities. Jump at every creak and moan in the ship. Their tension is almost palpable. Yeah, nothing here. Oh, let's see. So we have a distress.
No.
No. I'm not going to say it would be like wrong to ignore the distress because it's not in the nebula, and the fleet would increase more so than if you're doing nebula jumps. But the fact that there's going to be something that happens there, I'm inclined to take it. All right, you find a number of ships.
Okay. Take the distress. No, absolutely. Taking the distress here is wrong. We need a store. We need to keep up with the enemy ships in terms of their weapon scaling. We have not improved our weapon system yet because we passed on an ion center, didn't properly scout sector 1, could also have led to that. Plus we also, spent scrap that we shouldn't have. Same thing, best event in the game. We know that those beacons aren't stores. Stores should be our #1 priority, and scouting as much of the sector as possible to come across one. Again, it's a 1-store sector, maybe. We can't waste jumps looking for money. And again, we would have at least 40 more scrap now if we didn't take the NG and do something else. So we'd have 90 scrap, which is more than enough to go to a store and buy either a system or a weapon.
Fleeing the small space station, you hail them, asking what's wrong. Help, we're being overrun by some sort of giant alien spider. Send the crew in to help. Giant alien spiders are no joke. Leave them alone. Before they came out with the DLC, the first option always killed your crew members 100% of the time. I think now it's a coin flip, essentially, so we'll leave them alone because they don't feel like risking any crew. You can't risk fighting some unknown alien on every backwater station, so we'll just jump away.
Wow, I'm really just like jumping around down here.
You look at a military vessel. We're trying to get back to our homes alive. I'm an engineer by trade. We could try to improve your reactor. We have some extra supplies. 3 fuel, 2 missiles, and 2 drone parts to improve our reactor. I mean, a reactor improvement that you don't have to spend any scrap on is pretty nice. I'm a little bit concerned that we'll be low on fuel, but the other supplies I'm not. So I'm going to go ahead and agree to the trade. Yay. And hopefully we'll find a store.
I can see why I do it in this situation. You're right. I normally would sit at 14 fuel and not worry about the 20 scrap, particularly since I already blew 20 scrap on reactor. Yeah. The drone parts, the missiles, again, missiles would be less of a concern if I had already procured the ion stunner. I'm just sort of trying to get value out of the sector right now. There is... Oh, it's going to take so long. There is people who value value. So there's valuing value. We've already talked about this. And opportunity costs. And those two things are in conflict. And generally, though, really you should totally lean into opportunity cost. Most people do that with scrap recovery arm. Like, oh, I can't buy a scrap recovery arm because it's minimal scrap. I'm paying 50 scrap now. And it's going to take so many jumps before it actually gets value, and I have more things to spend 50 scrap on. But this applies to everything. Now, this, like, on surrenders, on crew offers, on potential upgrades to your ship, or it's like, oh, I'll upgrade your doors, to diving, to buying long-range scanners. Every one of those, it presents you with a potential opportunity cost. that you're buying a thing now that does not directly improve your ship. And I'm not going to say like, well, you know, finding fights is going, yeah, that's down the line. Losing 3 fuel does hurt, particularly with us not having scouted the sector properly and that we've burnt a lot of jumps over here. So let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We still probably have 8 jumps left in the sector. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're still on an okay system. Also upgrading piloting, for example. We're still on an okay in terms of the system layout, that we're still going to see all the beacons, but it is possible we just run into a store that only sells us 3 fuel.
Or with fuel before we run out.
Doesn't help us
Running out
run
of fuel is
sure.
just pretty much the worst. You have to stay at
It
the
is
beacon
something
and wait
that
for
we
someone
would
to
get
rescue you,
eventually.
and that could mean fighting a ship, or it could mean getting hosed. I think there's like an event where they sell you 5 fuel for 50 scrap. You cycle through the wideband communicons as soon as you arrive, but nothing but static.
So I could I could see it as a calculated risk if I had. So we're not apparently going to see if this beacon down here was a store.
All right, you spot a rebel ship in the nebula ahead and stay off the radar. Try to engage. Always try to engage. We're prepared to chase them.
Okay, don't always just engage. It is possible the fleet pursuit doubles. Actually, I think it's likely. So you either have a fight, and the fleet pursuit doubles, or the fleet pursuit doubles. If you're looking for a store, you need that jump. You might come to a point where like, well, I'd rather take the fight and get the scrap, not knowing what's potentially going to go ahead. How does this run go? Well, again, I was like I'm over an 80% win rate since I've been streaming FTL. So that was at least that good back then. But yeah, we've gotten a lot of do-nothing events so far this sector. In terms of money, we've gotten almost no money.
You get disoriented in the nebula, lose your bearings, and fleet pursuit doubles for 1 jump. That's brutal.
It is brutal.
Okay, so we just lost a jump. This sector has not panned out particularly well thus far. I think if you have long-range scanners, you can track them down 100% of the time.
That is true. You could.
1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's get to this part here. Oh, we have intruders on board. Okay, let's move the humans to the med bay. Move both engines to the door, and then we'll vent all the oxygen from the rest of the ship. And close the med bay doors.
Again, you can get away with this because there's not a fight, but we could have micromanaged that so much better.
Close all the doors, wait for the O2 to return, and send everyone back.
But it's a good opportunity to practice your microwing if you're not that comfortable dealing with borders.
Okay. 2,
okay,
3,
so again,
4 in there. 1, 2.
This beacon down here we did not see. So this could be the store in the sector. And this one's going to get overtaken. So because of how we did our pathing, wasting jumps, we actually miss out on 2 store opportunities.
2, we'll do 3, we'll play it safe. Ship emerges quite far away from the beacon. You see a rebel ship to the right, undoubtedly stationed looking for you. Okay, let's attack the ship. Oh, they have a teleporter, they have a basic laser, and a burst 2. So that
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Clone Bay, it's iffy. In terms of getting crew kill here, seems pretty unlikely. Also, my oxygen's at 25% when I took this jump. I was not waiting to get the O2 refilled.
That is 4 projectiles, as well as borders. Where are the borders going to land? So we saw a red door flashing over here. That lets us know where the borders are in our ship.
This was before I had the free weapon button. Yeah.
Open those doors and remove the oxygen from that room. And we'll start by targeting the weapons, as we usually do. Okay, it's only 1 person, and he's already taken some damage from asphyxiation, so we don't have to worry about this fight. Their weapon system's already down.
Yeah, I like using an Artemis here. If only we had the stunner. Yeah.
Let's see. Well, we have 2 shields. I'm not really concerned about their... It'll take a while before their burst 2 comes back online. 2 fuel, 1 drone, and 7 scrap. That's a pretty terrible offer, even though I'm already low on fuel, so I'm not... Even if I am low on fuel, 7 scrap's not nearly enough, so we're not going to accept that surrender.
Okay, so We said that it's a pretty terrible surrender offer, and in fact it was. But we have not properly routed the sector. This is what I'm talking about. I have no guarantee that I'm going to run into a store. I don't. I know that I'm missing at least 2 beacons. So this is why, even if you're not looking for a store at the time, knowing where all the stores are in a sector has a tremendous amount of value. Yeah, I'd probably just get a free flag. And that should be like what determines versus I just don't like the rewards.
1 fuel, 2, and 12 scrap. Okay.
The value.
Dealing up some crew before we get to the next jump. So we're up to 62 scrap. We can buy at least something interesting.
And also, we took these jumps here instead of backtracking down this way. Like, we know all these beacons aren't the store. Wow, yeah. It's kind of mind-blowing that, I mean, yeah, it's 5 years ago in improvements, but just not, I'm not even valuing stores.
All right, and we're now in an ion storm. So ion storms, what they do is they have power of both ships that's available.
Nope.
And that's rounded up. So if you have an uneven amount of power, you actually benefit from that.
Ion storms have the power on your ship rounded up. Against the enemy ships, there's certain parameters of lowering the reactor on their ships. Okay, so all their oxygen systems drop down to 1 power, whatever level that is. Their engines generally drop down to 1 power unless they have drone control and they have other drones. Like if they have a combat 1 in slot 1, combat 2 in a different slot, they'll get like power the 1. But the game goes like if that drone blows up or gets destroyed, we should be able to shift over power to the second drone. So it'll require extra power and it can put that power into the engines. This is based on limited amounts of testing that I personally have done. Weapons, who knows? And then shields is also kind of up in the air. So generally, they'll have very low evasion, powering at least one of their weapons. Like, that's a guarantee. Hacking isn't powered. Clone bay is at level 1. Med bay is at level 0. Mind control's at level 0. But it is not half and then a random assigning. It's essentially these ships will go through their system, set them at predetermined levels that happen to all ships across all sectors, and then probably try to fill in the gaps in terms of like weapons first. If that would be my guess, is like it drops the power to all those levels and then sees how much before it hits the threshold minimum and then puts it in there. I have seen a ship in Sector 1 that had 11 power systems in systems because I replayed the fight multiple times and hacked all their systems so I knew what they had. And that ship was running on 7 power. That's not half. That's not half rounded up, which would be 6. It had 7 reactor. So again, it does not apply to the enemy ships the same way. Enemy ships could be Zoltan. Yeah, it's possible. Not here. They're a rebel ship, but...
So you're right on Plasma Storm. It's waiting for you. Okay, so it looks like they have a basic laser and some sort of teleporting bomb.
I learned it's a basic laser.
So I guess we'll power 1 shield to deal with the laser. Oh, they're not even powering up their bomb?
Safe
So
fight
does
then.
that mean 1 shield will be enough? We don't have to worry about it? Cool, so how they have their system set up right now, we don't have to worry about their incoming weapon system. So we understand that they're allocating their power differently, so like they could totally power their shields more or their engines if we did damage to their weapon system. So we're going to ignore it and actually attack their shields down. Alright, I just reversed what I just was thinking.
Yep.
So yeah, so now that we took the shield down, they've switched and powered up their...
Yeah, so what we should do is just shoot them in the piloting. Just shoot them in the piloting. See, the piloting is a subsystem, doesn't have any power, so no matter how much damage you do to it, nothing changes. Until they try to run, then they actually shift their power to engines and shields. But yeah, we should have just shot piloting there.
Second weapon. Okay, teleported bomb, landed in shields.
I didn't shift power around at all there. Now I'm spending missiles to catch up.
Okay. So often, if a ship takes damage, particularly rebel ships, they'll try to actually get away. Oh, let's see what they want to do. The ship repeatedly hails you looking like they want to surrender to you. So 2 missiles, 1 drone part, 7 scrap, but a scrap recovery arm. Scrap recovery arms are 50, and they increase scrap reward by 10%. So yeah, we're going to take that offer.
It's actually more or less like 9%. Like every 10 scrap you get as a reward, you get 1 additional scrap. That's it. So if you get 9 scrap, you get nothing. In the next jump, you get 9 scrap. You still get nothing.
On hard mode, picking up the scrap recovery arm normally is unwarranted because you're always against the wall on allocating scrap to necessary systems. But I mean, if it's for free, can't say no to free.
Wow, is this pre-farb?
Well, the 10% is 10% is nice. Essentially, it turns like every ship that you destroy into boarding. The problem is the investing of 50 scrap. I mean, that would drop us down because of like how difficult the enemy ships are and how they curve and allocating the resources. I don't need more scrap. I need like to buy something every few jumps to make these subtle improvements. There are exceptions, of course.
Wow, that's me talking about opportunity costs. Yeah. Before farb.
You navigate the fog blind. You practically bump with a mantis ship. They hail you. This transgression shall be overlooked. Nebula very dangerous. Next time humans all die. Yeah, we're going to fight them. Okay, so again, we have a teleport.
Oxygen's low.
Power up our weapons. That seems like a good idea.
Power your shield?
Yeah, these are just free. So no, I'm going to absolutely take it free, and I'm not going to sell it because, barring a really, there could be a situation where I desperately need that 25 scrap, but right now the 10% reward is going to eventually pay for itself. Alright, so we're gonna power up everything. So this is a charge. Charge 1.
I don't think that's as rare as I make it out here, particularly since we're a little bit behind money-wise and weapon-wise.
So that fires 2 projectiles, as well as some mysterious teleporting bomb and teleporting. Where do they land? Oh, they're right outside my doors, and it sounds like it's Mantis. It is! Alright, we're gonna send the shield guy there, and we're gonna fire a rocket at their weapon system. Okay, so we've depowered their... We don't really need shields anymore, we don't really have anything else to use that power with. But I do want their, whatever bomb that happens to be down. Let's switch up the crew, because they'll actually lose to that Mantis, since it deals double damage and their damage is halved.
It's true.
I don't need to use the rocket right now. We'll target their shields. Alright, you teleported away. We can heal them both up since we don't have to worry about their weapon system right now.
Oh, there's so much reactor.
And we take him down. Hey, we got at least a fuel and up 18 scrap. That's cool. Turn crews to their position.
Yeah, for that, you're right. So for that fight, I mean, yeah, it could be an ion bomb, could be a small bomb, but we could very easily just wait for the burst laser land. Particularly, so it's a charge laser against the burst laser. Like, we're going to fire first because we have our weapons have crew, so...
I mean, we're sitting at 88 scrap. And
yeah, so we didn't get to see a store this sector. It was either, it was either this beacon or this beacon. Whoops.
And we didn't see a store. I'm at least going to power up the engines one more.
Or maybe one didn't spawn.
Okay, so we'll sit on 73 scrap for now.
All right, there is 0 reason to buy engines there. The next jump is the exit, which there's not an event at, and then we're going to go to the next sector. Okay? So there's no reason for us to spend money in that situation at all. There's none. Don't do it. I mean, yeah, we have plenty of reactor because we bought one and traded for one, but...
For now. Let's go to the exit. Long-range beacon is almost hidden from the nebula. When the FTL drives charge, you can jump to the next sector. Okie doke. Civilian sector and charge nebula. We're gonna go to the civilian sector this time. We are desperately bad on fuel.
Also, civilian sectors have 2 to 3 stores. Also, they're the best sectors to go to in the game in general.
So a bunch of empty jumps in a nebula is not advised. Okay, so we have a distress here. That shows one.
All right, so we have the distress 1, 2, 3, then probably 4 is going to be the best routing. It shows us beacons, and I'd rather get stuck in a nebula so that the fleet pursuit is less.
One location. So we're going to jump to this location to show us 4 points, and hopefully one of them will be a store so we can actually get some fuel. All right, and we have an automated ship. You detected a rebel automated ship nearby. It does not engage and seems to be patrolling a large sensor station. Attack to get to the sensor station. Okay.
Wow! I know I'm playing this at 1.5 times speed. There was no thinking there at all. There was no analysis. It was, we take the fight, A-okay. That ship has hacking and 5 shots. Now, our volley will technically land first. And we do have the Artemis. But this is an exceptionally dangerous fight.
Well, that's hacking. 2 charge lasers and a heavy laser. So that is 5 projectiles, 6 damage. That's a little bit spooky. What are they going to hack? And they hacked our engines. So while they are hacking our engines, we actually don't have a dodge. It makes us pretty vulnerable here. We're going to have to hope that our missile gets through to their weapons. Okay, so now they're down to 3 projectiles.
Just don't miss.
A lot more manageable.
So these 2 shots time up. Those can time up really tight that you can actually get hit for it.
Down.
If we didn't have a shield
now I guess we'll try
charge,
to work down their shields.
I would probably just go after piloting first. Get that like 10% less dodge. Wow, that was a frustration missile.
You should be good now to take it down the rest of the.
That missile was just, all right, I missed 2 volleys. I hate this. I'm now going to shoot you with the shields.
Alright, now its evasion is 0, now that the piloting is destroyed.
Yep.
This next salvo should take it down completely. Alright, so we got 14 scrap and a map of the surrounding area. So we saw with that 10% we got a total of 15. And there's our store. Let's go to the store.
Alright. I'm really glad that at least we went to the store immediately. We didn't try to like farm up more money, which would have been very bad to do. We are, as I somehow have now understood, like we are behind. So it was very sort of nonchalant approach to those first 2 sectors in terms of like appreciating the scaling that FTL presents in hard mode difficulty. Like I said, passing up on the stunner, and now we're here. Now we should actually have, what's my math at? 20, 30, 40, 50, at least 53 more scrap than what we do.
Alright, space station as a traveler merchant shows you his wares.
So we subtract out like the stunner that we could have gotten earlier, we're still in the like 80 range.
Okay, so let's see. What page full stuff? We have some drones, though we don't have a drone system yet, if we choose to pick one up. Halberd beam, it's a fantastic weapon. We have a charge laser, ion stunners, not amazing. Charge laser is serviceable. Drone control, true teleport, clone bay. So people often ask what's better, clone bay or the medical bay. Clone bay was released in the advanced edition. In hard mode, you normally don't have the 50 scrap to burn. It's unadvised to like switch between the 2, so you just may do with what's provided. Clone bay has like, a lot more blue options, which is nice. I also prefer clone bay for teleporter and boarding strats. That way you don't have to be, it gives you a lot more availability, not being concerned whether your crew dies or not.
That's true.
We have an automatic loader, fire suppression, and scrap recovery.
I really don't have anything to add there. Yeah. Clone bay lets you be more aggressive with your boarding. You can board into auto ships. You can board into losing battles and essentially just grind your crew through. But you generally don't want to actually swap.
We already have a scrap recovery arm. It will actually increase by an additional 10%. Okay, so let's sell stealth weapons and get 25 scrap. Auto loader's nice. It's not something I'm really interested in right now.
Stop.
There's a defensive control system. I'd actually be really interested in buying it to give us some protection against missiles.
But I'll the fuel first, then start thinking, yeah. Or the other idea would be get a weapon online, jump back to the store to pick up the additional fuel. I mean, let's math this out here. Let's we could do this. So again, we have like 113 minus 15. Gets us down to 98 scrap. We could have an additional 25 selling the scrap recovery arm. I'm okay not immediately selling it and immediately selling stealth weapons, even though I do have a higher preference for stealth weapons now than I did back then. So we have 98. That's after the fuel. So we could buy... This is easier for me to get online, plus 35 scrap. So let's go minus 55 equals 43, minus 35 equals. So we could be down to like 8 scrap, but we have the charge laser and all the fuel bought. Plus 25 equals 33. Yeah, we'd still be short on being able to pick up the ion stunner. Now, again, we are at 113, but if we add the 20 of the reactor that we bought, plus the 18 from the NG, plus it would be, so this is where it gets really difficult, because you're like, all right, like I would have bought the stunner and 15 from the engine, so we could be sitting at 166 scrap, but we would have bought the stunner minus 35, and before this first fight I probably 2 shields would have gotten an upgrade to weapons. So essentially we would have the stunner online and everything else, and being at this amount of scrap. So we could maybe more think along the lines of either picking up a halberd, or even if we buy the charge laser, 41, sell the scrap recovery arm. So we could have burst, charge, and ion stunner online right now, which would be pretty fantastic weapon setup. Actually, I mean, technically we can actually be in the exact same position, essentially, because we have another stunner here. We'll see.
Especially our ion stunner. So let's buy some fuel. Feel a little bit better about that.
Good job.
Now, it's going to take... All of our power is relatively allocated right now. So 1 power bar plus improving weapons would leave us with 38 scrap. But there's that weird risk of, not finding weapons and then not being powered enough to take down enemy ships. I would rank Halberd Beam probably in the tier 2, or not tier, like the 1B. A burst laser 2 is my favorite weapon, or the best weapon in the game. Halberd Beam is really amazing. I don't know if I can turn it down, because I'm not going to. It's going to take a little bit of time before we can probably power to use it, but that scrap recovery arm we have gives us that, I think.
Wow. Okay. 33 plus 25 equals. So yeah, we should absolutely, if I'm making that call, we should sell the scrap recovery arm right now to at least get us a upgrade in our weapons. Yeah, so again, Halberd Beam is really strong. I just can't scale into it unless I get 2 more upgrades. That's very risky. That's really risky.
So even though we're not going
to... And this is a civilian sector. We could run into Zoltan shields.
Use it right now, for the power reasons. In the late game, it's going to be amazing. So this is risk right now. Other people might not pick it up. But hopefully, in the long run, it will pay off. Okay, so let's make as many worthwhile jumps as possible. There's the other store.
I did.
We can go down through here. If we can get level 2 piloting, that might be the good ion event.
We're behind. You can't. No, don't do that.
Jump down, then back through here, and back down. All right, let's check out this distress. Hello, we used our FTL fuel to jump to the station. We're at 6 fuel, so no, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. All right, we have an enemy ship. Let's see, we have missile. They're up to 2 shields. They have some boarding and an ion weapon. Okay. We've got a single mantis. We can send the NG to punching bag off. And that'll be fine.
Makes sense.
Alright.
High fuel so you can do those events.
That looks like it's an Artemis, so that'll require 2 power to get back up online.
That's definitely an Artemis.
Time on our hands. Let's try and knock the shields down. Alright. 1 shield is much more manageable. keep
Halberd
working on
beam
their
boosts
shields.
morale.
The weapon system took additional damage, so we must have
I
started
mean,
the fire.
okay, let's stop here for a
Something
second.
benefit.
Like, Halberd beam, burst laser, Artemis does put us as a weapon ship well within range of being able to kill the flagship. Like, yeah, we still need cloaking, hacking, but, you know, weapon-wise, we're in a really good spot. It's just that we're banking way too much on future events being in our favor. Damaging weapons on first person. Yeah, but they have an Artemis missile. I mean, I have to drop the... I have to get those weapons offline.
Let's take down that piloting then. Wow, they're boarding with an NG. Bold strategy. Gotta respect that.
If I was paying more attention, I could see if there was like a fire on board their ship or something.
18 scrap for that. Send everyone to the medbay. Heal them up.
Upgrade
And
weapons?
send the crew back starting position.
We're not going to upgrade
Sector
weapons.
3. Okay.
Oh,
We're
yes.
gonna need 50 after that to power up to do burst and the halberd beam.
That's correct, but it is a buffer point. That's why I feel like I'll be a little
So
bit
we'll power up
surprised.
one right now.
Okay.
So my idea is that if the scenario presents itself with 4 power, we can actually do the Artemis missile into their shields, and then we can halberd beam through the rest of the ship.
That's very true. That does enable that setup, and we do have it as a buffer point. That's why I'm just surprised because we didn't get the buffer point in shields, that we're doing it with weapons.
Halberd beam, let's see. So the halberd beam costs 3 power, takes 17 seconds, but it does 2 damage per hit. Now, beam weapons actually all have piercing of shields, so the amount of shield layers they go through reduces how much damage it does. So if there's 2 shields, our halberd beam will do no damage. 1 shield, it'll do 1 damage per room, and then if the shields are completely down, it deals 2 damages per room.
I'm not even memeing.
So like I say,
It's
we
not
now
even for
have
that
option
reason.
to go halberd beam and Artemis missile.
Like,
If, we feel that's necessary.
I'm not inherently surprised, honestly, but I'm talking or playing around a lot of very fortunate things occurring with that like being a reasonable expectation. Like, oh, we're gonna find weapon. Oh, we're gonna get this fuel. Oh, we're gonna survive until this happens. You know, passing on the stunners and some of the other things we did. It's somewhat short-sighted, and like I said, it's value-based instead of opportunity-based. And shipping over to opportunity-based, like that's where you start hitting towards like the higher overall win percentage. Again, this is me at, like I said, this is somebody who wins 83% of their runs, 85% of their runs, like playing like this kind of strategy. So to like get up into the 90s though, you have to do so much more to try and mitigate bad RNG.
Sorry. Let's take this ship down here.
That's fine.
Okay, greetings. Welcome to our beacon. For a small fee, we'll let you continue on your way. We will reject that. Apparently we're going to regret that decision. Okay, so they have hacking and some sort of drone. It's a beam drone. Okay. They have a beam weapon as well as a basic...
The number of times I've jumped without my second shield power has been a little bit concerning. Can I say that? I'm a little bit concerned by this. Sometimes skills matter in the very end. Product flagship runs rather than over budget. Right. Yeah. So like your average runs, you're fine. So when your skill level, I mean it's give and take, right? Like you increase skill to a certain point, so you're gonna win more. But it's what's it called? We already talked about that. Diminishing returns. It's diminishing returns. So the first few things that you learn in FTL are going to drastically increase your win rates. You learn to upgrade shields first. You learn to get all the beacon jumps that you can in a sector. You map the sector out so you don't get stuck in dives. You have a better idea what good weapons are. Those are going to just catapult your win rates. It's going to be ridiculous. you're going to go from winning 10% of the time to like 50% of the time. So like that little bit of knowledge and investment is going to improve your overall chance of winning fivefold. Let's say, let's just throw that out there as a number. Part of flagship fights are a rarity. Yeah. But then to keep increasing it, you're going to be learning less overall strategies per se and more niche ones, or ones that are, they're just much more subtle, and those returns are going to be less. So in generally you do learn along a certain pathway like other players do in terms of like their core mechanics, though certain players pick up one aspect faster than other players do. Scott was like really phenomenal at crew kills. Like for the level that he did compared to other players with the same win rate, his crew kill knowledge was like ridiculously above everybody else's. And like, so if you pick that up, then again, that's a buff, but then there's other certain things that could be harmed or you're missing out on. So it would be difficult to say, like, if somebody watched me play at, you know, my Acme skill level, and then they just like picked up micropausing, how much more micropausing would be a difference than upgrading shields first as a win percentage? I don't know. They'd actually probably would lose more because it's just so much more micro intensive. But once they get used to that, it would make, like, if you learn that skill first or very early on, then things like microing borders is going to be cake. It's like, yeah, okay, borders, whatever. I'm moving around 5 power bars every 3 frames, so this isn't an issue. And being more keenly aware of, like, picking up what's going on in the game via the sound versus visually. Hi, Calaria. But then you get to a certain point, like I said, then you get up to winning 80%, and then it's like, how do you get from winning 85% to 95%? And it's just a ton of little things. It's a lot of little things. Like I said, you know, doing the low reactor gets me from like 90 to 95. Like that's a 5% change that I had to completely reinvent my approach to the game. But doing that also allowed for running with less reactor. So that's more win percentages. And that the learning just kind of stacks on each other. But I'm using a ton of skill and experience to develop into a new system and meta strategy to segue into yet another strategy. Like, you can't use low reactor if you can't do the micro, well, you can, but it's not going to be nearly as efficient. Like, those two systems go hand in hand, and you need a ton of experience and knowledge base before you even use them. And all that's going to do is increase my win rate by 5. Probably learn about the disasters that could be removed by actor. The only problem that I've had with reactors were 2 fights, and both those times, one was just like that event was bad, and I prepared poorly for it, the Zoltan one. The other one was I think maybe that was the Cell C run. Like, yeah, I died from those events, but I still learned by doing those things, and then I just don't take that fight because it's a terrible fight anyways. And so, yeah, you're eschewing one potential jump reward, which again would be garbage anyways if you get a normal kill. It's only if you get a crew kill that it has high rewards, versus a system that completely revamps everything that you do from a player perspective and enables you to have better power of buying stuff at a store. So again, let's weigh that. Better power, better buying power at every single store you go to, doing better in a fight. Every store, better power, better ability to buy weapons, better abilities to buying systems, winning a fight. Like, it's to me, it's just not very comparable. And again, sometimes you have to risk losing to get good. When I started doing microwing on the Stealth B, I lost 6 runs in a row on Stealth B. I lost 6 runs in a row on Stealth B. Those are all on my statistics, by the way. But eventually I got it. Some of the things. Parento. Like I said, I just sort of kind of refer to it as the law of diminishing returns, where it's like, same thing with chess. You read a book about chess that teaches you the point value of the pieces, how they move, why castling is important, controlling the center of the board, and you leap above all your friends who didn't read the book. But you're going to get crushed by Magnus Carlsen, and the amount of time it's going to take you to get where you are to Magnus Carlsen is so much larger, even though the what your rating is going to do is less so. It's just 1 in 1,000. Well, it's not really like 1 in 1,000. It's not even an issue because you can actually just choose to ignore the fight.
Laser, so level 2 shields should prevent them from harming us, barring them hacking our shields. Okay, they hacked our doors, so that's not even a problem.
We are really risking
start working on their shields since their weapon system isn't a threat. Oh wow, we dealt 1 damage and their shields didn't go down, so that means they have a total of 5 shields.
Yeah, see, I don't even call it a buffer point. Buffer point really wasn't even a concept I was using.
That got fixed relatively quickly. They could have a repair drone on board.
I was paying attention to the door system. You could see if they had a repair drone.
Okay, let's target the piloting with the next wave. And that's pretty good dodge. Oh, this could make for a slow fight.
So we can totally power oxygen right now. Our FTL's totally charged, and we're not taking any damage. Why am I using the Artemis here? Again, 5 years ago, I was probably frustrated at how long it was taking. That it was going to take a long time, so I'm just using up the Artemis to get through it. Increase the value of the burst laser, so the burst laser is hitting more often.
No.
Training.
For the sake of time, I'm gonna switch to the Artemis and Halberd Beam.
I literally just said for the sake of time.
I mean, again, since there's no threat from this ship, we could stay here pretty much all day and farm levels if we wanted to, like dodge and shields. Alright, so now they have level 1 shields. We'll start with the beam in the shield room. It should deal 1 point of damage, and then cut through the rest of the ship. Oh, wait a second, so we already determined that they have actually 5 shield spots, so that wouldn't take its shields down. That would be right playing most of the time. So we'll cut across this way for maximum damage. Hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms. That should kill it. Oh, they want to offer us 2 fuel, 1 missile, or 1 drone, and 14 scrap. No, I don't think that's enough. 26 scrap. All right, with 10% gets 28.
And with this next scrap recovery arm, we'd be able to buy that other power that we needed for other upgraded weapons.
Level 2. Okay, well, we can just do a normal fight.
Third boarding event that we had. Why are you kiting? You could have just swapped in room. It's fine. Same difference.
You're going up again?
Speed and harmless fight. Well, the problem would be if they did run. Like I would actually want to start like crushing that ship because they run away. I'm not going to take. Okay, I'm not going to stop them running away with my burst laser.
Nebula's experience at Ion Storm. All right, so we already know that's going to cut our power in half, but it doesn't say there's a ship there. All right, we have exactly 10 power. So if we bought a power bar that gets us 11 on the roundup, plus the piloting, in case it's the event that allows us to go through the debris fields for maximum rewards. Again, I think that's going to be okay because we'll get some additional scrap from the scrap recovery arm, and I don't think we're actually too far behind on our defenses.
Yeah, like I'm putting so much value in this scrap recovery arm, like a ridiculous amount of value, and things like working out. Like buying the reactor here is kind of okay. Again, this is how's this guy win? Like I said, it's a lot more knowledge than 95% of players would approach the game with, but 5 years, a lot of practice, a lot of experience, a lot of theory crafting. Pays dividends. Hopefully.
Normally we'll want by our third shield by Sector 4. Or in Sector 4. Oh, you jump to a Sector Nebula, planet-based storm, an automated rebel station beacon moves into attack.
So apparently I'm going to attack them. Honestly, this is a situation where you should just try to use your engines to see if you can outrun them and not deal with this fight, because we don't have anything to fight them with.
Yeah, let's prepare for the fight. Okay, so that is a substantial rocket. It also has hacking and it looks like some sort of ion. We're going to power up the Burst and the Artemis to try and take down their weapon system before it fires.
They have 2 buffer
ideal.
points in their weapon system.
Oh, please hit.
Okay,
We're
increase
going to
dodge.
maximize dodge and
We tried.
hope that we don't get hit by this. Oh, 3 damage and fire. Our indie crew should be able to put that out actually relatively quickly. That's a double fire. Let's try that again. Alright, and here comes the hacking. Oh, let's get them out of there. Oh, that's not good.
Good thing we didn't fix it.
Oh well. Orange is currently trapped in there.
Let's see. Extremely skilled players look like magicians who mysteriously avoid danger and somehow always come on top. It's not visible to the experienced viewers. The hidden landmines which are being avoided. But relatable. So most popular streamers are bad at video games because it makes them relatable. That's my theory. So it is interesting, not calling out people. What is interesting is if you are less skilled, then the game is more engaging because less is determined. So I'm reminded there's an outfielder who would get nominated for like the best outfielder awards, but they actually weren't that good of an outfielder. They were fast and they had a bunch of highlight reel catches, but normally they had like a really bad break on the ball. So like, okay, so here's a ball sailing and here's the outfielder, right? Now, if you're like a really good outfielder and they're just moving and then they like catch the ball this way, okay, well that's a basic catch. That's what it looks like. But they used a ton of skill, positioning, and knowing ball speed and trajectory to be in the right place at the right time to make a basic catch. So, okay, you just caught the ball. Whoop-de-doo. Now, let's see that ball is coming in and you break late because you thought it was this way. Now you do a leaping catch. What an amazing play. The result is exactly the same. And you actually had a much higher risk of failing than the other person. But that was more entertaining, was it not? To see that leaping, diving catch, to know that a few millimeters one way or the other was the difference between a run being scored on the field. It's versus, like I said, somebody who was just like, oh, like I'm just here, palm the ball, that's the out, let's go home. And so in a similar way where if you're spending scrap aggressively, then your ship can kind of start falling behind. If you're making those decisions that are essentially harming you in terms of long run successes, it does create more exciting. How many flagship fights for viewers on my channel? How many flagship fights do I even take damage on? Like just damage. Like so much of the time, it's just a complete foregone conclusion by Sector 5, Sector 6. Oh, yeah, never took damage. Never take damage, except that Federation, Fed A. And also, that's also been a detriment, but I could get into in a different discussion. Like that sometimes I have to be better about trading hull. Well, it's not so much an issue. It's fine. Like you can survive that. But yeah, so also, if you've been streaming longer, there was a much smaller audience for FTL. So falls off a cliff. Yeah, it starts on a cliff, and then there's like another cliff. It's just various cliffs. And again, it's time, it's effort, it's like watching other stuff. I didn't come up with a bunch of these strategies on my own. I stood upon the shoulders of giants. I saw what they did that worked, and like I said, I was mentioning Scott. I was religiously watching Scott do crew kills and trying to figure out how to do all the crew kills, and then picking up some of my own through different strategies, or the power of weapon hacking, which started with the Masala maneuver, but it was like some comment when I did a stealth B run about like you should just be hacking weapons more and you can win these fight inevitably, and that just completely shifted how I thought about every single engagement in FTL. And it's like, wow, what a ridiculously enlightening thing when I'm 2,800 hours into the game. Drone's an event that hacks your shields and you have 0 shields and you get annihilated. Sure, which is what, like, you're going to pick up some of the earlier sector strategies for survival, which was like the shield upgrade. Like, generally speaking, people were kind of in line on the shield upgrade being the thing to do, and all the good players do it. Some of them don't do buffer points. Yeah, some don't do buffer points, but earlier run. But those are events that happen enough times, and you can see the results almost immediately. Like, particularly the shield hacking event. Like, it's so in your face in terms of, like, I need this other shield bubble because maybe I just don't have it. Versus, like I said, I totally ripped through a sector without finding a store. It was like, oh, I didn't find a store. There wasn't a light bulb flashing over my head that's like, wow, you scouted that sector very poorly. You didn't prioritize it, you know? And then there was the knowledge of there's no Lanius bombers in Sector 2, and there's 2 stores, so that actually was just going to be the better routing. So if I learned the Lanius thing first before proper sector layouts, I actually still have a better run for a different reason, right? But I still just do like good sector routing. Like, that's going to always pay dividends. And this is only going to pay dividends in Sector 2 and 3 when that becomes available. It is most interesting to see low skill players. Yeah, I really truly enjoy people figuring out the game and the burden of knowledge. Oh, so great. Heavy is the head upon the crown, with the crown. Something some smart person said one time. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. There should be a tooltip for every weapon on the enemy ship to show off all of its stats. I think there's like a mod that like shows all the timing, and that could be really, really, really beneficial for some shenanigans. Because then you could just, if you knew like the weapon timings, you could just do essentially the same sensor strategy, flash your weapons off, and so they're less likely to be targeted on hard mode. Every FTL clone fails to do that. I think the biggest problem with FTL clones is the people who are involved in making them, or like mods for them, don't know. Like, you don't know like where my skill level is versus somebody else's skill level. It's so different. To try and put it in perspective, again, guess I'm pumping my own tires here. Winning 80% of the time versus 80% of the time versus 95% of the time. You're like, okay, well, that's like 15 percentage points. No, it's not. What it is you go 4-1 and I go 25-1 or 24-1. That's the difference. Me going 24 and run, that's the 96 rate. That's 100 out of 100 runs. So I have to do 6 times as many runs as somebody else to lose as frequent as they do. That's bonkers. And that's the difference in consistency between the 96 and 80. And 80 is incredibly good at FTL. But again, I have to play 5 times as much FTL to sustain the same number of losses as somebody who runs around 80% rate. And like that's pretty tough to kind of try to figure out. That's not a one thing. That's a lot of things. I love all the copies. But again, the problem is people don't understand the balance that exists in FTL. They just see the RNG. You just see all the bad stuff that happens. You don't see all the good stuff. You don't see all the stuff that works. Like how long it takes systems to repair, how long ions last, all that stuff. And again, super credit to the developers. All the systems, like it's really clear they put a huge emphasis on the systems, the interaction of the systems in the game, so that like the responses of things and the strategies that could develop from those things, like they didn't have the strategies. Like that's what's crazy. They weren't doing micro pauses. They weren't hacking weapons all the time. They weren't doing crew kills all the time. They threw it into a beta. They made the game harder, and they just relied in the systems. And eventually, the player base was able to figure out within those parameters to create a consistency and victories in their runs. That's staggering. So if you're trying to mod your game or base your game off their systems, you have a pretty big advantage and you see what specifically works. But if you're trying to change what doesn't work, it's really difficult because what you think doesn't work is probably wrong. It probably does work. It just doesn't work in the way that you think it should or think it does. You know, a lot of people, when they talk about balance of FTL, they're like, I hate hacking. Hacking's overpowered. Nerf hacking. And it's just like, yeah, but you don't even win all the time. You're not appreciating what hacking does in terms of hacking just doesn't win the game. What hacking does is hacking enables a lot of intricate strategies to be developed. So like you're not just shooting weapons all the time. Why would you do anything else? Just shoot them in the weapons. But because they have that, and they have additional rewards for crew killing, right? They decided to have that. You now have this really cool thing of where, okay, well, I can use hacking to enable crew killing, or I can buy garbage weapons. So now garbage weapons are good. Garbage weapons are fine because hacking is going to fix it. Lack of information game that bad. That's true. There is like the game can't teach you strategy. The game can't change you experience. Only playing it can. But from certain tactical points, struggling in a run, again, you can listen to any broadcaster, any streamer, any whatever format, talk about a loss after it happens and like look through their and listen to how they're processing what occurred. And a lot of the time what happens is it's one bad fight. Oh, that fight was bad. That fight was terrible. I didn't like that fight. Okay. Even if we want to do that, how do you stop that fight from being bad? That's the next question. And if it's just, nope, everybody dies against that fight, there's nothing that could be done. I mean, maybe, particularly sector, sure. But what I really try to do is I go through when I thought I made a decision, and this took a long time because like there was a time I lost like 4 runs in a row and I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. I had like one of my best streaks recently and kind of felt I had a handle on the game and I was doing as well as anybody out there. And then Thomas kind of points out that like I got stuck in a fight and I didn't run from it when I could have. Enemy ships have to include what the enemy ships can do. And I was like, oh, all right. Yeah, okay. So that was the thing I could do in the fight. And now I can go like, these are the decisions that, because of how I play, the number of wrong decisions I make is so much more less. I still make wrong decisions. Like I definitely make wrong decisions, but it's less. So it's much easier for me to actually pinpoint because I just think like, when did I make a decision? I had a run where I lost on Stealth C and I was just like, why did I lose the run on Stealth C? Like it was such a good Sector 1. And I actually came to the problem was that I bought a defense drone. I spent a little bit more money on other stuff, but I bought a defense drone early. And a lot of people have just been like, well, it's drone control. You want the defense drone eventually, so you just buy a defense drone. I was like, no, I had the shield drone, which could deal with, you know, that second missile, assuming when weapons hit. And that 50 scrap kind of put me in a weird situation. So, you know, thinking about it. So sometimes you can't do it yourself and you do need like an outside perspective. That can be really helpful. And you should seek it. There are so many people who play FTL who is like, hey, I'll look at one of your runs and I'll help you. I've helped people look at FTL runs. Mike's helped people. Farb's helped people. You know, there's like on the boards, I know Ray gives advice as well. And, you know, it just changes so much just because, like I said, Nobody plays FTL and thinks they're making mistakes. I don't go through a run of FTL and be like, that was a mistake. I did those things because I thought they were right. But I can look at other players, or I could just look at the situation for what it is and still go, what could I have done different? Now, it's possible what I could do different is a hindsight thing, right? Like, okay, if I known that this specific fight was upcoming, then I could do this. And that's going back to like the low reactor stuff. Like, hindsight, that fight that you had, you could have bought reactor and been in a better situation. It's like, yeah, that could be, but I have to weigh what losing the buying power of buying reactor would cost me. Gathering process is the gameplay, right? Strange Light Contraptions. A lot of it really is. And the execution of it. Like I said, it's tactics, what you do within a given fight, strategy, your overall, what you're doing, your knowledge. I like to call it your knowledge. There's the knowledge, and then, like I said, there's the experience, which is like you have to do it yourself. I'm not, some people could maybe read something and they instantly process and then they could instantly apply it. But for me, I have to do a couple iterations to get it in. Since the game lacks tooltips to some degree. So one of the reasons I had became like a moderator in the FTL Discord is I wanted to create an FTL guide section, and I wanted to get rid of all the misinformation, which was just based on people trying to be helpful. They were saying, like this is a run by a person who has done a lot of FTL, the previous me run, and that there are definitely a lot of things that I wouldn't do now. And what we could do, though, or what I was trying to do, my main goal and focus was is filter out the bad information, filter in the good information, and then based on the good information, people make better decisions, and then they help increase the amount of good information, and then that goes out. And as everybody gets better, again, it becomes a little bit easier to start pinpointing the things that you do wrong. Oh, I keep forgetting. Mentality. Knowledge, experience, and mentality. Those are the three things. So there's the mentality of wanting to learn, wanting to improve, and putting the work in it. I don't begrudge anybody who doesn't want to put in 2,000 hours into FTL to win over 90% of the time. Of course, Rakagak has put in 400 hours and wins 93% of the time. So, I don't know, hit the books, kids. But it just shows how much better information is now out there and available. Great mentality in this game. I'm feeling bored. Time to fire the missiles. Sure. Again, I'm also making a tutorial at the time. But my attitude was kind of goes to my own personal history. But when runs were struggling, they would wear on me so much because of what the expectation was. And that would start impacting the decisions that I was making. I still was doing a bunch of strategic things inaccurately. There were still some things I didn't know. But that was just weigh on me, and that I could get frustrated, and frustrations would exacerbate the situation that was already bad. So I had to get into a mindset, and that I talked with Mike and developed a strategy of dealing with it. Also been in therapy for other things, and that's helped. But now, so here's the thing. If you watched probably past videos of myself, when things are getting really intense, I'm like this. I'm kind of scrunched over. I'm not pausing as much as I should be. And I'm just starting to get really tunnel focused. And I noticed that I do that. So now I actually step back and disengage. And now my brain goes, instead of tunnel focus, super intense, less micro, it's a step back approach. It repositions the screen visually for me, right? And I'm like, okay, let's think this fight out. We have all the time in the world. Let's take it. And doing that was a huge difference. Another problem for win streak runners is the hill you climb just gets bigger. It just gets bigger. You know, I don't have to win 5 runs in a row. I don't have to win 10 runs in a row. I have to win crowrevell 68 runs in a row, or it's a waste of my time. And I play slow. So that's another mental aspect. I think it's unironically the get good attitude that requires a change in disposition towards game, taking responsibility for events that transpire because it's the only way to improve. You know what was interesting? I was watching a video talk about Elden Rings. I'll try not to spoil in case people don't want spoilers in Elden Rings. But it talked about what get good used to mean. Get good was apparently, it was just a fun little jab. Like everybody knew it was unfair, you know, you just got to get good, ha ha ha. But then people took that to be like, you just suck. Like they took it in this really negative and dark way versus like a sort of lighthearted thing. Like, yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll just get good and everything kind of works out. And like I said, it's a mental part. It affects people differently, their approach, how they do things. And like getting better at FTLs just starts with wanting to get better at FTL and then finding the resources to get better at FTL and then putting in the time with those resources to get better and then transcribing those into your game. And that's all very simple. I mean, that's really straightforward. That's how you get better at anything. You figure out if you're doing something wrong, you practice at getting better, or you find out what you could do to be better. You practice doing the things that make you better, you get better, and then you just keep doing that. But, you know, where do you go to get better? Where do you find the time to dedicate to that kind of stuff? Apparently, people don't like sitting and talking about FTL in their off time. I love talking about FTL with Farb or Mike and just like shooting out theory crafting, as I call it. And it's like, oh, like here's the thing you could have done, or here's this really idea, or whatever. Like, actually, it was Zion who mentioned something about like missiles and ships running and going for crew kills, and like that's just like another little facet of thing to be like, oh, that's something worth considering. I like doing that, but somebody, again, Rand is like pointed out multiple times, Rand doesn't want to watch anybody play FTL. Rand doesn't want to watch because it's a game that is stressful and doesn't want to watch a bunch of other people be stressful at the game. And I totally respect that. I totally understand that. You know? But maybe you can find like written documents. There's a couple of those if you want to get into that or you get into practice of it. But again, it's a mental attitude. It's not wrong to not want to be better at FTL. Was it Ninja who like said like you should like go out there and hate yourself if you're not the best player and get better out there? No. Like you should try and find happiness with how well you play or act at anything. And if it doesn't bring you happiness, find out what will, which could be simply not doing the task anymore. Get better at scoring. Thanks, Badger. I got an 8200. Now, charge time, enemy ships need to run away before it happens. Some of the FTL charge time stuff. It does have an easy mode. There's a certain level of accessibility in that regard. That is a good score. Thank you. I know there's no music going on. I've been talking about for a while. We'll probably take a break. I had to pop open FTL because it's hit 3 hours and again a lot of talking, so parchness is becoming a thing. Some events are crazy fast while others take your time. Yeah, like the shift in FTL charges can be frustrating. I've personally experienced that kind of thing, and it could be helpful. I don't think it's a game breaker, but getting to the point of like your mental well-being while playing FTL, you do it for the fun, you do it for the challenge, you can do it for viewership, and there are various challenges along that line. But generally, your approach shouldn't cause you, and hopefully doesn't cause you, essentially to have sort of a crisis of sorts. It happens. Like I said, I've been in bad mental places at various points of time in my life. I try to be open with it, in so much not because I want everyone to like pity me or anything, but I just want to like let people know that people out there struggle with things at times, and it may not inherently even make sense why it's a struggle, but it just is, and your brain has problems dealing with it. Talking to my family, they're like, well, why aren't you doing this? I was like, my brain doesn't let me do that. And that's a really weird response to a lot of people, is you're saying that your brain doesn't let you do something, but it's what it is. Your brain, I can consciously think of one thing, and the wiring of my brain sidesteps it or puts it back or procrastinates. It's not really like an act of procrastination. It's just a kind of thing that happens. And so then you try to develop new processes so you don't do the thing anymore. I don't know how much time until the FTL ship starts charging. Yeah, I actually don't know. Mike says it's actually different when it charges post-fight, like it has a partial charge kind of thing. I was going to do a video about that. Generally, if you want to get better at FTL, just wait till Mike makes a video about it. Just like float an idea over to Mike, be like, hey, here's a weird thing. And then Mike will, that's a good idea. And then come up with something that's better than the entire FTL community's ever come up with in its entire existence. And you just get to live in Mike's world. It's great. Don't do that. You can do stuff your own due diligence. Don't abuse Mike. Mike is to be cherished. Do I have one volley or two or three? Who knows? Yeah, it's like one volley. Because I did the run before the break, and I had a flak 1 heavy laser. The heavy laser hit. Ship said it was going to charge his FTL and run. The next flak shot missed. All 3 shots missed, taking down the shield. And then the ship ran away before I could fire the flak again. So I would assume it's less than 20 seconds, but a halberd beam will charge in time. So it's somewhere in the 17 to 20 second range, I would guess, at the run and jumps. It's not exact, of course, but that's personal experience leads me to believe that that's about what it is, which again is kind of bonkers when you think about it. Enter Neo and dodge everything. Yeah, well, they don't have that many systems, so they tended to give them a lot of engines. But yeah, like I'm not really mad at any of the decisions I made back here. Like the previous me was doing the best they could, and then they made a video to try and help people out, and I'm sure it was very helpful for a certain range of players. But if you wanted to get better than an 80% win rate, you had to do more than this. And it's like getting healthy. I wish there was a pill that you could take and everybody would be healthy. I'm not talking about like medication that keeps you alive, but like I could get like 20 pounds of muscles or lose 8 pounds of fat, whatever it is, and be better, like a pill. But it generally just comes down to diet, exercise, and schedule. This is what it comes down to. And so you need the discipline to do it and the time to do it and whatnot. And I have ebbs and flows with something along those lines. When we moved to an apartment, there was nothing to do, and I exercised an hour a day. An hour and a half a day, every day, because I didn't have anything else to do. I didn't have anything else to bide my time with. And then I found out I could do like 20 pull-ups. I couldn't do one now, but back then I did. But previous me procrastinated, so now I have current me problems, and previous me is a jerk. Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know, what's it? It's not about getting over, it's about moving forward. And like personally, I'm a lot more mindful about those kinds of things in a lot of different areas. So like mentally going back to FTL, I just started focusing on one run. Just focus on the run that was there in front of me. Don't worry about all the bad ships I have in the future. Don't worry about all the victories I have now. None of that matters. Just try to focus on the run that you have, because all those other things are just going to add stress to you. And after a while, you know, I was able to do it. Does that mean everybody else can? No. You know, maybe they don't want to. Maybe they, again, I don't know who you are. So a lot of things. Again, and we're talking about a video game. I am now taking time. I've now taken 3 hours out of my day to review a run. I don't have to review this run at all. Like, it's no benefit to me. I already know what to do. It's kind of interesting to sort of see the arc that I had, and I don't know, perhaps it can pave the way for others to sort of how to like properly reflect on their games and figure out what they're doing wrong. But generally speaking, you know, it's like proofreading. You know exactly what you wanted to write. It's totally there in that paragraph. And then when your friends read it and they're like, what's a squiddly spooge? You're like, what? Wait, when did I write that? I didn't write that. You know, almost 3 hours still to go in the video. Does that mean a 9.5 hour stream? I don't think so. Like I said, we're probably going to take a break and we'll see if we can speed it up along. A little walk down memory lane. It is interesting. Like I said, what had kind of spurned this is I was talking about golf score runs, and then I watched part of the run. It was just the flagship fight, and I was like, why am I only doing 3-room swipes with a mini beam? I think I wrote too much, so now we're behind schedule. No, we're not on a schedule. All right, let's finish up this fight, and then I think we'll kind of take a break. And still, 3 damage swipe is amazing. It is. And you could do 4.
No, actually, because the system is damaged, I think it would normally deal, actually starts dealing damage to the crew.
Yeah.
But because it's broken, it doesn't even work.
That's funny.
We're going to switch to the beam, and let's cut this way. So the nice thing about beams is that they can't be dodged once they're engaged. You can actually, even if like you try cloaking under it, it'll still keep cutting through.
That's true.
And this just serves a quick end. Now let's repair that med bay. Ooh, get another scrap recovery arm. Are you kidding me? We could have had triple scrap recovery arms. Wow, super.
And now we know how Crow won the run. We know how Crow won the run.
Bonus scrap.
Because Crow had triple scrap recovery, double scrap recovery arms. Got all the money.
Okay.
Look at all the money we're gonna get.
Send everyone back.
That's funny. All right. Yeah, I need to refill my beverage. Get up, stretch, move about. You should do the same. And I don't know. We'll come back to this. I don't know how much more of it I can take. We're not gonna 3 hours. I don't know. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out, and I'll see you on the other side of like the old 3 minutes. I'll even leave the camera on. You can like the wondrous display. Three damage swipes. All right. We're back. Now, you're kind of curious, do I...
Let's see, jump there.
Those connect, so...
Store exit. We're still pretty far ahead, so...
We could just skip to the... Let's see, do we get to the store? Alright, we're apparently still using Artemis because of where levels are. It's fine.
Shooting with the burst weapons. So we've already had our burst laser 2 charged up, but we're going to wait for our halberd beam to be powered up as well.
Alright, and we got the burst laser up. That makes tons of sense. This is a safe fight, so there's
now we're going to fire at the enemy ship.
nothing we can do here.
Okay. Sadly, only one shot hit. That's okay. G keeps the doors at a level above what we have.
See, we're fine.
Let's see what's at this store.
I didn't see if... I don't know if we bought any reactor.
Good, okay. Oh, let's see. We have mind control, couple weapons, and we have some scrap recovery arms. Alright, so I don't think we talked about teleporter before. We haven't talked about backup battery or mind control. So backup batteries are actually... they're a subsystem.
That's true.
And what they do is they give you a temporary power boost. They provide... so yeah, you'll get a couple power bars for... I think, okay, yeah, 30 seconds. And then it'll have a cooldown period. Upgraded can give you 4 power bars. It's nice in like late game situations if you were fortunate enough to have a ridiculous system. But like buying it now, the investment it's pretty bad. I don't want to say it's pretty bad, but it's not very good early on. Again, we're doing... FTL is a game that just like lives to feast on your hopes and dreams and brutally crush them. You just have to figure out... you always have to go for what you need versus what you want.
All right, that's super true. FTL does feast upon your dreams to brutally crush them. I'm pretty sure that's in the Steam Storm page. So the reason you would buy battery early, one of the things is it does thin your systems out, or thins out the item pool, and two reactor is going to cost you 40 scrap. With good power management microwing, essentially we're getting 2 reactor for 35 scrap. It almost works completely identical. So we're saving money. Even in the early game, we're saving money. But later on, as the game progresses, it's value. Chad, it's actual value. Because now you're getting 2 reactor for the cost of 1. When you're paying 35 scrap for reactor. Heavy laser. So we're at, we're at 65 scrap. We have, we have 62 scrap, minus 15 equals plus 25 equals plus 25 equals. We could have up to 97. It is possible. Oh, we also have the Artemis. So if we subtract 75 off of that, if we wanted to go for mind control, we could stick with these systems. We could stick with the systems here. We could stick with the weapons that we have, buy mind control, and buy backup battery. The problem with heavy laser is... okay, so I don't have the Artemis online right now. The heavy laser functions best when shields are down, which is kind of what the halberd beam already does. We could still use it for shield suppression, but it probably would be better to just like buy mind control, buy backup battery, buy fuel. I kind of don't like the Artemis being sold though as like a catch-all if things go bad. So let's see, 62 plus 50 equals, we could be at 112 minus 75. Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to buy any fuel if we pick up the battery in this situation. I'd honestly I think now we just lean into the idea of buying the mind control to lower evasion, buy the 5 fuel, and kind of just go from there. Yeah, it's not like it's not so much like that it's bad for the setup, because it's you'll hopefully get like a flak 1 or burst 1, burst 2 to set up other projectiles. The problem is that's 6 reactor to get it online, and I could just get the Artemis online instead without having to spend the 50 scrap right now. And I really want to start getting systems online.
So the idea that, we're buying some temporary power while we can still buy normal power that'll work all the time for about the same is not particularly engaging. Also, it's vulnerable to hacking, then it drains power from your system. Mind control is also another interesting system. It's not considered as overpowered as, say, like hacking, but what it does is allows you to temporarily gain control of someone. It gives you a couple blue options to have better deals.
I wouldn't be surprised if I walk away with the heavy laser, though. We actually got that before the break. We just picked up a second scrap recovery arm for free.
What it's also mostly used for, though, is if you get boarded by enemy crew, you can mind control one of them, and they have your enemies just beating up each other. And you can also use them on opposing ships if you have high enough sensors, and since our sensors are now manned, you can see into enemy ships to use mind control.
So here's the other thing. Buying mind control, we know the sector layouts. Mostly we have green sectors, green and purple sectors, so the purple sectors are going to be an issue. But we have an NG. We have a roaming NG that's very easy to put in sensors to get eye contact. Like, being able to drop evasion against ships we can to set up the burst laser is like almost as good as another projectile. See what I'm saying? Like, essentially, it's like buying another projectile, except it's in the system form, and technically it's going to cost me cheaper than to get the heavy laser. Plus, it's also thinning out the item pool. I don't think fuel and battery is also an interesting call, just because it leaves you with a lot of extra money to go after, say, hacking. I think the idea more in buying the system, less so buying the heavy laser, just because, like everything else, I think this is really expensive to get online with our current setup.
And essentially,
I'd almost think that Gasme would just not buy any of these things.
What it would be handy for in that situation is we could mind control a pilot, and that would drastically drop their evasion.
We'll see.
But to afford it, I would have to sell one of my scrap recovery arms, which I'm not particularly opposed to. Our weapon system's pretty good right now, and let's see, what's the next power going to cost us? Yeah, it's going to cost us 75 scrap just to get one more power into it. So what I'm hoping weapons-wise is that the burst and halberd beam will carry us. I mean, they're going to annihilate almost any ship with 2 shields. They will function even against 3 shielded ships, which we won't see for another 2 sectors or so. So that will be...
Nope, we're going to start seeing them next sector. The 3 shielded ships are likely to start showing up in Sector 4. Elite fighters, pirate surveyors, or that slug surveyor ship can be 3 shields, but... Yeah, with the weapon offerings, I really don't like selling the I've become more and more a fan of like Artemis or missile weapons in general. So we have 62 plus the 25 equals minus 75 equals plus 4 fuel. Oh well, sorry, that's not how math works. 0.
Able to save up on missiles for the Artemis and just get that online instead of buying a weapon right now.
But also misses jump in the sector.
I'm actually, yeah. So I'm going to sell one scrap recovery arms. And going to buy mind control instead. So we're going to use this to try and make our burst laser that much more effective, greatly reducing dodges of enemy ships. Help us a little bit with borders on ours. It's also helpful in phase 3 of the flagship because there's boarding and mind control in that phase. You can also use mind control to cancel enemy mind control. And it doesn't take any resources.
Fuel!
Which is nice. Let's see. Oh, we could buy crew members if we want. Let's not hire anyone. And we'll go to the next sector. NG control or slug controlled nebula. Slugs can't get mind controlled, and nebulas take out sensors completely, so we're going to go to NG control instead.
Making your... I know I win the run! I know I win the run, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just because they haven't been Zoltans so far? Yeah. Again, it makes sense to go to the NG sector versus we have NGs for blue options. Apparently didn't mess that. Oh, hey, we also got a Mantis at some point in time. Hi, Rebecca. We're skipping ahead to like actual decision-making processes. Also, you know, if we didn't upgrade piloting for 20 scrap, we could have just bought the battery. Again, spending scrap on things that the hopes that they pan out means that there's a chance that those things don't pan out, and we could have just bought stuff at a store. I mean, stores maybe don't pan out. We all know that, but you want to give yourself... I'd rather take a risk that a store doesn't have anything than blow 20 scrap on a nebula maybe having a chance of a thing that occurs.
You arrive at NG space, and the Mantis have been threatening the NG core worlds, but you should be able to stock up on it for your journey. Alright, it's a little bit forward of an exit. Oh, there's a nice little... So this whole area up here, almost looks like the Big Dipper, is just a big troll.
It does look like a Big Dipper. There we go. Crow knew like one astrological thing. Good job.
Caught up there. Or crossing points.
Astronomical, sorry.
So I guess we go here to here, see what's up there, and then drop down through this area.
Yeah, that's about all you can really do.
So we're going to try and get our next level shield. Try to get to our shield number 3. We're also pretty tied up on power right now. Ooh, free weapon. Pike beam. Let's see. Ship message you. Underground Federation comm channels are talking about yours.
Nope. Free weapon button working just fine there. Working. See, back then I you know, I must have just had it freshly installed, you know, and you didn't just want to like, you gotta ease it in. Borderline endgame weapons already. Gotta bring, yeah, just like a pair of new shoes.
Secret mission. Let's install a weapon.
Now it's very comfy to use.
Oh, that's interesting. So Pike Beam only does 1 damage. But it has a much longer beam than the Halberd does. Beam weapons are somewhat redundant. I mean, if we had hacking, it could be really obscene.
Alright, I caught myself. Yes, beam weapons are somewhat redundant, but if you have hacking, then it's fine. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Let's sell it for scrap. Alright, you spot a Mantis ship hunting in the distance. That's that civilian ship.
Like, look at this poor little Mantis ship. It's trying.
So we have hopefully a chance at double rewards. Engage the Mantis ship. Not today. Continue. Okay, they have 2 Mantis and engine. I assume 1 Mantis is coming over. Plus a rocket system. Okay.
So this is another thing I've been noticing. So in like pirate ships, if the crew to board you is either an NG or Resultant, they'll actually swap with another crew. The game now tries not to get NGs or Resultants fighting crew. It's really weird. Like I had a couple of experiences where there was like some crew swappings that were going on.
We have more than enough crew to deal with boarders. So we're going to just... Mantis is going to engage him, and we're going to move the NG to...
Alright, so that was bad what I just did there. What we could have done is moved this engine crew down into here to hold the Mantis while we're still on doors, and then send this Mantis other to join it, because as soon as we break doors, it was going to go into the system, and now we've actually lost evasion.
Sensors, so we can mind control when the time is right. Let's depower level 1 shield, since they just have...
And as far as manning this system, I mean, we could just... Like, the shield NG is doing absolutely nothing in this fight.
They can only do... They can't get through 1 shield right now with the weapon system they have. Or the ion weapon will only take down 1 shield. The rocket will, of course, go through whatever systems it has to. So we're going to try and maximize evasion to hopefully dodge the missile. And we did.
Also, just dodge missiles.
So the board went away. We'll now fire targeting
22
weapons,
evasion.
and before our shots get there, we will mind control the pilot. It won't always like reduce the evasion to 0, but it definitely hampers it a lot.
Yeah, depends on if they have autopilot.
Do some damage. Alright, so they're pretty much crippled right now. Weapon system down, piloting down, they have no dodge. This will kill them. And there we go. Let's attempt to contact that civilian ship. They wisely made a fast retreat. Aw, we missed out on double prizes. That's okay.
No, not double prizes. Alright, we have a considerable amount of money. And a scrap recovery arm.
Our power distribution's pretty bad right now. But there is a store.
All right. All right. Past me is apparently insulting future me. Got it. Great. Nice. Good. 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 Wasn't expecting that.
All right, I want at least one more power bar.
No, there's a store right there. We should.
Okay, so
All right. It's okay. It's okay. You won. You win the run. You win the run. So, if we're trying to buy things at stores, we shouldn't be spending our money. Shouldn't be spending our money. This is pretty easy to micro because you can very easily depower the burst laser too to power up engines for the dodge when you need it, and then just put it back into the laser because the burst laser is taking 12 seconds, the Howard beam's taking 17, minus, you know, whatever training that we have. So we're losing absolutely nothing. We lose nothing. We lose nothing depowering the weapon to power the engines and save on that reactor to increase buying power.
there's a store and another one. So you don't really have anything I want to buy at stores. I predominantly want to do improvements on.
I don't have anything that I want to buy at stores. Well, let's see. We had, let's get a little calculator. We had what, the 41, right? Right. Let's go back to that. We have the 41 here. What about hacking? Nah, hacking's terrible. 20. 55 divided by 2 is 20. Is it 27? Plus potentially 19. Plus potentially what, like, did I already do the 25? So 41 plus, no. Bad calculator. 41 plus the reactor we just bought, plus the pike beam, plus scrap recovery arm. 113. So which is it? No, hacking's phenomenal. We should totally be holding on 80 scrap to get hacking completely. I was drunk when I made this. That's really the only thing. Perhaps there was some sort of leak. Methane gas in the room. A van of toxic chemicals broke down outside and I had the window open. These are all possible things worth considering as being what occurred.
On my own ship. So we can sell the pike beam. We're offering minus.
What is this? We are reviewing a run I did back in 2017. This is an in-depth Kestrel A run. I did not buy buffers for shields. I don't do any microwave power at all. I don't scout sectors to look for stores. I take crews as surrender offers early on. That's what we're doing.
It's for fuel for a drone park. No.
Oh yeah, I'm not apparently super concerned about fuel from time to time. It's been real interesting.
Ooh, that's awful. All right, let's check out this store here.
We're gonna go to the store anyways, though. Do need fuel.
This is Rise. Your scrap powers our weapons for you. You're about to raise the shields when you realize it's just an energy trader looking for a trade.
We're also running it at 1.5 times speed to try and facilitate. Took me 2 hours to get through Sector 1. Hey, look, there's a Howard beam. We got a one-shot build.
Battery arm, repair arm, fire suppression, charged laser 2.
Assuming we find hacking.
Ooh, small bombs are kind of cool, but we already have an Artemis missile system, so. All right, we have hacking, so I'm gonna sell the piking because I'm going to. So hacking, which we've seen used against us, it requires one drone part, and what it does is it disrupts systems for a amount of.
I'm really hoping past me just sold the pike beam because we are gonna buy hacking here and it isn't getting my hopes up. Come on, past me. One time, baby.
Time. So at level 1, it lasts for 4 seconds. You can see over here on the right, 2, it lasts for 7 seconds, and at level 3, it lasts for 60 seconds. It's an incredibly versatile tool. For example, at level 3, you could...
I would have to sell a scrap recovery arm, both of which I did get for free. At least I got them for free.
Completely drain a ship of its level 4 shields. You can target some ship's piloting and reduce their evasion to 0.
Did I say 60 seconds? Should be 60 seconds.
If you got in a situation where
think of the O2 hacks with that one, Badger.
you were boarded by too many members, you could Again, target their teleport, bring them aboard, or send them away. It'll actually take every person on your ship back to the enemy.
Like, you could asphyxiate a, I think at that, you could actually kill Lanius. Like, there's just, like, such a negative amount of oxygen they would take damage from it.
Ship. Yeah, no, it's amazingly versatile, and most people would consider it almost overpowered.
We could even sell we could sell Artemis, too. I bet I sell Artemis.
It also gives you a lot of blue events to prevent hacking. You can also hack hacking or hack cloaking. It does just a little bit of everything. I would say that as a recommendation that most people always tend to lean on just always hacking shields, and that might not always be advisable. If you have beam weapons, then hacking shields is probably preferable. But if you have a lot of lasers, hacking piloting is normally better.
All right, normally I would say hack engines, but at least I open up the possibility that you shouldn't just auto-hack shields all the time. Go me. Selling Artemis doesn't feel right. No, it's completely wrong. You totally sell a scrap recovery arm to buy hacking and fuel. Like, that's absolutely what we should do. Will I, though? Will I?
So we're absolutely going to buy free fuel. I like to repair up to about 24, 25 hull. There's no... I don't want to say there's no reason to go up to max hull, but there are several events along the way that will repair your ships for free. So just to maximize the benefit, we'll just leave a couple hull spaces open for that to happen, and not waste scrap that we don't need to. Let's see, the battery charger, backup battery lock is timed in half. That's almost never going to be bought.
Be quiet, Badger.
Let's see, the repair arm. So repairs your hull every time you collect scrap. It reduces scrap collected by 15%. This is generally considered to be pretty bad as far as an augment goes. To always reduce the amount of scrap that you have to repair your hull instead. If you don't have an option unless your hull is already
there's a possibility of that.
It's just, we already talked about how, you know, we're going to leave our hull not completely filled so that any repair events can just make a strong benefit of that. That sort of eliminates those events and uses up scrap when you don't want to. Fire suppression automatically puts out fires throughout your ship. I don't know what... I mean, fires are kind of scary, and if you had a ship that had really poor ventilation, maybe, but for 65 scrap, it's absolutely not worth it. I mean, you could totally spend that on a crew member or better doors to help prevent the spread of fires, and get a bunch of other additional benefits versus wasting space on that augment. All right.
Could still.
Let's take this one.
Could still sell the Artemis for 19. Scrap recovery arm for 25. We could do that, Crow.
Yeah.
With 2 shields and defense drone 2, as stealth A, sector 2 is fun. Yeah, the NG bomber ship is one of those ones that can have 2 shields in sector 2. It's why I never give up the NG for like the virus events. We were like, full drain NG. I was like, look, it's already double repair speed. That's good enough. Don't risk throwing a crew away for a little bit more training.
Let's see, don't risk it. Let's see. You find a rebel automated scout floating near a beacon. Despite its pristine condition, it appears to be deactivated. Attempt to download the ship's data stores, or we can scrap it for 15. Let's find out what's in the data stores. Okay,
all right, we still could get like scrap rewards and a map, or we get a ship fight.
Ship activated. There's a chance that it doesn't. That's okay, so we can take down the ship and get additional reward. So an automated ship, mind control isn't going to do us any good.
But again, we've seen in quite a few scenarios where I'm just like, kill all the ships.
I had a heavy 2.
Hey, Thomas.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, we have leveled up in pilot.
Did I just not know what a heavy 2 was again? So I couldn't tell the difference between a beam 1 and a beam 2 drone. I might have mistaken a basic laser for burst 1. That one is a little bit tricky though. That one I had to remember you have to really look at the barrel here. How long was this run after you started streaming FTL? So this is, I don't even know how long I've been streaming for. This, like I said, this run is from 2017. So it got 10 views from 5 years ago. Oh, I feel so much better knowing that I only led 10 people astray. Oh, what a relief. Okay. So I'd have to look more into it. It was probably pretty early on.
So we've improved our invasion. Okay, one shot not optimal, but we can hit. Angle correctly, we'll be able to hit 4 of their runes.
That's right.
I said angle correctly, we can hit 4 of their runes. And as I don't want to say always, there's almost never an always in this game. As you would normally do, you try and hit the shields with beam to try and maximize damage. Alright, their dodge is down, so we can just target shield.
Guilt tripped. It's fine. I win the run. That's what I just keep telling myself. I win the run. And it was a step in getting better. Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, I did the crew kill video and I spent 45 hours putting that thing together by learning how to edit, doing all the editing, getting all the footage I need, figuring out that some of my footage didn't have sound, so just learning how to loop a music track over it and then redoing all the commentary. I did that, and it still has less, like, I put all that work and content, put all that work and effort into producing that content, which is incredibly important for hard mode players, is like learning how to do the crew kills. And it's still less than, you know, me just throwing together a tier list of either ships or weapons.
Shields, we can't evade it. And then our beam will just finish it. So we got 23 scrap from that. Okay, there's a store. Oh, we can't get to the distress and the store.
Go to the store, Crow.
Again, we're pretty low on fuel.
Yes, fuel.
So I'm gonna check out the store in hopes that we can find a few more. There does seem to be enough jumps that we can, like, even if we go beyond the exit, to loop back around.
The masses don't want to think.
Jumps
They just
towards
want
the next sector.
to replace.
Engine upgrade necessary for travel home. Sale of equipment necessary for engine upgrade. Okay, well, let's buy 4 fuel. Oh, and now we have a Zoltan, so we haven't met a Zoltan yet. So their max health is reduced to 70.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about Zoltans right now, so that's fine. You just didn't want to give them orders? I mean, again, sitting down and like watching a tutorial video, there's only like so much that you can do. I don't buy the Zoltan here. No, there's no way. There's no way. If I don't buy battery, there's no way I'm buying a Zoltan. I think. But, oh, where was I going with it? Something. Oh, you know, like, how do you, no one's going to look up how to, like, do crew kills. Like, that's not, you like, what are you talking about? You just bored, you get crew kills, whatever. So the fact that it got there, I mean, I did push it in terms of, like, putting it, like, any site, anywhere that I could. I'm like, hey, check this out. Like, learn how to do crew kills. It's important.
Oh, there's another store. I guess. Well, I do want power, and actually I value Zoltan's pretty high. I don't think I have enough scrap right now to get the Zoltan, as well as, you know, power.
I value Zoltan's very high. I just don't have enough scrap to buy it. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Try and get that third shield, which I'm a little bit behind on right now.
Yeah, so I was really big about third shields, as you may have picked up by Cons talking about it. I do like having some defensive system, like 2 shields and defensive system, and that is either hacking, cloaking, or third shield, or Zoltan shield at this point in time in the game. That is just kind of like, you know, like rules of thumb, and depends on where it goes to the game. Like maybe you have like really bonkers weapons and a pre-igniter that can kind of work as well. Yeah, again, that's value. It's looking at value in terms of later on, like I get a crew that fixes stuff and the reactor's 35 scrap, so the crew is only 25. That's a deal instead of opportunity costs.
I will buy at least 1 power and go to the next store.
So clearly, again, if you're going from a store to another store, you probably shouldn't upgrade your ship. Thank you, Badger. Thank you for making sure I was aware of the thing that I just did. The subset of players being interested in high-level strats will always be low compared to the mainstream trend. Oh, yeah, sure, 100%. Most people aren't trying to get obscenely good at FTL or whatever. But, yeah. You got an ad. Did we buy a Mantis? No, we didn't buy a Zoltan. I instead bought a reactor and just went to the store next door. Because I'm not apparently too concerned about buying hacking. Okay. What was I going to say? Before I distracted myself with my words of wisdom. I don't know. Good. Oh, reloading player meant an ad. Oh, so what I started doing is if an ad starts on a channel, I go down to the name, down here. If you're not on mobile, and then I just open it up and I mute the channel with the ads, and then I open up in a new window, and generally it's not been running ads. And I just let that do its thing while continuing watching content. Again, if you're on mobile, that's not something you can do. Better title. Yeah, how to make it through Sector 1. We're almost in Sector 4.
Okay, how much fuel do you have? Oh, you have tons of fuel.
Tons of fuel, good.
Blade beam, fire beam, charge ion weapons. Things we can't afford. Okay, so let's get our fuel up to a nice number of 13. Okay. Drone, control. I think we've talked about everything before. We might not have seen a defense drone. So this is Defense Drone Mark II. So we have to have a drone system again to actually use drones. And what this will do is it almost operates like an extra shield for 3 power. It'll shoot down any and all incoming projectiles, asteroids, drones, missiles, lasers. It can also take down hacking. A lot of people don't like the 2 over the 1 because it targets so many different projectiles when they want to dedicate it to just taking down missiles and drones.
It's also more
expensive. They don't want to get
and
distracted
more
by
power
laser
to run,
beams.
but
okay, so we now have enough fuel. Let's try and get that 100 scrap for that next layer of shields.
I like how really nonchalant I am about the O2 situation, like never letting it refill.
Arm to the teeth, immediately broadcasting it.
Just churning through
Subject
jumps.
Wealth, NG motive, survival, transfer of goods acceptable. Explain that you're friendly or accept the offer of surrender.
Defense probably is a little bit more lenient in like how fast it picks up the weapons, so that if you power it late, comparative to the 1.
If you explain that you're friendly, you get nothing. So we will be kind and accept their offer of surrender. And we get 21 scrap. Okey-doke.
That's right. Be kind. Take people's offers of
let's
surrender.
Alright, we have a fight here. While the rebellion is complete, you'll see a safer world we provide. Well, you won't, but you get the point. They are.
Alright, this fight is...
let's try and take down that weapon system. Again, mind control the pilots. Get all those shots to count.
This is such a crew kill potential ship here. Like, we have the mind control, they have 4 crew, they have no med bay.
Oh, I blew up the O2.
I mean, yeah, they
those guys to repair.
could do something. Like, the bomb itself is annoying, but as long as we're doing, like, 2 damage to their
1 fuel. Oh, no,
weapons.
that's not nearly enough. 23 scrap. Okay, that's better.
Yeah, definitely not prioritizing crew kills.
We're back on the oxygen. Everyone goes back to their positions.
Yep.
Okay, do I want to dive?
No.
So at the exit, I could get 1, 2... I don't really think it's enough jumps. I don't feel like I have the engine power for it. So I'm gonna check it out and not dive there. Drive the long-range beacon. FTL drive is charged. You can jump to the next sector. The unidentified ship is badly damaged, still being assaulted by a space pirate. Victim distress message until the pirate cuts in and offers to split the bounty if you just sit tight. Okay, so we have a Zoltan ship with 3 shields. Wow, he's serious. Oh,
very serious.
Pirate hacker. So that looks like a heavy and an ion weapon. Can't really see it.
It's I mean, you got a little bit of heaviness to it. It has hacking, so that is a concern. This ion weapon will hit shields. We could flash shields. Because this is a normal, fires at 8, this is 13. These projectiles are so fast. Is the thing.
I think we'll try and be a hero. Let's see what
We'll
they have.
try.
Okay, they do have hacking. Heavy 2. This is a little bit of a dangerous situation.
Oh, yeah, so see, this is a stunner. So there's actually a decent chance that we eat like 2 damage, maybe. We do have hull for it.
Let's see. Do I want to go burst in Artemis to take down Well, let's see where this hacking lands. Oh, so Zoltan Shield will have to do 5 damage before it goes down, and we can't teleport through it unless we have a Zoltan Shield bypass or use mind control. Okay, and that is a full power hack. That is very dangerous.
I don't know what I meant by full power hack. So hacking is just about duration, not really power. And so it seems like, wow, it got rid of a lot of my oxygen really quickly. Well, that's because I haven't been powering it between jumps. You're there in spirit.
Okay, we didn't get any dodges. Okay, at least their shield's down now.
I like that I'm actually, I don't know if I'll go through with it, but I am contemplating just using the missile to get through and take their weapons offline, it seems.
Alright, how do I want to prioritize this? They're going to hack our O2. I can fire a missile to try and take down...
So it looks like our oxygen's about to hit the same level before they hacked it, so it's a level 1 O2 hack, so we're quote-unquote fine. Unless the problem is they hack it, and at times with like this, like hitting our oxygen and causing a breach would be exceptionally dangerous. I apparently am not going to be concerned about that.
Okay, let's repair doors just to repair.
Man, what if we had hacking right now? We could just hack their weapons, and then we could do all the things that we wanted to do. Good times. This would actually be a pretty... This would definitely be a better spot to flash shields, because we've already caused... So this fires at 10, this fires at 13. That's a pretty tight window. But now this is firing at 20, and this is firing at 26. So our shields would recharge in time.
Doors right now, and we're gonna have to wait till our systems are up to try and mind control the pilot.
Or you just dodge, also
Hope
good.
that we can get in through with enough damage.
Also, should be careful. This room could run out of oxygen.
Here goes.
Breach.
Mind control the pilot.
Slowing the
Oh,
MC.
all 3 hit. That's incredible. Let's see, how much health do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're not going to hit 6 rooms.
Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where do you see 12, Crow? How? We know it's not. We know it's not 11. We know because it'd be. We know it's not 12. I don't.
Definitely want to hit. Trying to figure out how much danger I am of dying from asphyxiation right now.
None. No danger.
Okay, let's. Okay, so I want to take out the shields. I want to hit the piloting and their weapon systems.
I like
should
this
be
light.
okay. All right, so they can't dodge anymore. We should be able to kill them the next go around. And we'll do just that.
Yay.
Let's see, damn the ship you just saved. Repairs of clothing, high substantial collection of useful scrap. We get 25 scrap, and there we go, we got 8 hull repaired. And we got 100 scrap. That is just enough for that 3rd shield.
Yeah, just auto buy it right there. It's good. It's good. Exit, next jump, sector.
Gonna heal up in the medbay for a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually, so I've been
Really
streaming for about 2 hours. I'm
at
gonna take a
least
quick break,
I am
get a snack,
buying
and then
upgrades
I
without
will be
having
right back.
power for them,
With YouTube,
which
the
is,
lovely sounds of the
which is
FTL
good.
soundtrack while I'm gone.
That is a
Take a
good
moment.
thing. But like I'm spending money at periods of time where I absolutely don't. And I just don't need to do it. Can I go on break or something?
Well, it won't all be slugs or all be Zoltans. We have the how to do anything crazy.
Okay. Hacking.
Excuse me.
No, yeah. 3 shields isn't bad per se, but I'm on the exit beacon going into the upcoming sector, so I mean, I could. Like, if I was making better purchase decisions, I'd already have hacking anyways, and you know, we'd be fine. That's all right. Sector 5, whatever. Girl, get to the point.
Sorry. Okay, so let's go to the next sector. Zoltan controlled or slug home nebula. I don't. Geez, what's worse? Well, it won't all be slugs or all be Zoltans. We have the.
Also, why aren't you in the attic, Crow? You might get hit by the sun. I moved at the start of the year. Well, I'm in a completely different place. Yeah, but I also keep blinds shut, so no, I try to avoid the sun here. Both sectors are bad. Yeah, so I only have mind control. I have okay weapons. I don't. Slugs are bad. Zoltans are bad because like the MC doesn't work against either of them. Both are 2 shields.
Using mind control, it doesn't go through the Zoltan shields, but it absolutely never targets slugs. So I'm just gonna go Zoltan then.
I mean, it's an interesting choice. We talked about Zoltan shields. I like slug sectors more than I used to because they're like 2.5 stores. This kind of makes sense. One, it has better routing in the upcoming sector, and is cloaking worse than Zoltan shields if I don't have MC. This might actually be right. But again, we're kind of, like I said, we're in this position where, like, we had hacking, we'd be like, bring on the slugs. Woo. But now, because we aren't, and we only have this one system to rely on, we're kind of put ourselves in a bit of a spot. Though we do have MC to cancel out MC with Zoltan Border Police, so it's not as vile.
Plus, we also don't have long-range scanners.
We don't.
So, as always, nebulas are not.
Hey, Crow. Hey, Crow. You know why you don't want to spend 100 scrap at the end of a sector in case you get jammed on a store? Yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it, pal.
About those.
Don't worry about it.
Early store, can't really buy anything. But it never hurts to do a little bit of window shopping. Going big. Reach and Hermes. All right, let's buy that one sweet fuel. That's the key. Get us through this mission. Zoltan ship is waiting at the beacon. They request your identification, but radiation from the sun system is disrupting communications.
Not mega punished.
So they take it as an act of war. It's great.
Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, so that is 4 projectiles. Multiple ion weapons are really dangerous. They can beat down your shields.
It's true.
Oh, but they didn't dodge anything from the burst laser, so the Zoltan shield will be down by this hide after the halberd beam passes.
Wow, we're not microwave power much at all here. It's fine. Crow, buddy. See all this delicious reactor that's over here? You could put it in engines. You could get a couple dodges in there. You never know. Might want to try. Just throw it out there. Don't want to backseat or anything. Use that power for shields. Uh-huh.
Boy, we've been really fortunate dodges against this ship.
Yeah, real fortunate.
Let's mind control that pilot. All 3 shots hit. So let's hit unit weapon shields, piloting.
No, I thought I was going to get a 3-room swipe there.
Maximize damage there. One shot him. Ship explodes, get 27 scrap. That's instantaneously just going to go into power bars.
Instantaneously into power bars. Okay, yeah, like, so again, this is where micro pauses and getting used to lower oxygen or lower reactor this means you would have drastically changed like the decision making process as we go forward. Everybody gets, yeah, there's so many snap buys, and like I bought 2 things on an exit beacon. I bought power in between 2 store hops.
Enjoy the luxury of breathing oxygen. So nice. All the amenities. the ability to breathe. Let's see.
Don't wait for oxygen. Hit back 100%. It's fine.
Squeeze some more jumps by going through the nebula.
All right, this is also not scouting for a store.
A small station fitted with hundreds of repair drones. Well, we're already full up on hull, so we'll just ignore that. You recognize the ship as a well-known slave trader.
Hey, it's us!
To offer you laborers for cheap. Let's attack the slaver scum. Hey, they almost got the exact same weapon system we do.
Please don't accept crew surrenders.
Here comes the Mantis. Send our Mantis in. Move the NG2 sensors for the mind control.
Hey, I did it right that time. Nice. Let's have we went over that.
The burst laser. Oops. Hotkey that wrong. Mind control pilot. And,
Wait on the MC again.
I mean, it is actually a chance we could take damage from their weapon system. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. It's either offering us crew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We already have 6 crew, and we have 2 NGs, so we have all the blue options for them already covered. And I just really want scrap right now, so we're gonna say surrender's not an option.
So here's another thing in terms of like defending against like borders is even if if it's like an even match, their teleporter will just bring them back when they're at low health, and so it's okay. You can just do like 1v1s. Sad crew kill noises, absolutely.
Many lives are probably lost. 1 fuel, but 48 scrap.
I didn't know. Nobody had a crew kill without boarding video out at this point in time. Gosh, so this must have been like really before like Scott and all of them were like
you're on the mid-beta for actually kill anybody.
Like I said, I really started pushing for crew kills watching Scott play.
Right. They're going back to their starting positions.
So it was before everybody was trying to get the no pause cycle.
So we're gonna probably.
Why not accept the NG? You're being serious, which is fine. So the reason we don't accept the NG there is it doesn't do anything for me, right? We have 6 crew. There's not even a system it's going to man. As long as you have 1 NG, you have all the blue options. Additional NG doesn't change that. And I am pretty desperate in need of money to hopefully buy hacking. I say hopefully by hacking. Again, this is an old run that I did that we're just kind of like going over and seeing how I've grown as a player, perhaps even as a human being in 5 years. So it doesn't provide us with anything. Like picking up that NG does, like the chances of it being helpful are almost 0, while getting the money is definitely going to be helpful.
Our next thing to do is we'll improve engines as well as our weapon system now. The ships are going to start having 3 shields and really high evasions, and as well as automated piloting. So we're going to need more firepower to deal with that. I mean, we can just get the Artemis online, that will help. Don't need mind control for this fight.
Oh, Stiletto?
It's fine. Oh, I might have mistimed this one. I'm going to hit the weapons just to make sure I get some damage on them. Oh, okay, we still got pretty much close to max damage. Didn't take out the missile launcher. Don't really have any choice on what it destroys. Okay, so they hit our weapons.
Yeah, so, well, bad timing.
We're going to depower the halberd.
Bad timing there didn't inherently matter because we would have only dealt 1 more damage and the heavy laser is already 3 power, so that wouldn't have altered that part. No.
And switch to the Artemis and the burst laser and send these 2 crew members. Actually, we're going to go all 4.
Yes,
to try
I like
and put out that fire as fast as possible.
Could turn off the oxygen, but
now they're piloting these down so they can't dodge, so I don't have to worry about finding any salvos or anything. We're really going to take that weapon system down.
Good dodge. Got training. It is I definitely I like. Again, the 3 shield thing, I understand. Like I see the risk and why I need defenses, but yeah, it's weird to just like not see the value of hacking be my offense and my defense. And not even in the sense like I this is definitely pre doing, weapon hacking everything.
Okay, so I took a little bit of damage, nothing too major. And got 29 scrap for our trouble. Gonna have to heal up a lot of people for that one.
Hey, look at that. Look at that little micro. Okay, well, we tried microing one time. We did it once. It's good. It's good enough.
Let's see. So yeah, weapon system is 75 to get the Artemis online.
No.
Also, engines wouldn't be bad.
You don't
I mean,
worry about the engines.
Like, if we've like fully powered our shields, engines, and our weapon system, we could potentially like take on the flagship. It wouldn't be an easy fight per se.
What? What? These weapons and 4 shields against the flagship could potentially win. I mean, I guess. Like, yeah, this is shields. We MC, the burst laser, halberd gets through. That is... Our defenses are a little bit sketchy there, Crow.
Powering up the mind control, we don't really need to do that. It's pretty... It does an effective job of reducing piloting right now, as well as, you know, canceling out borders or canceling out enemy mind control. But at the flagship, we can power it up some more to try and kill off crew members, because the ship has, you know, like 9 crew, and phase 3 is frequently the most dangerous.
What is it? Like, this is... I know I'm doing the run live, and I'm talking to a few people, apparently, while doing it, but just... The in-depth guide.
Dangerous part of the flagship fight.
So, like, this is where, like, I think, like, I am doing all the things. It's a sign of how much your fighting skills have deteriorated. Fair.
Let's see. Okay.
Didn't buy engines.
We arrived at a Zoltan research facility. They say research in genetic distortion due to
study.
stasis will prolong travel. Now let's participate in that study. Please accept these small cakes made from stiff dough as well as some scrap. All right. Let's start hopping through the nebula.
Yeah, I really value Nebula jumping
Jump
for
into a calm
extra
part of the
jumps.
nebula. However, your relief fades as a rebel scout jumps to the beacon and moves into attack. Okay, so our 3 shields are good, but the missile weapon will, of course, evade the shields. So we're hoping... It's unlikely that all 3 of our bursts will hit, but we're hoping for at least 2. Okay, let's have everybody fix that. Oh, that's a 2 damage missile.
It is.
At least 2. Okay, let's get at least one of the weapons offline.
Hover point and drone control.
Oh, right in the weapons, right into the engines again.
Well, better than them hitting us in the weapons, I suppose. Don't. Too early.
Now, it should only do 1 damage, and that is a 2-power damage weapon, so this actually won't take the missile offline. Especially if we get double dodges. Okay, let's... Alright, well, I'm trying to determine whether it would be best just to stay with the beam now and try again, or switch to the Artemis and use the burst laser, like just the Artemis to hit the shield down.
Well, then I should just, like, charge the halberd beam because it takes less time.
Let's heal some crew up.
Should probably check the health of the human, see if they'll die in a missile hit. That might be good. Might be worthwhile.
Okay, and now there's a fire.
Yup. Who saw that coming?
Might just jump from this fight.
Why are you powering the halberd beam? Power the Artemis.
So let's see, that missile's going to keep doing 2 points of damage. It's a possibility that their weapon system's almost back online. We really can't crack through the 2 shields right now. I'm in a state, I really should have already had the missile launcher online. We have the 83, we have the scrap for it.
See? Again, in-game post-analysis. I'm like, oh, I should have swapped to the missile and used the missile there. And that could be correct. Yeah, like if we only had picked up hacking, we didn't spend... If we just sold a scrap recovery arm, we would have had hacking right now. Value.
Right.
At least we're running from the fight,
let's
though.
jump out here. Hopefully it's safe and we can repair, or at least an easy fight. Okay, well, so much for... Let's see. They have hacking. Depending on what they hack, we could be okay.
See,
Okay,
again, 3 shields still makes you, like,
problem.
really safe against a lot of stuff.
Let's So this ship isn't a threat to us.
If Butters was named Kenny,
Let's
I
actually
might
power
have
up the
to
weapons. That might be a good idea.
South Park reference.
Okay, let's start with the shields. Alright.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
So, I mean, I have seen other players, as well as myself, get frustrated at a ship fight and stick around for way too long. But sometimes running is simply the best option.
It's good advice.
Than to fight for the another
I
day
got
or
advice
another
from
jump.
Thomas.
Alright, we get 30 scrap from that fight. There's a distress. Alright, let's correct the mistake from before and get that missile online as well.
Okay, I like it. Kind of. I mean, yeah, I can't keep holding out for a store right now. So I've...
Alright, we'll check out this.
This decision is bad in the sense that it does take hacking off the menu. But it's good because it's... With actual advice. But it's good because... Like, we saw that I can't effectively get through 3 shielded ships. So, and this is a buffer in our weapons, which is helpful, and potentially other damage, which is helpful. This essentially is this improves our offense and our defense.
Distress.
And we just can't keep taking damage and hope for
Especially coming from
hacking.
a small space station orbiting an uninhabited planet. Their satellite defense system
Particularly when I'm not scouting sectors very well. Like I said, particularly since I'm not scouting sectors well, I can't bank on finding hacking.
Requirement, it gives you what's known as a blue option, as shown by the blue lettering. Most of the time, blue options are superior to the white ones. So we're going to have our NG crew remotely teleporting, which I think will always have at least a good result. Simply firing on the system can actually deal damage to us. So we get 48 scrap, 2 fuel, and 2 missiles. Nice. Okay, well, it looks like we can actually still make this nebula jump. Let's spend the scrap and improve evasion.
I'm less keen about that spending right there.
Oh, our engines aren't actually... Our engine guy isn't fully upgraded yet. Would have thought we'd have 40 dodge by now. He's almost there, though.
Almost.
Okay, you spy 2 pirate ships lurking in the nebula here. They remain unaware of your presence and are able to get your scanners to at least identify their car.
We're gonna fight this. I just know. I know we're gonna fight this, but we have been buying reactor. This fight is super dangerous because the pirate ship could be a Zoltan ship.
Cargo. One has fuel supplies, so that means that ship will have fuel. The other one has ammunition, so that one will have
And unless we get a crew kill, it's very low rewards.
more missiles. They drift away from each other at the storm, so I think we're hurting for fuel more so than anything. Wow, that's quite the ship. So they have a glaive beam, which, while the halberd beam deals 2 damage, glaive beam deals 3. And they also have a charge weapon. Wow, they can power up both in the ion storm.
Okay, let's back up. So, wow. Seven, 8, 9. That's what they're doing. That's where 9 reactors going.
And they also have a charge weapon.
Because they managed to power both of their weapons. So mind control is not online. It's never online. Oxygen has to be at least level 1. Engines is at least level 1. So, like I said, that's showing 9. We saw that they had that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. At most 5. Maybe like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. See, this ship is overpowered too. Like, even if you're like maxing out power points in other systems, they should not be able to have both those weapons online. Wait, no, I didn't count shields, right? Did I? Shields is 2, MC 2 is 6, oxygen 7, 8. Yeah, they wouldn't have enough power. It's close. I guess it depends on what level engine is. We could like use a Mike's guide and try and figure out exactly what their distribution could potentially be.
I mean, we could totally use a rocket to speed up this fight. now I kind of am going to.
No!
Oh no, the enemy FTL is charging. That's not cool. Okay. I might control our weapons guy. I'll just send the NG in to distract him. So
Also,
okay.
pirate ships can run away, which is like, you know, trying to stop a ship. And it's going to shove all of its power into running away. So it's going to put it into the defense. It's going to put it into engines.
They must have slugs on board if they were able to actually mind control during the nebula. That's fine.
Oh, no. Yeah, ships basically have long range scanners. That's why all of them can always mind control. None of the ships have sensors. AI ships never have sensors. They just can. The game just lets them. It's fine. Oh.
They downpowered the glaive, so we're gonna target their piloting. And miss. Oh.
All right, so this is a bad shot here. I should be hitting engines, not piloting. I know I'm like, oh, I just got to stop them from running away, but like giving them another system that they would leave and repair would be better.
Okay, so we got a breach that's going to take quite a while for them to repair.
Well, they have slug repair gel, but yeah, maybe.
We are... Oh, geez, we're really getting low on oxygen, too. Oh, but both systems are powered down? Okay, so we can put on the oxygen.
Put on the oxygen.
Since they can't dodge, we'll connect. And we'll just finish it off, not worry about anything. Wow, we got 2 fuel and 16 scrap. That's pretty low rewards, to be perfectly honest.
Again, it's, if you don't get a crew kill on that event, you get very low rewards.
We use 1 power to engines before we can jump into the next sector. Jump. 1, 2, 3.
You're only at 57 oxygen there, Crow.
Let's see how many more jumps we can squeeze out. We've actually had pretty good placement of exits to maximize the number of jumps we get within a sector. Instantly, the nebula detect a load planet drifting through. The Zoltan Elder hails you from the planet. Through luck or intent, you have discovered the Great Eye. Look into its depths and receive your just desserts. So, again, this is another mission where you can have good or bad results. Bad results being that you could lose a crew. We actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we have 6 crew.
Maybe Badger.
I'm gonna risk it. Pulling closer. As you approach, the ancient alien voice speaks to you.
Hey! I think that's actually the right call.
This will help ease the pain. Cool, we get a free heal burst. Just gonna end up selling it, but considering we could have lost crew or got nothing out of it, I will take the reward. Okay, there's a store. Let's see what we got here. The nebula turns to be a hiding place of a terrified rock crew, taking refuge from the Zoltan border police. They don't seem prepared to risk you leaving with their coordinates and open fire.
That's a pretty disgusting ship. That's a pretty gross ship right there.
Powered up. Let's see. Wow, that is quite the weapon system. That's 6 projectiles plus a pretty devastating missile. Okay, well, apparently they weren't sure whether they wanted the missile offline. It's fine. Let's hope this connects. It didn't. Okay, so at least we'll be able to do 1 damage.
Good swipe.
Right, Max. I definitely want to do damage to the weapons. Let's see. So that deals 1, 2, 3, 4. That deals 5 damage. Or I could cut it this way and do 5 to hit the shields. Let's do that instead.
Nice! Look at that.
Alright, the piloting down. I really don't want to eat that missile. Like,
Well, that was a breach missile. It didn't
missiles
fire.
are just terrifying.
It's fine. It's fine. Just don't miss all your missiles.
They
You're
do
all
a
good.
breach, they start fires, they hit the wrong systems. It's just really best not to even screw around with them. Okay, let's hit them for... Make sure that weapon system doesn't come back online. And offering us 22 scrap, 3 fuel for... No, that's just not good enough. Even we're a little low on fuel, I expect to pick some up at the upcoming store.
Fair point.
Ship explodes, and you get... No, 29 scrap, 2 fuel. Oh, yeah. So you notice that sometimes they actually resisted the damage we dealt to their hull. So that means that it comes with rock plating was on that ship, which has a small percentage of doing something like that. So enemy ships actually can have augments, but they'll always be augments associated with those ships. So rocks will have titanium plating. The NGs might have the medbay dispersals.
I meant rock plating there.
I think they can have the med gel to repair hull damage, but they won't have anything out of place. So you won't see a Zoltan shield on a rock ship.
Right.
Two.
Value.
3. I don't know if we get 3 because that's not in a nebula. So
Yep.
let's see what's here.
Never mind.
Drone control with a repair drone. That's not particularly interesting. Teleporter, a clone bay.
Mapping was a challenge
scratch
back
from the bay
then.
to a clone. Oh, they have slug crew. So I think we already talked that slug crew can't be mind controlled. It's why most people favor them for use as a pilot, because that's the most important position. You don't want them to get mind controlled. It's also would be useful for this ship because we do have mind control, and even in a nebula, you'd still be able to use it.
That's interesting. I mean, that's
Okay,
not
NG,
incorrect.
Human. Nothing particularly interesting. Nothing we really need. I shouldn't say interesting. And there's a charged laser. Okay, so let's see.
Sell the heal.
I'm okay with the
buy
weapon
some-
system right now, though we are running out
fuel
of
repair.
missiles.
Missiles are kind of
Definitely-
okay.
we're
Generally,
absolutely
we
gonna
shouldn't be using
sell
multiple
the,
missiles per run.
The heal burst, we don't need that for anything.
I mean, we are in the position. We could sell the Artemis, sell the scrap recovery arm, buy the charge laser. Maybe? Well, we could just buy the charge laser. Like, we don't sell the Artemis, we get the charge laser so we can transition into those
20
weapons.
scrap.
If we're not
So let's
fighting
see.
hacking, so we can keep having shots.
Buy that, have 20 left over. I definitely want my fuel. And repair to 25. I mean, those, again, those are the necessities. Well, fuel is a necessity. Never want to run out of fuel. I've actually set at a wait point for a total of 5 jumps, waiting for an opportunity to get fuel before.
5. 6
It's,
now.
it's the worst.
Seen 6 anyways.
Heal up to 25, as we said before. And I probably said that phrase before. There'll be events that will repair our hull
Yep,
for us.
heal up to
We don't need to waste
25.
it.
That's
I
24.
think we'll just pass on everything else for the time being.
That's 4. You said it. You circled it. I'm fine.
That's
Fine
okay.
at 24. I'm just saying. You said 25.
Unidentified ship is badly damaged and still being assaulted by a space pirate. The victim begins distress message until the pirate cuts in and offers you to split the bounty. 23 scrap, 2 fuel. We will not accept this bribe. We will try to be a hero. That stops his pursuit and locks weapons onto you. Okay, well, that's a nasty missile and a beam weapon and a burst 2, so 3 projectiles plus a beam. And we're gonna have some borders. Looks like a rocket human. Oh, they were nice.
They were
You can
nice.
enjoy the view.
Okay, so Artemis into weapons with a mind-controlled pilot. Artemis into
Yeah, I'm not prioritizing the borders right now. I'm going to use the mind control on the captain of their ship, as we have frequently, to reduce their dodge and evasion, to ensure that we take down their weapon system.
more likely, but
As a ship layout, it's tough to maximize damage from a beam weapon, like you would actually be able to probably connect to multiple rooms. So let's take out piloting weapons and just hit the oxygen.
I do like hitting piloting here.
All right, missiles down. That's what we wanted. We can close.
Yeah, I had
doors,
level
turn
3
back on oxygen
piloting,
since the
80%
weapon system can't
evasion,
hurt us
yeah.
now. And we can send everybody to help fight against the borders.
Everybody get in there. All right, well, this fight's over. And we're not crew killing, even though they
just
don't
got 3
have a
rooms and
medical
edits.
unit.
Oh wait, they're offering us a more generous bribe. 4 missiles and 20 scrap. Didn't they offer us 23 scrap the first time? Let's reject the offer. Bring us a more generous bribe. Rewards. Hopefully double rewards. So we got 45 scrap. Yeah, that's way better. And an additional 40 scrap.
So you just get a bunch of
With
money.
10%. That was 100 scrap there.
Did I just add 45 and 40 together and say 100? Because I think I did.
All right, now we have some money to play with.
That's what I said.
All right, let's go to the next sector. Zoltan controlled or uncharted nebula. Wow, I think we've had.
Oh, recovery
well,
arm,
nebula
right.
zones, but
It
most of the green
helps.
sectors have been Zoltans.
That would be plus 8.
Well, all right. Well,
It's true.
since we didn't pick up the slug, which I still think was the right decision, I guess we'll assault him again. Just to ensure that our mind control is effective. All these nebulas. They got an exit here.
See, this is why you have to like make right decisions like the whole time.
Okay, so this is the first.
Okay, first off, this is gonna be great because it's apparently the first pulsar, and I'm definitely sure I haven't watched Mike's video about this beforehand. Oh, and it's got drone control. Yeah, this is gonna be good. But yeah, because we didn't make good decisions in the past, they're like affecting our future. Like we could, if we had hacking, then we just kind of go like Nebula and it's fine. It's still kind of okay. We could still, or if we had like got cloaking perhaps earlier. I don't know if that was really the opportunity, but you know, even then going Zoltan would still be kind of okay because Halberd beam is 4 guaranteed damage. So, you know, it's just like, well, between the burst laser and the Artemis, it's going to be really hard for them to dodge all 4 shots. And so then we kind of get in there and we could hack late.
Pulsar we've had to deal with on this run. Pulsars is a hazard event.
Is Mike's video that old? Why don't people go online and, like, watch good videos? Says person who doesn't go online and watch good video. It was me. I was in the meme all along.
And what will happen is every about 25 to 35 seconds in that range, the sun behind us, or the pulsar, will fire this giant ion pulse.
I don't think that range is correct.
It hits your shields and then will use ion damage to random systems within your ship. Pulsars are exceedingly dangerous, in part because of the random nature. So it's quite possible after they take down your shields, they hit your weapon systems or your piloting, and you're completely vulnerable while leaving your enemy's weapon system intact. Wow, okay, so they have a lot of anti-drone stuff and anti-projectiles. So the defense drone will shoot down our Artemis missile. There isn't much we can do about that.
At least they're not offensive drones.
Their weapon system isn't too dangerous.
They have 4 drone slots, and not a single one of them is an offensive drone.
So,
it's pretty good.
All right, my plan is we're going to actually wait for the pulsar to hit. Or actually not wait for it to hit, we'll wait till it almost hits. And we'll fire our weapons, the pulsar will then hit, drop their shields, our projectiles will strike their ship, and hopefully damage it enough that it's no longer a threat to us. As always, we'll mind control their pilot to try and ensure the maximum amount of damage. Okay, here comes the pulsar. So we'll fire a weapon now. Mind control. That we didn't time very well, but that's okay. All 3 shields are down. So we can cut into the ship for heavy amounts of damage. Okay, so I guess I could also explain sort of how ion damage works. So the pulsar hit our doors and our shields, and you'll see that there's a number 4 below our shields and a 2 below our doors. That's how many ion damage those systems took. So shields took 4, our doors took 2. Every ion damage depowers a bar and lasts for 5 seconds. So that means our doors are actually down for 10 seconds, and that our shields are now down to 1 for 20. All right, their anti-drone's still there, so there's, again, no point in powering up the Artemis right now.
So another thing, another thing players do is, that's gross, is they piecemeal their pauses. So they pause, do a thing, unpause, see the thing they did was correct, and instead what you really have to do is you do all the things. So when you pause, you're like, okay, this is the thing I worry about, this is the thing I worry about this. You make the checklist, and then you go and cross everything off the checklist, and then you unpause. So, like, you know, okay, if I'm going to check to see if that drone got ioned or is offline after my swipe, then I should start having the Artemis powered already. I actually could have had the Artemis powered throughout the duration, but...
Buy an additional system.
Apparently we want to buy a system there. Yeah, so I'm still not jumping full shields quite a bit. You want to, like I said, maximize that, because the problem is you can have a bleed, right? Like, we didn't power our weapon. Okay, now my weapons don't fire. Now I got iron in my weapons. Okay, but I still don't have my weapons to be able to fire. So now the situation's worse, and now I gotta get distracted and do some other little part of a thing. And now my list is growing instead of shrinking because I was trying to just confirm that I wanted to do the one thing and not focus on all the things. Like I said, you're paused though. So just you create a mental checklist, hit all the things that you want to do, take all those things, and then like you could do like a quick pause just to sort of make sure everybody's moving where you expect them to or not.
Entering the atmosphere of a nearby planet fireworks show is on a galactic scale. There's a little forward, but to take in the ambience.
But elsewise, instead of like what you think you're doing is you believe you're ensuring things are happening the way you want them to, but what you're doing is you're actually letting the problem start to spiral out of control, which is not good.
I mean, well, okay, I'm not geared towards boarding. I have no particular interest in that, even though it's not a bad system. I would like a defense. If I can get a defense drone control, that would be good. Hacking would be phenomenal at this point. Those are probably the two systems.
Yeah, hacking would be phenomenal at this point. Or, 2 sectors ago when we could have bought one. It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, well, that's not screwing around. Is that a... Okay, so they have a defense 2 drone, so that will shoot down projectiles as well as our missile. But they don't have a particularly threatening system. So we'll do the same old same.
They only have one of the best weapons in the game, Crow. What are you talking about?
And then halberd beam. Okay. Engines will repair.
Yeah, I really still am like really slow on the mind controls though. Like my shots are hitting shields before the MC happens. Again, it's a one of it is not using micro pause, but that's definitely happened quite a few times. But my MCs were late.
Yeah, NG's healing, so that's the med dispersal functioning. Oh wow, they just abandoned the piloting to work on the O2. Fair enough.
All right, well, we get to win this fight. 40!
All right,
4. Nice. Yeah, not really.
Well, might as well improve engines. We have more than enough scrap to buy systems. 120 gets you everything, or gets you most things. What's the most expensive? Stealth at 150.
Right, which is again probably a little bit more expensive than 150 is higher than 120.
Fill out our build.
150 is higher than 120 there. Oh, hey, look, it's an Artemis missile. Slug ships can only have Artemises and breach missiles. That's how we know that's what that is. Yeah, I mean, I guess.
So we both give plus 10 evasion, up to 45. So I think what we're going to do is...
All right, so that's going on, but it shows... Like even when you have, it's a bad plan, but a bad plan is better than no plan, right? Like the problem with a bad plan, well, is that it could be difficult to unlearn that you have a bad plan, right? Because that gets kind of stuck in your head, and I'm definitely a person who struggles to unlearn something that I've already ingrained in myself. But like going all in on just trying to figure out one system between cloaking and hacking, which again, we're at 150 scrap, so we could buy the cloaking there, even though my numbers were off. Getting the engine upgrade makes sense as far as it being a defensive thing. It's still a pretty bad waste of scrap in terms of it's a 5% help. At least it's only level 5. But it's clear that I have...
Oxygen. No, you got 40 scrap.
I have a general system in place of where I want my ships to be at a given sector and to try and do things that help increase my survivability without being greedy. I don't want to die with like 250 scrap on my ship. It's the Sultan sector. Like, if this was what we were forced into, you'd feel a lot different than the fact that we were blowing away we had like options that we just ignored. Plans to get hacking in Sector 7. Well, we can't mind control the pilot here, and they have a really filthy weapon setup.
So, can't mind control him. We can totally target the shields guy.
Yeah, we can't even mind control engines for like the 5% less.
This is not ideal. I mean, that weapon system is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 projectiles. So that is no joke.
Yeah.
All right, let's just. Okay, so do I want to mind control the rock or the weapons guy? They would prioritize defending off shields. But if we mind control the weapons guy, does that decrease the speed that they power their weapons up at?
Well, should have done that
so that'll buy us
sooner.
a little bit of time defense-wise. Miss, not cool.
Wow,
Okay,
did we take no damage from that volley?
And you suck in another damage. Okay, so the heavy is down at least.
We took no damage from that? Engines are so good.
Oh, pilot's down.
Oh my gosh, what was I thinking? I don't need systems, I just need level 5 engines. It's the best.
Okay, enemy ship now appears to be trying to get away. That's not going to happen, sirs.
Or my thumbs.
Okay, let's see if we can...
Or...
Okay, piloting is now down. We can't escape. 4 fuel, 4 missiles, and 21 scrap. Absolutely not. And we'll finish him off with beam.
Beam!
Okay. So we got 46 scrap from that. Didn't find a store. That's okay.
It's not okay. We really want a store. Please don't spend money on our ship. Please don't spend money on our ship.
We're going to wait a little bit to get our oxygen back up.
Hey!
On an unfortunate breach. Removing the oxygen from a room too fast. Or faster than I anticipate anyways.
Actually waiting for oxygen. It's good stuff. And then turning off oxygen. It's good stuff. I mean, we could leave it on. We don't need to power the mind control as we jump. No.
I mean, another dodge. Drops me down to 167. I couldn't get cloaking in a weapon with that. The power... Okay, I'm going to put at least another buff power into mind control.
It's an interesting call.
To try and create better, more favorable situations there.
That one I also don't mind because it is my evasion. It is my like evasion reduction right now.
Power
like, I can hit there.
I could slow down repairs, or I could sneak in more shots against the mind control pilot.
But
okay, so it's a fire beam, burst 2, and a charge. Okay, that's not bad. Don't have to worry about the fire, or shouldn't be, hopefully. That is also a boarding drone, so he's going to cause a breach.
Wow, imagine if we had 100% oxygen on our ship.
And start Jesus out of us and the weapons. Okay, let's move the NG to here. We're going to open up all the doors to limit the oxygen being sucked out.
So see, that response was slow too. The door response was slow.
Okay, so waiting for the weapon system to power up a little bit. And switch oxygen back over to dodge. Fine. I mean, dodging, you only need it for that split second that a weapon is about to hit you. You don't have to have it up all the time, so, you know, mixing and juggling your resources between your oxygen, your engines towards other systems, you know, is an effective tool on easier levels. You probably have more than enough scrap that you can always just keep everything powered. In fact, you actually often, I find in easier modes that you run out of what you can actually spend power on. But this kind of allocation, particularly early on in the game, to squeeze as much value out of the resources you have is key for runs.
I knew it. I just didn't apply it to the fullest extent of what you could get away with. But again, didn't know about micro-pausing, didn't know about better proper like power management. All leads in.
Alright, so all 3 shots hit. Maximum damage. Enemy ship appears powering FTL to escape. Though they're offering us 4 missiles, 45 scrap, and a whole missile, yeah, we're absolutely going to accept that offer. I don't think I've ever seen an offer, you know, where they get equipment that I can possibly imagine that would be worse than like just destroying them. Okay, so we're low on.
So we've gotten 2 scrap recovery arms, the missile. What else did we get for free? Couple of the crew. Oh, the pike beam.
So, yeah. Yeah, okay, this before someone dies from suffocating. So, a breach, you can actually do minor repairs and then leave the room, and what you have repaired will stay saved. So you can just keep going back and forth if, you know, the room will most likely not have oxygen in it. Leave the room, there's no one in there to system. You can't go to your ship and upgrade that system that you've allocated for it.
Right.
Are in a situation where, like, you know, you don't have oxygen and you have to do repairs to vital systems. You'll want to sort of chain, either send as many people into the room as you can to repair it quickly, or you'll actually have to change crew so that one is in there doing repairs while other ones are getting healed, and then marshal them back and forth. Best case scenario is if the damage happens near your medbay, that the, you know, the run isn't long. But sometimes you will be stuck in a situation where, you know, you might not be able to do the repairs and have your crew survive.
It's true.
Oh, well, let's see. That's all dead.
Zoltan C has that. Like, the
wow.
clone bay to oxygen is too far away. You can't fix it with your Zoltan
store
crew.
for this sector. So gotta hope there's
Unless,
one
I think,
just
what does
beyond
Mike
the
have a
exits.
video where if you get up to like level 3 clone bay, then you heal enough in the jump, you can pull it off.
You arrive at a Zoltan research facility. They say they're researching genetic distortions using stasis. Like, we've actually got a lot of duplicate quests. I mean, it's possible that it happens.
Very possible.
There's nothing wrong with it. The crew calmly lines with the Zoltans and take them. And you'll see we actually got the 10% bonus from the scrap recovery arm, even for those kind of rewards. Let's see, we're up to 303 scrap.
Prioritize finding a store. No.
Let's see.
No, you don't need it.
Shield's too much right now.
I'd rather have
Oh, we have
shields
the hull
4
missile.
than the upgrade of the engines.
Let's see, the hull missile takes 17 seconds, but that would do normal damage 2. Oh yeah, the hull missile is pretty awful. I was thinking about getting it online, just as an additional weapon system right now. Over the Artemis, but it's just, it's
It's a worse
so bad. The
argument.
Artemis is already doing 2 damage and shoots faster, so... And we only have 12 missiles.
No.
So while I like making use of things we already have, it's not... Doesn't seem particularly good.
That's a really important lesson. Again, it is making use of what you have. It's very easy to get stuck in, like I said, small upgrades into a weapon system or like slight improvement in your weapons versus, you know, just getting like the best version of every weapon slot being the best weapon. So maybe there is a situation where you have to, like, you kind of get stuck with double missiles and you run with it, not just go like Rock A, that being what you have to deal with. Sure, it's all really important information I'm giving right now.
With what you have.
Super
Heavily damaged
rude to
Federation ships
pass
hiding in the
me.
nebula at the beacon. Before you have time to make contact with them, they fade into the nebula. Well, let's attempt to follow and help them. While searching fruitlessly through the...
Yeah, the weapon buffer point is interesting, but it does make the most sense. We are pretty vulnerable in our weapons because we have one beam weapon, some projectiles to set them up to. We didn't have hacking. We didn't pick up the charge laser. We didn't pick up the ion stunner. We are at a disadvantage in that regard.
In a fight, he'll actually stay in that fight. Otherwise, they will go to a random system. They'll
It's not
prioritize
really
a system that
random.
requires having...
Right, whatever their
be manned.
prioritization is.
No, they only have 5 projectiles. Well, not counting the missile, 45% dodge and 3 shields. We should be good. Okay, and...
Yeah, we should be good. That's really important. Just because the numbers favor you doesn't mean it's always going to be the case. You're going to be facing, I think I said 50 ships at the start. You're going to be facing around 40 ships. See, buffer points are already paying dividends. Also, see, Thomas would be paying attention to where, like, the weapons are coming in and start moving crews to do repairs to get there just, like, fractions of seconds earlier. That's still a thing I haven't truly picked on to do. I do a lot of the micro pauses, but... Hey, it's 4 fuel. That's a pretty good amount. Do I take it?
I'm really concerned that we haven't seen a store. So I'm actually going to take the 4 fuel. Not ideal.
Was there a weapon offline?
Most likely there'll actually be a store on this next jump. Yep, there it is. Not ideal. The 4 fuel.
Yeah, I don't really want their missile fire anyways. It's fine.
Didn't want to risk it though. I mean, I don't think we'd seen a store for that sector. Every sector, I think every sector has like 2 stores. There might be one exception. Like NG Homeworld normally has 3.
Okay. Nebula. So apparently I thought every sector had 2 stores. That is not true. That is not even close to being true. Slug sectors have 2.5 stores. NGs have 2.5 stores. We are reviewing our own. Yep, we're reviewing a run from 5 years ago. Pirate sectors are 1.5. Nebulas are 1.5, possibly 0. Rocks are 2. Mantis are 1.5. So Mantis, Uncharted, and Pirate are 1.5. Somerset 2. Rebel sectors also 1.5.
Hull repair, a flak 2, heavy laser 2, ion reconstructed critical report, and a scrap recovery arm.
We could have got 4 scrap recovery arms.
Okay, well, those are definitely... Alright, I'm not going to use the whole missile. We'll sell that for another 2 scrap. We don't have to think about that. What we do have to think about is what we're going to get from here.
We do. What?
I mean, all of these are really tempting. So drone control costs 85, and we could get the hull repair. Oh yeah, we haven't seen hull repair yet. So hull repair costs 1 drone part. And
I'm trying to explain everything as I come
when you
across
power
it.
up,
That's so
it
helpful.
will heal ship hull anywhere from 3 to 5 randomly. It's amazing.
I'm also speeding up the run, so it's 1.5 times.
Ship whenever you want to, even in a fight, if that's something necessary. Against the boss ship, which lasts 3 phases, it's a pretty grueling experience. So being able to heal your hull in between those fights is incredibly beneficial.
Imagine taking damage while fighting the flagship.
In-game mechanics, you actually can use a hull repair drone multiple times if you have a drone recovery arm, and all that it requires that you'll activate the hull repair drone, and you'll do it after a fight and before you jump. Wait till it heals 2 hull of your ship, and then jump away to the next beacon, and you'll reclaim.
We'll give me the benefit of the doubt. I'm just trying to explain what it does. As I have just come across it, so for the viewer, so they know, so I can tell you, like, hey, like, we're not gonna buy it here because we're totally buying cloaking and hacking, but you could if you wished, and this is what it does.
So the fact that we know the hull repair heals at least 3 hull, we could actually buy drone parts to save a few scrap versus normal repairs, and in later sectors it'll actually jump to 4.
I'm muting my own headphones there. It's like, why am I so quiet?
Cloaking would let us dodge under enemy missiles, and which is incredibly nice, as we've taken quite a bit of damage from missiles. It's typically what happens, is you get chipped away by missiles, and that would give us at least an answer to that.
Oh.
We also have some weapon systems.
Okay, so let's what do we got here? We have $270. 270 minus 150 minus 80 equals, we could buy both systems, 40 scrap, minus 21 for the fuel, down to 19. Sell the scrap recovery arm, which of course we're definitely not going to, because apparently I haven't, for 25. 44. We get the ion blast, so we could go burst 2, ion blast, hacking. Wait, if we add 19 to that, 9 plus 10. Ah, it's really close. You could almost buy the heavy laser there. We could give up on 1 fuel, so we could go to 12 fuel with only 1 sector remaining. Okay, buy the heavy laser. So halberd, heavy laser, burst 2. Could work.
The whole laser, black cannon, and ion.
I have no idea what I'm about to do.
So it costs us 100 scrap, and then we have to buy some power to get another weapon online. I'm not particularly keen on the ion blast. Ion weapons and missile systems don't really gel together.
I'm really all in Artemis, which is fine. I respect it.
That charge time of 13 seconds, that works well with the halberd beam. So time-wise, the flak gun, 21-second charge time. This fires 7 flak projectiles. But if we did cloaking, that would be pretty useful. But that really starts dragging down the amount of time that we have in firing our weapons. And we can only have 8 power in our weapon systems. So right now we're sitting at 7. If we got, say, the double heavy,
I believe,
pretty much we should sell off the Artemis then, and that would be our 8-powered system to try and carry us through the rest of the game.
Oh,
So
yeah,
the question is
just
this
what
going
I
to be
did.
like your personal preference? Do we get hacking to deal with, say, shields? And
Yeah, it's not really about personal preference. It's knowing what works, what gets you there, which is hacking and cloaking should put us in a position to just win at this point. And then, next sector has a store. We just need a weapon if we want. If we walked away with the ion blast, that would even help us in phase 3.
we have enough drone parts.
We do have enough drone parts.
There's so many options. Let's see. So I already have mind control, so we can't do hacking. I would basically use it on shields or to counter hacking. Deal with the weapon missile. I think I'm just gonna go cloaking. Deal with missiles right now. Buy the heavy laser. That'll be our
Wow.
weapon system. Repair some. Fire fuel. So hold on to the Artemis now. We're still in Sector 6. We can find shop in 7 and very rarely in Sector 8. So it has a use until we can get the Hull Laser 2 online. Or the Heavy Laser 2 online.
That was the decision pass you made. It wasn't you. It's okay. I mean, still hacking, we can win there, or without hacking, we can still win. It's fine. Yeah, and swap off there, also not too surprising. Yeah,
Let's go to the next one. So we have Slow Control Nebula and Mantis Homeworlds. Ooh, we're absolutely going Mantis Homeworlds.
Okay.
Homeworlds are sectors that actually have a chance to unlock ships. So you can unlock the Mantis ship through the Homeworld, though it's one of the harder ones to unlock it because I believe it
Wow,
requires something like Clone Bay
Baskro
level
really
2
liked
and long-range
the
scanners
Mantis
and teleporter
sectors to get Kazakh. Look at that.
and other such shenanigans. Ships tend to be a little bit harder, but then there are also better rewards. This should just be up our alley.
I'm pretty sure that is incorrect. That ships aren't actually harder or the rewards are better. There's just that the quest exists. That's the only thing. Didn't value hacking back much then. I mean, I know at some point during this I said, see what grades Pascal receives, and ships tend to be a little bit harder. I think what I was saying was that homeworld ships tend to be harder than normal ones, and that's completely inaccurate. That's not true. They just have the homeworld quest. That's it. That's the only difference. There's not a difficulty spike because you went to the homeworlds. Boop. No, this is a pretty straightforward fight. We're not gonna crew kill or anything. Cloak the danger volley. Shoot them a whole bunch.
Yeah, now we're 100% safe. Let's send them to get healed up. Oh, timing didn't work too well for us, but that's okay. The shield system will come up quickly, so we'll hit the weapons for 2 again just to make sure that we're safe. But as I said, we do shields force normally, but I want to make sure that we're sound defensively. 3 fuel, 28
Really?
scrap,
1 damage?
Not nearly enough.
No, it's not 1 damage. Halberd Beam and the burst one is potential damage taking.
Probably don't need cloaking anymore. Don't need them at bay. So
Abandoned Homeworld Spike again.
Okay. Came back over. So an interesting thing with the AI is they actually only use the teleporter twice. Oops.
It's true.
Click on
Unless
the
they're
dodge
event
there.
porters or the flagship.
Or the pause.
Okay.
Come on. Won't get it all anyways. No, we don't need to. So if you can hold them off bay for 2 teleports, you won't have to worry about them again. Of course, this, like most of the other rules, sort of gets thrown out with the flagship fight.
I seem to have indicated that because we have mind control, I did mention you can hack shields or you can hack engines. And that being good, that again, it's the flexibility of the system. I'm not doing crew kills, so that's not doing. I'm not doing the weapon hack cloaking setup. I'm not minimizing the amount of reactor that I'm using, so it definitely is limiting my ability to make better decisions at stores in that regard. And I think if players starting out, cloaking was the thing that made sure you didn't die to surges. So it was almost as important because surges just killed you.
It's just not particularly good. I mean, you can use it in a pinch. It is 2 projectiles, which is fine. But for my money, it's a pretty low-tier weapon by comparison. Most fights, you really favor, you know, that first salvo doing damage to their weapon system. There's a heavy emphasis on that. I mean, I guess if you need weapons and you have long delays because either you can use cloak or you have beams, it can sort of work in there. But against most other burst weapons, it's demonstrably worse than them.
Yeah, that's
Let's
cool.
See, we go to distress, and before we hop to the store,
Okay, we should totally hop to the store right
let's
now
do that. Giant alien spiders, yet again. I'm not risking any crew.
because there's a
Let's go check out that
possibility there's
store.
another store in the sector.
Mostly
and
just to
we're
sell the
burning-
weapon, buy just enough fuel to get us out of here. Distraction buoy.
Is that we're burning jumps. Also, did I just say that I'm more concerned about buying a weapon than buying hacking?
Yes, we could pick up hacking if we really want to. Drone control.
Oh,
Ooh,
hold on a second there.
Flak
We
one,
want
Flak
to
one is
listen to
an
that
really-
replay.
These are absolutely worthless right now. Just enough fuel to get us out of here. Well, let's go check out that store. Mostly just to sell the weapon, buy just enough fuel to get us out of here. Distraction buoys. Hey, they will give us... These are absolutely worthless right now.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we could pick up hacking if we really want to. Drone control. Ooh, Flak one.
We could really pick up hacking, you know, if you wanted to. Comment about being able to defeat the flagship fight. People really respect it. That's true.
Is an amazing weapon.
Flak is an amazing weapon.
And a charge. Okay, we're selling a chain laser. This is interesting. So I bought the heavy laser last shop. Plans to get it online, but it only fires 2 projectiles. Our main...
All right, so we're going to talk about sunken cost fallacy. It's another thing. You buy something, you're like, well, now I have to use it. I just bought it. I wouldn't get the money out of it. No, you already bought it. You're never getting that money back. That is gone. So your decision should be made not on whether, particularly in this game, getting value, that's such a dirty word in today's stream, you're getting value out of the money that you spent and just going with what works and what's going to win. So who cares that you spent money on that? If you can buy hacking in the Flak 1 here, we should buy hacking in the Flak 1 here.
Power that up. Come on, there we go.
Which we did. Good job. Nice.
Oh, that's quite the system. I don't...
Now buy
That's
hacking.
good enough to carry. I don't... How much does the Artemis sell for? Store, sell. The Artemis sells for 19 scrap. I don't know if I'll get it online or not.
Because we're buying hacking?
Jumps. Okay, I will buy fuel.
Because we're
Even
buying
though
hacking?
in Sector 8, you'll get 10 hull repair as well as 10 fuel, so you just need enough to get you through the sector. I don't see 6 fuel as being enough to...
This is the Anakin Padme meme. I'm going to sell the Artemis. To buy hacking? To buy hacking? Please, please. Someone say that hack plus halberd plus cloak, okay, whatever.
Reloader is cute, but... Yeah, final thing on hacking. Okay. I don't think I'm going to have the 100 scrap to use to upgrade the Artemis. I'm going to go ahead and sell that now as well. Never know when 19 scrap's going to come in handy. And we're totally going to need at least 1 power. So we don't really have to go to a store anymore unless we get a bunch of stuff we have to sell. We're just going to work on ship improvements. With cloaking for the events in the boss fights, hacking, the mind control, we are, barring craziness, this should be a 1 run.
Yeah?
Oh, see, I almost thought this would have connected over. I guess I can go up top. 1, 2, 3, let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's,
I guess I could have sold
really
the scrap
measure
over
it.
the arm, but... you detect...
Let's not really measure it or anything. Just, you know, we wing it. We're fine. Goodbye, Reloader. Yeah, Pasme probably love Reloader. I respect it in a different capacity, but...
various systems, and then prepare for the flagship fight in Sector 8. You're just in time to see an unusually well-armed NG ship destroy a small pirate craft. The teleporter signals detected. Intruder on deck. A young mantis in a charged uniform has teleported onto your deck. He begs for sanctuary from the NG and offers to serve in exchange for your protection. The NGs have already traced the teleport signal and offering a deal in exchange for the prisoner. Okay, so this event, there's both positive and negative for both options. If you side with the fugitive, he could be on your side, and you'll gain a crew member, and you'll fight an NG ship. or he will sabotage the ship and you have to fight a boarder. Those same 2 events could happen with the Mantis exchange for the bounty, plus just a straight up reward. So it's a coin flip for a good reward.
Okay, you never get crew down here. I seem to it made that indication. I assume it was a misspeak. Option 1, there's a 50-50 chance that you take damage. Option 2, it's only a 33%. It's either high scrap, take damage in option 2, or have a border and a fight. The FTL navigation's gone higher.
Sure, we'll lead them to their destination. Upon examining your map, you realize you will not have time and need to get to the Federation base. You leave the...
I like that this text here, upon examining the map, you realize you just won't have time. But then after that is the money.
Beach, or in this case, we don't even get to do the quest. It's always a little bit disappointing to me.
But,
now, with cloaking and our system as we have right now, I have no qualms diving, if that's the case. I don't really foresee it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You want to, I don't know, get upgrades to, like, cloaking and hacking right now? I'm pretty sure that if we spent $65, we could get level 2 of each. I'd almost guarantee we're not going to get level 2 cloaking.
Mind control doesn't do anything.
Double
We have
heavy.
more than enough drone parts, so we're going to target its piloting. Oh, FTL charging. Okay, fair enough.
Really like that I'm doing the piloting hack here. Except it would...
So,
I mean, it is running away. If it wasn't running
this will sort of
away,
work just like mind control, except it's going to reduce the...
then be an issue, but...
With 6 projectiles and beam, should be enough to take out their system.
Boo doo boo
So let's duck
boo.
under this missile, though. Let's now hack that system. Hit all 4 rooms between the salvos, so that you'll take out their piloting and then the rest of the shots hit.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't have any dodge. Just scrap.
All good.
Okay, so now we're gonna start improving our hack.
Yay! Oh, I'm kind of over the third weapon slot there.
The ship's data stores.
Oh, there's no weapon in there, though. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Fight. So if we just do the data stores, we get a map. And I'm not interested in a map. I'd rather have the fight. So I'll take the guaranteed 26 scrap then, versus just, you know, getting a useless map since our points are already marked out for the rest of this sector. So I'll just take 26. Yeah, we're still okay doing our power doing whatever we need it to. Spotted Mantis ship hunting in the distance. Oh, the civilian ship. Double.
I like it because I do the level 3 cloak during phase 3. But I'm always pushing for 2 hack, 2 cloaking to completely shut down enemy weapon systems. And then if you're doing that, you get to save a lot of scrap not having to upgrade your ship to ridiculous levels, generally speaking.
I did not particularly foresee that as a possibility. Let's take our guy out of there. Now we'll mind control the 2 people in there so they fight. That's a better case scenario for us. At least we can hack down their shields. So level 1 hacking will take care of 2 shields, 2 hacking will take care of 3.
1.5 shields, but sure.
And we'll hover beam through the ship eventually.
Again, very poor timing on the shots.
I should finish them off. Let's see, you give me 52 scrap. How nice. 5 hull repaired. Not that exciting. Because we're going to get the 10 repair at the end, but...
We can roll it. It's fine.
Okay, let's get that last max out there. Get another power for it. Okay. Let's get in these 3 more drums. There aren't many parts of Mantis space that aren't dotted by wrecks and battles. So this will get us 2 fuel. We'll have 1. Oh, we'll just have enough to make it to the other side.
Yeah, Crow. That was
Mantis
getting a little bit close
I
there.
claim this vessel for my clan. Good hunting.
It's another reason you should map out sectors and look at your fuel to make sure that you're not stuck in that kind of situation. Can't believe I'm gonna run out of fuel potentially going into the last sector. And this is like a pretty straightforward crew kill with a weapons hack and just hitting the O2. But whatever.
So let's go after shields right now. We can start draining them immediately. I guess we could suck the oxygen out of here for...
See, this is what I'm talking about. We're doing one thing, see what happens, do a thing, see what happens, doing a thing, see what happens. Like, we should have dropped O2, vented this. I don't think I've dropped any O2 to help dealing with the venting. Set up for the weapon hack. And then do all the timing on it. And so now we've kind of like gone back and forth. We won't get punished for it because we do have the buffer point in this system, but that was not well executed.
Destroy too much. Should have done that a little bit earlier.
I know. Should have done it a little bit earlier.
Way to the med bay. That's cool. So actually mind control their pilot now. This would be the most effective damage, I think. Since we can... 1, 2, 3, 4. That would do 4 either way. We're not too picky about how we're going to do the damage. We're just going to cloak under the missile if it comes to that. Alright, and now we'll close our doors and fight these.
There's actually like a 5-room swipe if you essentially pick from the middle of the doors here, and you can split these 2 rooms.
This is fine.
But as the fights are complicated, surely you can't have everything from the start. I mean, the fights sure, with the flight pathing, you can do a little bit of due diligence there.
Let's repair that mind control, shall we?
I send them back. That's fine. It's minor.
And send everyone back. Alright, so we're going to dive.
Really would like a level 2 cloak for the dive, just in case.
Okay, so let's do this. We're only gonna get 1 fuel out of it, so our only concern really is just getting away from this fight.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to hack their weapons.
All right.
Let's power our engines to full. They're in the oxygen now. I'm just gonna mind control these guys to fight each other.
Sure. Gonna hack their weapons.
And not scared of the burst 2, that's fine. Now we have 3 crew.
That's the problem.
Okay, let's power down their weapons.
We should at least shoot them here. We should shoot them in the weapons here.
Okay. Okay, let's get in there.
You have to cloak before the projectiles on the screen with the giant miss marker on it. Yeah. No, that's not how that works. Generally the timing that I use is the alarm goes off and then a second ASB passes, and it's after the second one that you hit the cloak. I think it's exactly like 5 seconds though between the alarm and when it actually fires, so you could use that as well. Yeah.
Okay, we teleport away, jump to the next sector, and we get to the last stage.
Do I have anything funny to say about this?
You arrive at the outpost close to the Federation base. Your access codes get you past initial security, and officer sets up a direct feed to the Federation base war room. Admiral Tully speaks first, saying, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Explain your mission." Your explanation is met with murmurs of cynicism and disbelief among the officers. General Tazal of the NG Brigade speaks up. Intel suggests potential counter to rebel technology. Risk all or save none. Explain the weakness of the enemy fleet, the rebel flagship. Tully responds, "It's settled. The rebels will be here in a matter of moments. We will do what we can to hold off their warships, but you must succeed in destroying this flagship. Your current outpost can provide you with some repairs and fuel. The other repair stations can provide aid as well. Good luck."
Nothing. That was Bland City. That was me taking a casserole to a barbecue, just like, here it is. You didn't ask me to. Really doesn't let me do that. I had to like pause it and then connect on it because we're doing this off my monitor full screen. Oh, did I take another break? I don't even have a BRB screen. I'm just AFKing.
FTL. Now off in the distance, you'll see the flagship circling a jump. It basically will... What it will do is it will circle this jump, move, circle, move, and it'll make its way to the Federation base. Now we see that there are a couple repair stations that you can go to. They'll give you some consumables as well as repair your hull.
Mm-hmm.
The other difference, you'll see that there's a flashing point here. Rebels are about to gain control of this beacon. So instead of that, moving Rebels front that you're trying to avoid every sector, jumps sort of randomly get taken over by the Rebels.
Yeah, I still don't like this as a concept. I don't... Like, I personally, I just think the fact that the flagship is going to destroy the base at a certain point in time is enough of a deterrent. Like, that's already a clock. The fact that there's another one of beacons just kind of being overtaken, and the fact that it's random, I guess it's to dissuade individuals from, finding the store or something. It's just, I don't know. See, too many runs where you just get stuck in a forced dive and it feels bad or two. 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, so you count to 5, 4, hit the cloak, and then if it's level 2, it lasts long enough, I guess. 10's probably at like the extreme end of the bell curve. Well, it's probably not even a bell curve. I mean, it's just like starts at 5, so.
It's complete. Those parts will fall off. The FTL ship or the flagship will jump away, and then 2 jumps later, it will return back to the base. Phase 2, it will have a where it will fight combat and it'll have hopefully with weapons. So then it will be left with a. But this
we know about the flagship.
There, all right, you find a beacon. It's home to a rebel checkpoint. They stopped searching any ships that passes through. Civilians are being harassed. Federation members are detained. The rebels haven't noticed you yet.
I guess we could just skip to
the
flagship
let's
at this point.
And attack them. All right, they got a beam, a missile, heavy, and we can see the boarding drone
here.
All right, now we have 282 scrap left to prepare for this fight.
Yes.
Now the first thing we're going to do is get level 2 oxygen. The reason this is if they hack our oxygen system, they can choke us out from it. They do have level 3 hack.
It's true.
Getting level 2 means we can power that on in between the hack rounds, so we'll be absolutely fine. Oh, this is with 203 scrap to go. While we could do buffer points, we can just get a shield number 4 as well, though I don't actually have power for that. Oh, no, we're absolutely doing that. That's a must.
So the O2, if you can kill the flagship fast enough, then they can't. It takes like 3 hacks at that level to kill you, I think. So yeah, you didn't. It's less about the scare than you just didn't want to die that way. You didn't want to have to like trudge off to the FTL Discord.
So here's the enemy flagship in all of its cheater glory. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 crew, 4 shields. Now, if you've played this on easier modes, you'll notice a couple differences. The main one being that the missile and the burst laser are connected to the ship. This makes all the difference in the world. A premium strat, the go-to strat on easier difficulties, is to take out the missile room. You'll do 4 damage to it to drop the missiles and kill this crew member. And then you don't have to worry about that missile for the rest of the fight. Then you'll probably proceed to do whatever you can to take out the rest of the ship. And then you repeat that process over and over again for all the phases. That's not an option because they can just bring in crew to help repair. So this phase, we see that they have cloaking, so they're going to cloak right off the bat and fire a hack.
I mean, my most viewed clip isn't me doing something brilliant. I can tell you that much. Not by a long shot.
Our main plan, so we'll see where the hack lands, and then we'll go from there.
I mean, also, it doesn't inherently kill me because, I can always just kite crew through the med bay, and it's even.
Okay, so let's get that hack in on their shields.
That's not even close.
And now, even though we can't mind control the pilot, we can mind control the guy in hacking or in shields if we need to. All right, so let's start draining their shields then. Okay, 3 projectiles, we'll just take them.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about trying to kill off as much of the crew as possible in this phase. Like, okay, as long as we do 2 damage, or actually, as long as we do only 1 damage to the missile system, it's going to be slowed down enough that, we can then always cloak it, and then we can spend all our other resources trying to kill off as much of their crew as possible.
Pretty much perfect. We took down the missile system, we dealt some damage to the shields, and they will not be able to repair them until they take this guy out of the room.
That's true.
Now they're going to cloak again soon. Actually, we can see how much damage we dealt to the shields. That's fantastic. And the hack prevents people from getting in there as well. So now we don't have to worry about the missiles.
Got a micro power.
And we're going to, yeah, we gotta wait for them to cloak.
For the engines there.
Alright, let's power up our dodge then.
So that's one of the nice things if you have level 4 shields. I mean, so what you can do really is you can flash shields there against the ions so they don't stack. If you have 4 shields, it's not like super relevant because essentially they have to land all 3 ion shots and then all 3 heavy or 3 laser shots to hurt you. It's kind of unlikely. But if you only have 3 shields, you know, it takes a whole lot less projectiles for them to deal you damage. And you also definitely have to do it if there is a evasion hack, because it times well enough that everything just hits.
Finished with phase 1. Took no damage. Still not make sure we killed there. But we'll take it. Alright, so we just got 22 scrap from doing that.
What are you doing?
Power up the oxygen. A bit easier to manage. But we don't have to worry about the oxygen hack anymore.
We don't?
Alright, so now we're actually going to stay right here and wait for the flagship to come.
Oh, that's good advice.
That's acceptable.
1, 2,
so
3,
now
4,
we're going
5,
to again.
6,
So have a defense drone.
All right, we killed 4 crew. One was over here, so we technically only killed 3.
Mind control the pilot should have no problem. They'll have 2 drones swirling our ship, and as well as coming with a boarding drone.
Mm-hmm.
1. Nope, we got it. Oh, he's picking on the NG. Okay, we can open up the doors to limit how much the breach sucks oxygen out. Let's try this hack again. There we go. Let's power that to full. Start draining those shields.
So the reason we're not moving the Mantis is we need the Mantis for mind control, but we could be powering the oxygen. Get level 2.
Mind control him. And again, try and take out those missiles and halberd beam to do as much damage as we can. Alright, and the missile system is down again, so we can absolutely now use our cloak for that.
Yeah, so phase 1 and 2, the weapon systems are only at 3 power. Phase 3, they get up to 4. So ideally, with that halberd swipe and the mind control, they'd have 0 evasion. Because their piloting goes down to level 1. We MC the pilot, they get no dodge, and then everything else just hits. But again, it was pretty early on the weapon fire there.
Turn off the O2, close the doors. We don't have to worry about it, because the breach was sucking oxygen out too fast, and I can't power the oxygen right now. Let's just move them out. Okay, their piloting is down. You might be able to just dunk them right here, right now.
Might be.
Let's see, can I see their health? 100 health, 70 health. I was sort of hoping to kill off more crew, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Let's just take this much damage out of them. Crew, but see their health now. It's just because the breach was sucking active CO2. I'm actually gonna cloak now. 2 shield. That's not good.
Yeah, so I'm not powering engines, and surprisingly, I'm just getting hit by everything.
Beam. Okay. Okay, back up to 2. Just in time for that beam. Okay. I'm actually gonna cloak now.
Yeah, that's a panic cloak.
Let's just move them out. Okay, their piloting is down.
See, again, this is a really good opportunity to just pause and think things through. Just pause. I'm doing things as a reaction to things that are occurring in the immediacy versus taking into consideration all the things. Like, that beam was not going to do a ton of damage to me, while the drone surge really could. But I didn't take any time to consider that. I was just like, oh no, I'm getting hit. Cloak to try and limit how much I got hit. And because of how beams actually work, weren't going to take any damage anyways. And also, cloaking wouldn't have changed that aspect. So, nope, no reason to have done that.
Doors. Everyone goes back to where they were.
I mean, well, correction. There was a reason, but it wasn't a good one.
Oh, 1 short to improve doors. That could have been helpful.
Good increase some cloaking there. Just saying, level 2 cloaking could be nice.
We'll go sensors. Okay, so now we're going to...
we had a choice between upgrading cloaking to level 2 and getting a buffer point that, or increasing hacking or our sensors. And we went with sensors. Let's see how this one plays out, Cotton.
To try and bring that down, but most of our focus will be on dealing with the borders. Our mind control.
Again, our mind control is predominantly going to be used for canceling out the MC. It could come in like late as we're going to do kidnap strats.
If we luck out and all of our shots hit early and the super shield drops, we'll fight the ship here. If it doesn't look too good, we'll just take on as many borders as we can. Jump back to the base. We can reallocate that power.
Yep.
There's mind control the NG. Let's bring it back online. I want my doors. Okay, that's great. They teleported there. Let's take out the oxygen, do some damage. And we're setting up to send us 2 more borders. If we do double doors, it'll suck air out of there even faster. I'm actually going to dodge under the missiles. I don't know if we'll get to the event. Okay.
So, actually, I want to talk about that for a second. A lot of people will eat the missiles and then try to cloak the surge. Now, I don't have a buffer point in my cloaking that I should have gotten. I also, well, I do have the buffer point in piloting, which is somewhat helpful. But I think you always cloak the missiles if you can't cloak both, the level 3 cloaking. The missiles are just too dangerous, and statistically, they're more likely to deal you damage than the surge. Because what I think because you have the 4 shields, and plus it's rolling that dodge every single time. Right? So against, what is it, 7 shots? That could be an error. And of course, it could also potentially time with the laser, but it's like 7 shots against 4 shields. Everything has to hit at a 45% chance to hit, or sorry, 45% chance to miss, to deal essentially like the same damage as like the 3 missiles present. Yeah, like it's in a much better position. And if the missile hits the cloaking anyways, then whatever. I think mostly I'm just focused on trying to run away. You also should remove your crew from the room, like right now. Like I need to remove them from the room. So when the mind control comes back on in a pip, it's already too late. I can mind control a specific crewmate.
Okay. Who do they just mind control? A Mantis.
Yeah, I lucked out the Mantis roamed through.
Okay, so we got there relatively unscathed. And the Mantis is now attacking our sensors. So let's... This is the weird thing about mind controls. I can't really pick which person to mind control in this room.
Yep, that's why you gotta rotate
Thank
out.
you again. Thanks for the auto-hose meds. Let's see. Our engines are almost fully powered, though. Okay, so let's... I really don't want to lose up my fire. So we are going to wait. Okay, let's just jump back to the base. Okay, we'll mind control whoever we need to mind control. Just pick somebody in this room. It's all good. And then move everyone else.
Yeah, it was a lot of mismanagement micro. It's just like this, not really slow, but it's that slow reaction. I didn't anticipate what was going to happen. You know, I cancel out the MC when it occurs. I think I was really banking on this idea. Like I wanted to mind control the pilot, it seemed, to like that was the indication, even though I was also focused on jumping away from the fight. So that was a bit of a conflicting viewpoint. Like, all right, I'll MC the pilot. And I think that's actually a good call because some people just like auto cancel the MC. And it's like, you know, it might be worth it to mind control the pilot. Of course, we can only do that because we do have level 2 sensors, by the way. Yeah, like that. Those borders were really well contained.
Good to go from here. Okay, mind control guy. That's not gonna happen.
You did not. You didn't say the thing, right?
Issue. Should be good to go from here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, mind control guy. That's not gonna happen.
I think there was one point in time that I thought that certain swipes dealt more damage to Zoltan shields, and no, it's just 2 times the base beam.
Okay, here comes the missiles. 45% dodge, 3 for 3. Fair enough. Oh, and fire. That's rude.
Okay, remember what I just said about why you should cloak the missiles? Why you should cloak the missiles instead of the surge? That's why. Okay.
You can come back now. Oh, let's drain those shields. Okay, 45 dodge, 5 to 6 missiles hit. That's okay. Nothing vital though. This we do want to dodge under. And the hack is complete. So it's worth noting that if we actually kill off all the enemy crew at any point...
You should target all your weapons out to that missile system. It is level 4. It is level 4. Apparently I went to shield dunk, which is whatever. Oh, that was good. Deep powering engines to power shields. Well, I'm in. Anyways. Yeah, like you just want the missiles offline. There are people who just hope shots are they're like, well, like flak shots they may miss, whatever. Like, no, just put absolutely every single thing into the missile system to do whatever you can to get them offline. Like, as fast as possible.
Fight. Not bad.
GG's.
And everyone lived. Well, I hope everyone who stuck around enjoyed the fight. People were here to learn something, or hope somebody learned something.
Did anybody learn anything?
As always, when I cast, please feel free to ask any questions about the game I'm playing, or if you have, you know, hey, why didn't you do this, or I would have maybe done that. Always up for any discussion, as long as it's in a civil manner.
I have some questions. Me in the back, waving my hand frantically. I have a few.
Questions of the game I'm playing on FTL, and once again, thank you everyone who stopped by. So that's going to be the end of my stream. Oh, wasn't even a top 4. We only defeated 36 ships. It's not a lot. And, you know, good evening or good morning, wherever you happen to be, and have a pleasant day. Take care. Let's see if I can, is there anybody I can host up?
Yeah, not even 5K. So yeah, lots changed, but it like across the board. I mean, doing all your microwing and not doing panic stuff, that's mentality. Hacking systems, scrap, a lot of that's experience, opening of different tactics. Wait to buy hacking until Sector 7. I really wanted that value. I think this, again, is a really good example of people overvaluing value. Like, we got value out of, like, how much money did we make off that scrap recovery arm? A lot. But if we sold the scrap recovery arm by hacking and start getting crew kills, that would have translated into probably even more money at that point in time. Like, if you look at it that way, but it's pretty short-sighted. As I said, we went for, like, no crew kills. So this is pre even doing crew kills with the weapons. We didn't run low reactor outside of not powering the oxygen during some fights. We didn't wait for the oxygen to power up. We didn't farm, but didn't want the stream to go that much longer. It was already 4.5 hours almost. Even with just 15. Yeah, we had some decent freebies. And again, like, yeah, that scrap recovery arm probably translated into really solid value at the end at the cost of, you know, consistency or actually more scrap. 5 years. Maybe it would have been closer to 6 years. Who knows? But yeah, well, that's going to be it for me. We spent and did one of my favorite things ever, though, which is just talking about me for about 6 hours. It's really great. It's a good time. Best time, really. I can't imagine wanting to do anything else. New window, gonna open up here. Cool. So let's put that over there for a second.